everybody. Welcome to the Reveal live stream. We have a fantastic day planned ahead of us. We are going to be showcasing every single Revelations card today as we approach the end of the Kickstarter. I hope we're all doing well. Let me just quickly bring up the trailer one more time, and then we can jump into the special reveal stream.
Things weren't going great, sure. But then, he showed up.
Another Rich Runner falls to my blade. Prepare for the end.
Alright, so I kind of screwed up there because I named both of my scenes Revelations Reveal. Oops. Yeah, Feb 17th was the start of the Kickstarter, specifically. The actual set, I believe, is releasing in 3 weeks. Maybe 4? I'm not 100% sure. Let's quickly jump into Discord and we'll get confirmation. Hello, welcome peoples on the Discord.
Howdy everybody. Oh, is it everybody yet?
So, we're going to be starting off this stream just by showing off cards one at a time, and going through them, and just giving our quick little thoughts on the actual cards and stuff. A lot of these we have already revealed, and a lot of these we haven't, so it will be the first time we'll be talking about it as well. Also, big thanks to What If Red for helping set up something behind the scenes to make my life easier. Big appreciations.
Oh, good. It's never like I'm doing anything important.
Oh, hey! Welcome Gamepedia viewers! I hope you're having a fantastic time.
Oh,
This
yes,
is
indeed.
the Revelations Reveal stream. This is where it's all going down.
That's right. And yeah, things were going all right, and then we made the Kickstarter date. So yay, in the goal. Well done, everybody, and thanks for all of your support in getting to the goal. So
I don't know
really
if you
cool.
saw the emergency live stream I did at 5 a.m., but I was saying that this was the Kickstarter I wasn't sure about, because, you know, the last one was the big free-to-play thing, huge influx. The next one is going to be the one where, you know, draft modes are going to be the key focus. This was the one where I was like, well, you know, we have a half-completed tutorial. I don't know about this one, and it still came through, and I was so hyped.
Yep. We definitely came through. I knew we would in the end, but that's all right. That's my job to be overly confident and see what happens. But yeah, thanks for helping us make it, guys. We couldn't have done it without your support, and yeah, really excited to. I'm personally very excited about this set more than I think any other set that we've had, just because I love the idea of dual purity cards, and this set is revealing a lot of those, and yeah. All going well, we'll keep that flow going because we've got some really exciting plans for the very next set. Yes, we have already got that all planned out, at least conceptually, at least. So, yeah, tell us your feedback and stuff with this, guys, and yeah, very keen to yeah, keep growing and keep improving the sets as we go. Had some really good feedback on Intrigue with some of the playability of the cards, and hopefully we'll see even more of that with these because there's some very exciting ways that you can play Infinity Wars thanks to what these cards open up. So.
Absolutely. Also, welcome.
Yeah.
Talama's cool. Welcome to the chat. I don't think I've seen you here before. Bunch of familiar faces though. Kevcast, Jim, Duelist, Darkspear, and Drevode. It's fantastic seeing all the old faces here. I heard apparently Gamepedia's upload speed is kind of crapping itself at the moment. That's completely fine. If you've got the energy and a little bit of upload, feel free to join us in the Discord. Always welcome to have a friendly face. Yeah, so we're going to be jumping in. And also, yes, Rainbow is going to be more than a meme, hopefully, with a bunch of the dual faction things that come across. You can definitely mix and match these to get some very interesting combos. I'm very excited to see what the players manage to cook up in the couple of weeks after Revelations drops.
Yes, and while Duelist is mentioning it, sorry, you had a desync there, Duelist. It's probably worth mentioning that we have got the implementation in there now for the replay system, and obviously the back end of that replay system. So we've been carving up desyncs very fast. We've gone down by like almost 2/3 on what we had the previous week. So yeah, it's a huge impact. We'll almost have it down to 0 very, very soon. Obviously, it might. We'll find some through the finalization of the Revelations QA, but yeah, now we have a good system for going in there, and it takes us, I think it's a factor of like 20 times faster to actually find desyncs now because of this new system. So it's, instead of having to go and recreate the whole exact way that game played, we can now just hit a button and it does it. So that's very exciting. Another cool thing is we are looking to do a bunch of games today with devs and maybe other people as well who have access to the Revelation set, so we can just show off some of the mechanics. And yeah, we'll see how we go with that as for the timing of it. I think it might be good to sort of break up some of the reveals with a game, but we might also just go straight through all the reveals and then just do games after that. We'll kind of see what people are feeling, and if you guys are like, yeah, let's get a game going, just put that into chat, and then we might just break up the reveals with a match or so. Cool.
I also do have to quickly make a quick little introduction. A man who's been doing a lot of work behind the scenes and deserves a lot of praise and credit for everything they've done so far.
Welcome,
Ruben, to the stream.
So much. Thanks, Ruben.
Hello, welcome. So, yeah, I'm Ruben Covington. I'm the lead designer and programmers on the team here. And yeah, Revelations has kind of been, a lot of my work, and really excited to have everyone get their hands on it and see the whole set. So yeah, I'm happy to kind of talk about specific kind of backstories of certain cards, and why we designed them certain ways, and
yeah. And maybe just start us up as well. Maybe we just mute each other because we're both in the same room and we've got Corey in the room as well. So, yeah, maybe Ruben, if you want to even just kick us off with some of your sort of initial thinking around the set itself, and what did you sort of go in as a game plan with this? That we've talked about at length, but yeah, maybe just share for the audience like what was your thinking around the set, our thinking around the set as well.
Yeah, sure. So, so we wanted to, coming off from Intrigue, we were kind of had a whole bunch of just like, card ideas that we had that, we wanted to potentially use, but we realized that, looking back at Intrigue, we wanted something a lot more coherent. We wanted the set to kind of have a bit more of a theme mechanically, and kind of a bit more of a through line, because Intrigue was made over a very long period of time, lots of changes to the engine as we were developing the new game, etc. And so we wanted to make something a bit more cohesive. So we came in, we were like, okay, what do people want? What are these big themes that we can have? And what are some like mechanical space that we can have over a lot of different factions that could work really well? And looking over kind of the existing card set, definitely one of the things that was both really popular but really underrepresented was gold or multi-faction cards. And so we've seen with other products in competitive card games that these are really popular. We've seen in our own game that these are really popular, even though we only had 5 or 6 gold cards in Intrigue. People really liked kind of using them as a build around point, and so we decided to make 40 out of 100 of the cards in Revelations multi-faction, and basically from there that's kind of where we built out the core of the set. And so from like story theming kind of melded into this as well. Basically the idea of factions meeting each other that may not have had much contact in the past, because So this is the micro riffs, and we'd already kind of set up this type of stuff with some of the shenanigans going on in Intrigue. That's basically a mix of story and gameplay that allowed us to kind of have this all come together, and get to see lots of different faction combinations.
And so
We did. Yeah, not every faction combination. Every faction combination gets at least one multi-faction card in. In Revelations, there's because we have 8 factions, there is a lot of combinations of factions that you can do. So even with the 40 slots, it's not quite enough for 2 each. But tried to give more focus to ones that have potentially been underrepresented in the past.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things that can happen with that is obviously this.
But excited to go through the whole set with everyone and show off all the cards.
Yes, sir. So, the way this is going to work, I'm going to throw a card on the screen, just read what it does, and then we can all give our little thoughts and discussions why we're excited for it, any sort of significant notes for the dev team. And also, we do have a couple of players who have been helping us behind the scenes who have seen and actually played with hands-on a lot of these cards, and they can give their feedback directly, having actually experienced those cards before, which should be a fun little insight. Like, Coil and I might talk up a really nice card that we're really excited by, and what if Red can just come in and shoot it down and be like, nah, it's trash. It's trash tier, don't play that. So,
That's my least favorite part. I hate telling people their cards have problems.
One of the cool things, is obviously this lore aspect of some of these factions interacting that haven't been before. We'll see some very interesting things happen with the Infinity Wars Omniverse, or across this set and then into the next set. And it's really also interesting to see sort of mechanically what we came up with when we were like bringing together some of the aspects of certain factions together into these cards. So we'll see how those things play out as well, and potentially lean into some of those things in the next set as well. So exciting times.
Also,
Shall we get the
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, shall we get the reveals going?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then, obviously, Jason and I've got a deck, a really crappy deck, because it's been made with 90% Revelations cards. It's not really intended to be played that way, but we're doing it anyway for the sake of showing off as many cards as possible. And I've tried to build a bit of a theme into my deck as well. So, it'd be really cool to see some of these cards play against each other. Massive disclaimer at the start, we are still in QA for a lot of these cards, so some can and probably will not work as fully as intended, but at least it'll give you a bit of a look at like what's happening with it all, and how games will be playing if you happen to be playing with a lot of Revelations cards.
Everything almost works. We have a couple weeks to fix up everything so the set is as good as we can get it before the full launch. In what did you have the date for that on hand?
Yeah, the date for that should be the week of the 23rd. So it should be the 23rd. We'll be looking at.
I can say I've used every card at least 5 times, and what's left for a bug list is small and super fixable.
Awesome. Thank you.
And Jason, is there any particular order you're going to go into the reveals here? You're going to just do them in like alphabetical, or
Just do it alphabetical.
Okay.
Make it super easy. So we are starting off with a Pristine World, which is a 9-cost ability from both Overseers and Warpath. Remove all enemy artifacts, locations, and cards in their graveyard. This has potential huge gameplay consequences, and is a huge hate tool for specifically Sleepers of Avarark, which is definitely the one common enemy of both of these factions, the Warpath being massacred by them, and the Overseers not liking that it was an existential threat, basically.
Yeah. Any thinking design-wise?
Yeah, so this card came about as essentially we want to reward you for if you do these kind of multi-faction cards. They require often a bit more of a weird commitment to what type of purities you're playing in your deck. And so we want to make sure that while some of the multi-faction cards are, kind of these what we call signpost cards, where they're basically saying, hey, this is the type of strategy you should be doing in this combination of factions. Some of them are more rewards for playing those specific ones. And this one is basically the ultimate sideboard card. It's like, what if we had a board wipe that didn't affect characters? Because both of these factions, they care about lots of characters, they can go do token swarm strategies, they can go tall with warpath ramp, they can often have a lot of character creation or playing, and so it doesn't really they kind of want to say, hey, let's play fair, let's play just with characters, get rid of sideboard, get rid of location, sorry, not sideboard, get rid of graveyard, get rid of locations, get rid of artifacts. And so this is a very powerful effect, and it is it is costed appropriate, because it does hit, like, totally hose some decks, especially both Omnitron and kind of graveyard strategies. But yeah, it's basically the ultimate, we're playing with characters, play fair, stop trying to not play with characters card, which fits this faction combination very well.
Play with just characters. Nothing else is relevant.
I don't know, I like the idea of removing your sideboard.
Removing the sideboard. Yeah, and as someone was saying, did Warpath become when did Warpath become Friends of Ascension? So we actually set up in Intrigue, there's a small sub-faction of the Overseers called the Seed Bearers, which there's a card called Seed Bearer, which basically are a faction of the Angels that's, they hate that they destroyed all this life, that they destroyed all this, these worlds. They basically feel regret over this, and so they are seeding worlds that were destroyed by them with new life, planting trees, and now that they've found that the Warpath are back somewhat, helping kind of set them up both on their main world, but also seeding outposts on new worlds, such as a pristine world, weird manta ray place.
Yep, awesome. And so maybe let's move on to the next card. But Jason, if you can even just set a timer, not a timer, but a stopwatch for a couple of minutes, just to make sure we're not spending too much time.
Yeah, we've got 100 cards to get through, so we need to make sure we move at a reasonable pace. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, we have a card that was revealed on a video that didn't quite make it out in time. A Letter's Attendant. So this is a 1-cost Cult of Aurora card. When you cast your second ability each turn, if a Letter's Attendant is deployed, your opponent loses 2 morale. So a fantastic card to really hone in on the Cult of Aurora control strategy and give a little bit of extra love and support to the morale control side of Cult of Aurora, which is a fun angle that people get to play with, and now they can have a little bit more strength to do so.
I'll be back in just a moment, Jason.
Not a problem. Also, welcome people in the chat. Weaponized Autism, good to see you. Tyree Sandra, Drevode, Morale Burn Tinkerside Commander, hells yeah, that's where we're going. So, Coil, give us your thoughts on this one. Or you can keep yourself muted.
Or I can mute myself, that works as well. I'm not a big fan of this card. I've run it a couple of times, and I've been trying to run it in like morale burning decks. It doesn't seem to do a lot for it, but obviously it's a single character, so you could have 3 of these out. And if you really wanted to, you could set up a couple of commanders with it to make it a bit more useful. But it's got some really good stats for a 1-drop, and so it's actually still quite a useful card overall, just for having some kind of strength on the field. And then so I think it's more of a complementary thing. It's definitely going to complement decks that might be targeting people's morale. So you can try this in a DoD deck and see what difference it does add to it. But I generally found that the DoD cards to work a bit stronger overall for morale burn, but if all you're trying to do is destroy their morale, then this would certainly be one card that you would probably want to run in your deck. and especially obviously if you're using lots of abilities. Again, it's a thing where you kind of need to build your deck around that. So you would have to have a lot of abilities in the first place to then get some real good use out of it. But it's still got some decent utility as a card.
Alright, I have just pumped up my microphone just as a side note, so hopefully this is a little bit better. Feel free to sound off in the chat if it's much easier to hear and understand me. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's definitely got a very interesting place, and as the chat has said, the Tinker side support is pretty amazing with it too, because, you know, with a Letter's Attendant, you've got your Cult of Raw cards that get buffed whenever you play spells. You've got Twins in Grey, which give you more of those things whenever you play spells. You just generate so much value from low-cost spells, and with Tinker, you're just getting the spells back to your hand, so you're just always pumping it out, and you can generate a lot of value if your opponent doesn't have answers. So, very exciting. Much better. Alright, fantastic. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. Alright, do we want to move on to the next one?
Yes, let's do that.
Easy. Hold on. I have to be posting these in Discord while this is happening. One sec. I should try and offload this part to Ruben when he comes back. Alright. Boink. Next up, we have a new card that we haven't revealed before. This is a bit of a spicy one. Hold on, let me just quickly ban this guy. Get out of here.
Beat me to it.
Alright, you're gone. Okay, so this is Amalgam of Flesh. This is a 9-cost, 1 purity Sleepers of Avarok card. 21 attack, 17 health. When you deploy Amalgam of Flesh, you may sacrifice 2 other deployed characters you control. If you do, kill target deployed enemy character. So this is a bit of a control style card that has a lot of potential uses, especially with some of the other Sleepers cards that we've been seeing come out that help you make a lot of tokens very easily and quickly. And the fact that it hits deployed and not specifically battlefield means that it has a fair bit more control use than most of the rest of the stuff that Sleepers of Avarok have access to. And as Mayo said, yes, being 1 purity, it has some great flexibility. Weaponized autism, busting open peanut M&Ms and a lychee drink for the reveals. Good stuff. Everyone here likes
testing.
Pretty sure. Hey, welcome back, Ruben.
I'm back. Yeah, so Amalgam of Flesh, one of the things, another thing we are doing is making sure, with riff runs coming out, reasonably soon. It's the next major feature after the set. We want to make sure that different places on the curve for different factions are being addressed, so that there are high cost cards in a lot, as many different factions as possible. That there are low cost cards in each faction, that you don't have these holes where it's just like, no, you don't. There are literally 0 options for you to choose from. While still making sure the faction is playing differently, having different strategies, etc. And so this is a kind of very large 1 purity sleeper card, and it's probably a little too slow for a lot of constructed play, but it's a big bundle of flesh that's you can sacrifice things to it to kill something.
Absolutely.
And as for the weird stat combination, there's the kind of aesthetics of stats where if you make something like really square and stuff, that kind of has like, just we associate it with kind of being very ordered and structured. So you kind of might put it on a big robot, like have it be 24, 24 or 25, 25. But then like this is a big writhing ball of maddening flesh that's it's unsettling seeing the weird stats combination. So that's just a little aesthetic point. Because it doesn't actually really matter if it's like a lot of the time if it's 17 versus 18 or 20 versus 21. It's just about how it looks.
So we did make this card have uneven stats just to make people uncomfortable. That's the idea.
Yep.
All right, fantastic.
Well, uneven stats with weird numbers. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, you can see this with like something like the Eldrazi horrors in like Magic, for example. They do similar things.
Nice. Coil, any thoughts?
It looks gross, and the
You're still muted. I just hear you in the background of it.
Yep. So, please.
Oh, sorry. 1 second.
And now you're both muted. So, all right, fantastic.
Okay, well, I was just trying to sort out the sound. Sorry, we have sorted out our sound here. So I'd say, yeah, it's just a funny looking thing. I think it could be something that assimilates the character somehow. Would be a cool possible adjustment to it. But it's definitely as it stands right now, it does well. It's probably possibly a little too strong to have it also like assimilate a character. But I do love the whole thought of this. Yeah, it is one purity, is Ruben's point. So yeah, we can't make it do too much. But yeah, I do like the card overall. It's cool. It's good to have some late game strong guys to bring out for some more late game strong guys to bring out for sleepers. Yeah.
100% true. All right, next up, we are going to be moving on. I'll quickly block this and move this. This is Analyze the Threat. So this is a 4-cost ability that requires both Genesis and DoD. Target character you control gains Barrier 1. The next time the targeted character enters combat with a character, draw 2 cards. So fantastic little source of card draw there, and it helps keep things a little bit safe so they can't get, hit with a cheeky death ray. Definitely everything that both Genesis and DoD wants and needs. So
yeah, do you want to explain Barrier for those who haven't seen it yet?
I actually am a little bit confused on Barrier myself.
Okay, I can bring up Barrier. So so Barrier is one of the 2 new keywords that we have for the Revelation set. And so I'll post it in the chat, but yeah, the tooltip of Barrier is the next time this card would be a card with Barrier would be killed or damaged, remove a barrier instead. Unlike something like Shield, these don't recharge at the end of each turn. It's just basically a specific number of like blocks, kill, or damage effects. And so this is a keyword that will appear in primarily Genesis and DoD, though you may see it pop up in other factions occasionally when it works within their like game plans. And it's basically it's a way of us having something like less permanent than something like Paladin of the Flame Dawns, like prevent all kill effects, but require or something like Untouchable, but not as strong as like Indestructible. But then it allows us to put it in small amounts on different places without it, while being strong but not too strong that we have to cost it at a ridiculous amount. Because this is like, this is 2 cards for 4, right? Which is like fine. It's like a little overcosted. You can get 2 cards for free, but then you're getting the barrier for a pretty small amount. It just allows us to have a little bit more defensive options in Genesis, as well as some additional options in DoD.
Just a quick point of clarity from Darkest Beam. What's the difference between Barrier and an extra life?
So, like, Barrier will stop the next source of damage or prevent the next kill effect, whereas 2 life will bring you back if you die. So a good example would be if you had a guy with, like, 3 health and 2 life, and he entered combat with, like, a 2/2. He would just take 2 damage, whereas with Barrier, he would use up the barrier and take no damage, right?
Yeah, and also just barrier is a lot weaker on like really high health characters because you don't fully restore all the health. You're only preventing a single block of damage. But then barrier can be stronger against other specific effects. And it can appear more commonly because like adding an extra life to a character is a big deal a lot of the time.
Alright, absolutely. Let's move on. Next up, we have Angel of the Garden. This is another Warpath / Overseer's card, a 7-cost ability. No, sorry, character is what I meant. It is
sure that's
flying
been
and
revealed.
lifelink 6, and you can pay 4 to enrage 6. This activation is preemptive, and when you enrage Angel of the Garden, the next ability card your opponent plays this turn has no effect. So this is a call on hand anti-spell card, which is real interesting, and it has some decent stats behind it, especially after the enrage. With flying and lifelink as well, it could end up being a very annoying character to play against because it will not only be destroying your opponent's fortress and very hard to block, but it'll also be healing theirs, so it'll be very hard to outpace that if they manage to get to that point.
I think what Fred was saying, we've already revealed. Yeah, we're going through every card.
Yeah, no, I realized that. Never mind me.
All good. So Angel of the Garden is the second Warpath Overseer's card that we're seeing. This one's very much playing in different space, but again is, hey, we're going to play fair here. In this case, we've played kind of an inbuilt counterspell. Someone was asking about the wings. They're like vines and they're made up of rose vines. It's a little bit hard to see in this render here, but a bit easier to see in game.
The GIF compression I have has a bit of a loss of color, so a lot of these cards will look a little bit sketchy and a little bit flat, but in game they are a lot more bright and stuff. That's just a fault of the GIF compression. Nothing we can really do about that. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Good point there about the sorry.
One second. Yeah.
If you're talking, Coil, you're not coming through.
Okay, I've got 2 different mutes here. Sorry, guys. My apologies for trying to keep all the sound right in the office. It's really cool. I like that point about it being like a counterspell on a stick. But obviously it's a bit of an expensive counterspell on a stick. If you know that they're playing lots of really big abilities, it might be worth spending that 4 just to stop a COV deck. Especially if you could sideboard this into against a COV deck and do pretty well with it. Cool.
I mean,
Next
as
card.
Darkest Beyond said, looks spooky in draft. This would actually make a fantastic commander choice in draft, because not only is it an anti-spell on a stick, but it also could end up being, direct in the assault zone on turn 7 after you've already used its enrage, and bam, it just starts hitting you with flying and lifelink. Fantastic little potential there.
Some things you might notice that her staff is actually made up of the symbol from Declarius's Edict, which is another counterspell in the game. Trying to, we want to make sure that we're keeping, while we're having, some weird new visual elements with these combinations, we want to make sure that they're kind of having the combination between the two factions and using elements of previous cards.
And rage cost is the same cost too. Yeah, nice. Alright, let's go on to the next card. This is Answer the Call. This is a 1-cost ability that requires 2 Overseers. Until the end of turn, target character gains flying, and when this attacks a fortress, this gains lifelink 5 this turn. So a great little potential heal on a stick, and the fact that it gives something flying only for a single attack, but still flying nonetheless, has a lot of potential, especially with other 1 purity from other things. I'm instantly thinking about throwing something with Flame Dawn Charge in there, giving it flying, giving it lifelink, and bam, you've potentially done a fair bit of swing with just 2 cards. So yeah, that's Answer the Call. What are your thoughts on this one, Coil?
Yeah, just like the idea of being able a little boost to be able to deal with somebody, and at the same time gaining a bit of lifelink is a nice little bonus. So it's a good showcase of using lifelink a bit more, which is something we've really underused, I think, prior to this point. And yeah, just being able to handle a flyer or be able to do a lot of damage to a fortress a couple times is good. I can see this, emulating a flame tank and seeing it do a ton of damage and up its stats.
Also, just as a note, What If Red, you've played with a bunch of these. Feel free to chime in whenever you like.
Yeah. This card's cute. You can use it to block like a flying guy too in a pinch. It like fits what everything 2 Overseers or 3 Overseers decks wants to do. They often just want to give a thing flying.
Yeah,
It's
and
good for the tribal guy. I can't remember his name, like Henneke or whatever the heck it is. He doesn't fly. Often just gets killed while all your creatures are flying over. It's nice to give him hops for a turn.
yeah, so one of the things is we wanted to like Overseers being like the faction with the most flying, but they're not really having like a cheap, quick way to grant flying was a little odd, and it was a tool that both in Rift runs and constructed might be wanted. And then also lifelink. We've changed lifelink to lifelink and then a number for balance reasons, but it's given us a lot more space to design more lifelink cards, and this allows the faction to, rather than necessarily being they are super beat down fast, and like they could still be pretty quick, but they can also kind of race against you and help stall other people's aggression.
Oh Jesus, I just realized Scintilla exists. Oh my god,
Yes.
you can get lifelink 15
take.
for a turn. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's true. That's what I was thinking, that anything that has a double attack would be really cool. And I'd imagine as well anything that would ascend once it attacks a fortress or something, you could use this to fly it over and potentially ascend it in the 1 turn as well. Keep it flying.
Yeah.
Double check that where that plays, but I'd imagine that would be the case. Ruben, yep.
And notably, if this is blocked, you don't get the lifelink. It's only if it's hitting a fortress directly. So do have to, but hopefully, it's gaining flying, so that should help it not be blocked. But yeah, it does mean that
it has been capitalized in game. That's an old render.
yes, the text has been fixed. This is a bit of an old render. Yeah.
And yeah, this the card that should cost more. I mean, generally the dual purity cards will give you a bit more bang for your buck because they're dual purity. So I think that's where we justify the 1 cost for giving flying and lifelink.
It only gives it until end of turn. So if you compare this to, if you compare this to give them a jetpack, costs 2, but it gives flying permanently. This only gives flying for a single turn and only gives the lifelink for a single turn.
Also, just confirming, lifelink does stack. Is that correct, Ruben? Like, if you casted this card twice...
Yes, that's correct.
Yep, there you go. There's your answer, Drevo. And also, I believe that the lifelink will stack whenever it attacks the fortress. So something with multi-strike, if it attacks it once, you've got lifelink 5, and on the second attack it gets lifelink 10. Is that also how that works as well?
Sorry, for... you mean for the second trigger?
Yeah, so let's say you've got something that attacks twice.
Yes, so if you have multi attack, if you have multi strike, yes, you would get the attack trigger again.
There you go.
So that is an intended thing. That overseers have a bunch of multi strike, and so things that grant attack triggers are very good with them.
Yeah, so you'd gain 10 health altogether. Yeah.
I love
No, 15, because you would gain lifelink 5 twice.
So the first attack heals 5, the second attack heals 10, so it would be 15. Yeah.
Interesting.
I like the idea.
I don't see how that makes sense logically, so maybe I'm missing something.
Because it's an attack 5, trigger, and then it gets another lifelink 5. So
yes,
it's now
okay, that makes sense. Yep, that makes sense. Cool.
I like the idea of Scintilla and 2 answer the calls. and you
Anyway,
just
shall
get
we
about
move
60.
on to the next card?
Yep, let's move on. One moment.
We are still on A.
Yeah. We need to get a move on.
Welcome, Apothena's Bloodfly. Undead insectoid character, it just requires 1 sleeper of Avarok thing, flying, infect, charge, and also can't block, which is an important thing that came up in a game that Coil and I played. When you deploy Apothena's Bloodfly, target enemy character becomes poisoned, taking 3 damage at the end of turn. What if Red? Have you had a chance to play with this one a bit?
Yeah, it's kind of scary actually. It's like one of the stronger cards that's getting added to sleepers in my opinion. Like flying infect charge is all scary.
Yeah, and this is something to just watch out for. There's a bunch of can't block stuff. So, for example, if you get incited, you just want to make sure that you definitely, because you can put it into the zone, but you just can't physically block. So it will trip you up until you used to it. So yeah, just bear in mind that aspect as well. But yeah, flying, infect, and charge. There's a lot of good stuff there. Being able to, do the closing damage, which you could realistically do on like a dragon if you've already damaged it. You could do the closing damage and take that dragon. That's pretty cool.
See Bearus caring about killing cute furry creatures, but not about swarmers, shaking my head.
Yeah, and the fact that it's got charge as well, for whatever reason, if you happen to be, doing a big attack or something and they're blocking with a flyer, you can definitely get the jump on them and grab a card pretty easily. Yeah. And it's also got enough health as well that if you're going up against a small drone or something like that, it can actually take the damage and still be alive for the next turn. So you can grab a couple of drones.
It's not entirely safe, but generally it'll help you, infect at least 1, maybe even 2 things before it gets taken out.
And I'm going to guess at this, but I would say that yes, if... Oh, it's a good point. If it dies, I'd like that answer thing.
Yeah, so the poison sticks around even if the bloodfly dies, and the poison is, just like Apothena herself, infectious. So if they die to the poison tick, you will gain control of that character. Yep.
Yeah.
That answers your questions, Alfie? Yeah.
We might try and skip past and be brief with a lot of the cards that we've already revealed, such as Apothena's Bloodfly, because a lot of people have already had the time to actually get hands-on with them, and or at least see what they do and start their theory crafting. So we'll move on for now. If Bloodfly gets humbled, the poison is already on the character. That's already happened. It's not going to turn that off because...
But you could humble the character who is poisoned to stop the poison.
Yes, you could do that, which is a weird play, but yes, 100%. Alright, next card.
I've humbled my own units 100 times. Gohan's my personal favorite. Then you can send him to attack.
Good one. Yeah.
Alright, this is Ascended Sorceress. Human Angel, which is a Cultivar and Overseer's Solace card that has flying. When you deploy Ascended Sorceress, the target character or artifact can't use abilities this turn. If it attempts to, kill it. So this is a fantastic card to help, get you some extra control and prediction over the field. If your opponent's doing some crazy wacky stuff with their commander, constantly triggering effects, you could correctly predict.
This could be a really good Elita killer. All the various elites that have abilities, or just anyone in the command zone that's doing some stuff, some tricky stuff every round. So we'll see. It's
Coils
things
and
to the
Exiles, better watch out.
Yeah, I am running this in my deck that I'll be trialing today, so we'll see if I can pull off some assassinations with it.
That might threaten Reluctant Kali, absolutely. At the same time, Reluctant Kali would very likely have, generated a lot of value by the time that their first activation goes off. So you'll definitely make sure you're not getting more activations, but you still have to deal with however many aspirants they manage to turn into knights in the meantime. So, it's a great answer to make sure that you don't get cut again, but you do need to stop the bleeding that already exists.
Yeah, and it's...
this is definitely a nasty little card against commanders that kind of activate every turn, such as some of the letters. and both these factions kind of have commander kill or commander, things like regicide or burden of command and that type of thing. So this is kind of playing into that, while also playing into some of the like artifacts hates that Overseers has. And yeah, so it kind of punishes you if you're too predictable with your activated abilities. And notably, because it stops you using it and deploy happens before activations, they actually won't get the activation for that turn. They will just die. Because they'll attempt to use it, they can't, and then they'll die.
Finally a way to kill many.
At least for one turn, right?
Yeah, yeah.
We got him, boys. Too many two-color angels for me to pick from. Why do this to me? That's the entire point of the set. We made things super interesting, so now that every faction combination has something unique and fun to it, it's got a whole lot of potential and stuff. For now, let's move on.
And we've never seen an ascended Cultivar or Sorceress from a lore perspective, and so this was a kind of fun combination to do.
We're going to move on to a new card that we haven't revealed before, so hold on to your butts. This is Aura of Arrows. This is a 2-cost DoD ability. Target deployed character you control gains +2/+6. It also gains reach until the end of the turn. It also has Recall 3, meaning that you can play it from the graveyard for 3 resources, and it gets removed from the game, but you get the effect on the second time. This
I really
is
like this card.
basically just the Lance.
It's just big Lance.
steroids.
It's just big Lance, and I kind of love it.
Yeah. We got big Lance, and we're very happy with that. Lance still has its place in making sure that have cheap stuff. This has definitely got its own power though, so I'm very.
Lance is actually better most of the time because DoD creatures survive, and
Yeah,
having
they did
that
say
lasting defense against flyers is very important.
Yeah, it's not better Lance. It's just big Lance.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, so
I think
and I posted the recall text into the chat there. But yeah, cards of recall can be cast for their recall cost from your graveyard and then removed from the game. And yeah, this is basically just supposed to be, we want more reach in the game, just like overall, and especially, again, rift runs are coming soon. Having defense against flyers or having flyers yourself is very important in that game mode. So yeah, we wanted to just kind of proliferate that ability more. And yeah, it's totally right that we don't want to have say a card that's strictly better than Lance, but we want to have it just be different and have a different spot. So more stats, but the reach isn't permanent, that type of recall, etc.
Also, just as a quick note, NTL pointed out that Lance of Jinhai is permanent, whereas this only gives you reach until the end of the turn. So, it still means that Lance does have its place and has its power, but this is a great option if you just need to take care of 1 or 2 flying people for a turn, and you've planned it all out, sort of thing.
Yeah, and it's good to have even another tool set if you're particularly building, a deck that wants to have both, then you could actually run them both. And have more answers to flying as pure DoD, or even just other factions that don't have a lot of flying cards. So
Yeah, I was also using it because of recall. It's nice if you're playing anything DoD that is stocking its own graveyard, because unlike Lance, you can play it from there.
It also is a pretty potent sideboard card in general for if Overseers of Songs ever come viable again, for DoD to have in its back pocket.
Sorry to interrupt, but an interesting little thing from Drevode. I like giving Lance to enemies so my flying unstoppable dragons would eat them. Why is this limited to allies only? I actually never thought about giving Lance to your opponent's people to eat them. That's kind of fun. Ruben, any thoughts on that?
We're just trying to, mainly just if it's something where 99% of the time it's correct to play it on your own stuff. It's just kind of helps with misclicks and that type of thing. It's like yeah, it's not a hard and fast rule, but trying to use a bit more of you control stuff, etc. Also with like some of the things that care about being targeted, it's a bit weird when they get targeted by things that you're not expecting it for.
Alright, next card. Let's move on. So here's a fun one that a few people were excited to show off behind the scenes. Avarark Mastermind is a 4-cost undead character for sleepers. When you deploy Avarark Mastermind, choose target card in your graveyard. When Avarark Mastermind attacks, create a copy of the chosen card in your graveyard. If you have 20 or more cards in your graveyard, create 2 copies instead. It's also a 10/12, so even with its ability being pretty interesting and have a whole lot of power to it, it still has a decent body as well. Mir, did you get hands-on with the Avarark Mastermind at all?
No, I've not had it and hands-on on any of the sets. My dev account got revoked.
Oh, right. What about you?
Yeah, somebody did that on its back end.
Yeah, we used it quite a bit. Like, JG really likes this card. If it doesn't get stopped, it gets really out of control. But I mean, like, it's stoppable.
You know.
It's a little slow for what it wants to do. But if it starts to like clone like infested whatever's the ones that do 2 damage a turn. But yeah, like if it can clone like the things it wants to enough times in the graveyard, it gets problematic.
It's a noob stomp card at the end of the day. It's not got the durability to keep itself alive, and it's coming out at an awkward price point, and it has no immediate value, so unless you play it as a commander, you're probably not going to get a single activation out of it playing against decent decks.
Yeah, like 1 in command was relatively useful in testing. Like otherwise, playing it from deck is a little slow. Although in like something like Rift Run, I could see playing it from deck maybe.
Rift Run removals add a lot more of premium, and Sleepers of Avarark are just oppressive almost in it at the best of times, just because of how powerful their ground game is. It's gonna be gross in Rift Runs probably, but in proper constructed, I don't think it's very useful because of the lack of immediate value. And
Rift Run
a
casual,
single,
it's great.
or
high ranked, it's like
because Sleepers of Avarark have a lot of really good ways to add cards to their graveyard inherently, with things like Filled Grave, Tusk Behemoth Exhumed, and One of Many Exhumed. So stocking your yard with just 1 card a turn isn't all that much, even though the selection is nice.
Alright, we are going to be showing off a brand new card now, so I'm just going to move on from this. Also, there's going to be a little...
They're all brand new, Jason. They're all brand new.
Well, I mean, a card that hasn't been revealed yet.
And I think we definitely do a match after the B.
Jason, because I think we're going to be here for a while going through all the cards. So we want to break it up a little bit with some gameplay.
We've only done 10 so far. I don't know if we have time to play games quite well.
Well, it's a good point, but I also do.
People are here to see the cards. Let's give them what they want. They can do games another time.
We can do it
Cards.
on the live
We were
stream
doing
later
games
this week.
with the new cards, so it was actually showing off the new cards at the same time.
Alright, this is Believer of Paragons, a Flame Dawn and Overseer's card, a human character at 4 cost. If a unique character you control would take damage while Believer of Paragons is in the support zone, that damage is redirected to Believer of Paragons. You can also pay 3, all unique characters in your hand gain +3 and 0. Alright, so what do we think about Believer of Paragons?
It's really bad.
You think so?
Yes. Because you put out a 4-cost creature that's probably going to get itself killed the turn it enters deployment.
Yeah, I was a little
concerned.
concerned.
Cassiel. As well, pay 3 mode is such a tempo sink. Like, you may as well... It's almost as bad as just saying concede the game. If you're playing a proper rush deck. Like, if you pay 3 for that, you're throwing.
Yeah, you'd have to build a deck completely around unique characters, which I have done. I've run this card in the deck that I've built today. But yeah, it definitely. I don't like the fact that it doesn't have a lot of health. It can't really absorb a lot of that. But yeah, I mean, I suppose it can sort of soak up some damage, and then be part of an attack if it needs to be on the tail end of an attack. But yeah, I do see this a bit harder to play, because it kind of goes against a lot of Flame Dawn's rush. But perhaps, yeah, if you're playing a long game with a lot of unique characters, it could be useful.
No, that's not true, because
No?
that hand buff is gonna hit at most 3 targets, and the only actually
it's
good targets for that thing.
It's unique
yeah,
specifically.
If you're running a lot of uniques, you might hit 3 things, and the only things that are actually worth hitting with that buff are Vis the Furious, and Agent Coil Firestarter, and Soul. And the issue with that is all of those cards have a better synergy with Fiery Ascension, who costs significantly less and does more for those cards already.
Yeah.
So it's just spending so much on a Dodo effect with a body that does not support its goal.
Yeah, so it might need a bit of a tune-up, I think. Maybe reduce the cost or just give it some more health.
Yeah, it's not the worst card this set. That goes to Dragon Trainer, but it's pretty bad.
I see a lot of potential with Believer Paragons just being a slightly cheaper way to get a much more specific and targeted Martyr Golem out. Because Martyr Golem is 5 at Factionless. This is 4, and if you only need to tank 1 or 2 hits to keep a unique character alive to get through a certain attack, or defend against a certain unit, I think that Believer Paragons will have their place in that specific use. The pay 3 thing, not great. I'm not going to be using that very much, but I could see myself using Believer Paragons specifically to soak up that little bit of damage and almost act as like an extra life thing and keep something alive a little longer than I want to.
The thing is, Cassiel acts as that role in this purity for cheaper and better.
Yeah.
Because Cassiel's HP stat line actually supports taking a hit and potentially surviving. And once again, 1 cost is a huge amount in Infinity Wars, especially early on when you're trying to make these tempo plays where you might want to get Kali to take a hit. And Believer just can't do that.
Also, welcome Slope and Note to the chat. Hope you're having a great time. How are the new cards looking so far? We're only about 10 or 11 in. You can check out all of the previously revealed cards on our Discord, link of which should be below the stream at the moment. And you can check out everything that we've already shown off, but we have got some more interesting stuff on the way as well. I think the next card is also a card we haven't shown off yet. So yes, that is correct. I'll just quickly get that set up.
I only disagree with you on one point, Mew. I think Dragon Tamer is a better body than Believer of Paragon. And at least it doesn't get itself killed when you play it. At least it's got 12 health, and its effect is a murder itself, protecting a weaker body.
Now the thing is, Dragon Tamer might as well read as a 10-12 vanilla.
Yeah, but if you read it like that, it's a better card than that. So
you really think Believer's shitty?
It was my number 1 pick for just awful card in this set.
Okay, I think Dragon Tamer's worse because it has an active that actually cost you the game.
I mean, it was my number 2, so we're kind of splitting hairs, but yeah.
That's okay. Let's move on. We've got the new card on screen at the moment. This is Bile Imp, which is a character demon from Sleepers and Exiles. It has Infect and Exile 2. When you discard a character, if Bile Imp is deployed, the discarded character permanently gains Infect.
Now, so this on the other scale, I just wanted this all week playing decks. I'm like, it's one of the cards I just want to play with already.
Yeah, so Exiles has a bunch of discard stuff already, and borrowing from Sleepers and giving all of those things Infect so they can come back from when they're triggered with Exile. It's going to be real interesting and real fun. Ruben, have you had much hands-on experience with Bile Imp so far?
Who are you asking then, Jace?
I was asking Ruben. Is he still there?
Yep, Ruben's there. Yep, Bile Imp. Ruben.
Sorry, I just got back. Grabbing hot drink. What do we got here? Bile Imp.
Have you got hands-on with this one before? What do you think about it?
Yeah, so Infect is really strong. This is more Infect. So while it is free cost and not like ridiculously studded, it can, just the base like Infect is where a lot of the power is coming from. Otherwise, it's kind of it's helping you with if you're doing a kind of discard strategy in this color combination, because while a card in the graveyard having Infect normally isn't super useful, Exiles obviously has a lot of both Exiles and Sleeper has ways of getting them out of the graveyard, either via the Exile mechanic, or via Graveyard Resurrection.
Yeah, I like the idea of
And
what you're saying there. Of being able to like discard a card that is an exile card, and then being able to bring out the exile card next turn with Infect is a pretty cool turnaround on his ability. So yeah, I think there's some good utility for him.
Yeah. The question there: do demonic disciples keep the Infect when they transform? No, transform removes buffs. Removes buffs and this. So that won't work, but most other exile cards will. This does also work with if you discard something like a Vision of Abarak, but obviously, when that comes back, it'll have Infect. That's obviously a lot slower though. So probably exile strategies is going to be the most common usage with this.
Alright, next up we have a card that we showed off on the TikTok channel. For those of you that use TikTok, give us a follow. We have a TikTok now. It's fantastic.
Yay, we're on board with the cool kids now. And yeah, that is a good point. We were also putting them all up on YouTube as well, and I really do love Jason's rundowns he's doing of each of the cards, so a lot of those will keep pouring out between now and Revelations and beyond as well. So if you like Jason's little things, please do give us a like. We're getting a lot of views and quite a bunch of likes as well by doing this new sort of marketing strategy, which is really cool. But yeah, Blood Core Mecha.
Yep, so this is a 6-cost Cultivar / Genesis Industries card. I don't know why the Genesis Industries logo is purple there, but it is. At the end of turn, if Blood Core Mecha is on the battlefield, reduce the cost of abilities in your hand by 1 until the end of next turn. Also, when you play your second ability each turn, if Blood Core Mecha is deployed, it gains +4/+4. As I said in the TikTok, this is potentially huge for a lot of Tinker side decks. It's exactly what you want: cheaper spells, and it gets huge body just by existing on the battlefield whenever those spells come out. What if, Red, have you managed to play a successful Tinker side deck with Blood Core Mecha yet?
Yeah, it plays a little like it's like slower, stabler Tinker side. It's kind of like it's not bad at all. It just plays slightly different. You can also use it and play like something like a Tinker side, it's just like a pure artificial deck. So it's like with Luca and stuff like that, or even like Aletta Tinker and shit, because it's an artificial. Like you can play like a more standard GI list that just has Cov in it as well.
Nice.
I like that you could like play Tinker side without the Tinker, or even without like mass deaths and stuff. So I kind of like that card. I don't think it replaces like the standard Tinker side list, just because like 6 cost is pretty slow, but it'll see play somewhere. Someone will do something fun with this card. And it's also like discount Demon of Dark Bargain.
A combo it does enable fairly well actually is Luca Rebellion Leader MD with not sometimes purities don't work out.
Yeah, you can do weird stuff with Candid with it, where like you can finally pay for things like multiple Dark Blasts, or like.
Yep. There was a question in does one PGI have a give barrier spell?
And barrier of your own MD.
Oh, well, it was in barrier that would stop. But if you do give something barrier, it will not die to your own mastiff. It has barrier at that time. Is that what the question was, or?
Yep. Any way to do it. So I'd imagine the analyze the.
There's there's analyze the threats, but that requires you to play DoD. I don't have the full list of cards up right in front of me this second, but I don't think we have a.
I guess keep your eye open for during the rest of the room.
Yeah. So you're looking for this. No, I don't believe we have a one purity Genesis barrier granting in this set, but potentially something that might appear in the future. We'll be seeing how strong or weak barrier plays with the later sets of cards and evaluating from there.
Great, next card.
Yep, just give me a sec. I'm just throwing the last one onto Discord. Alright. This is another brand new card, I believe. Hasn't been shown off yet. So, Blunt the Assault, a 2 purity DoD spell. All characters gain -4/0, then kill all enemy characters with attack 0 or less. So this is a huge debuff to the entire board, including your own, and it has the kill effect on top of that as well, which is a potential huge point of swing and a huge control thing, especially if you've been playing other things that nerf your opponent's characters into the ground. What do you think of this one, Coyle?
Yeah, I think it's quite good for being able to, obviously blunt the assault of a bunch of Flame Dawn guys. I can see it obviously working really well instantly with Flame Dawn aspirants. And maybe even against Sleeper's decks, especially with there's another new card coming soon that'll drop, I think it's 8 2/2 characters, and this will work on them as well. You've got a couple of turns to use it as well. So like with the one where it drops 8 characters out, you don't get to use them for a couple of turns, and you can just play this out and just kill them all instantly. So it could work really well with a bunch of mass decks, even GI mass decks. I think there's a lot of good use for this. I think it's a pretty damn good card, and if you're running Who's to DoD, I would put it in the deck. just generally you're going to be like defending a fair bit if you're already at 2 DoD, and so I think it works in it would work really well in most double DoD decks.
And a fun little combination you can do if you is this: if you're playing like the DoD style of making your attack equal to your health, well, this doesn't really affect that. So if you're using things like overwhelming force or overlapping force or balance, then you can kind of ignore the effect this has on your own characters.
Nice. Alright, fantastic little card. Any actually no chime in. Mew, any thoughts?
I do think it looks better than it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's because you think of those massive blow turns you could get when you kill like 5 tokens and reduce 2 or 3 enemy creatures' attacks, but DoD actually really struggles with their own creatures' attack values, and your board has to stick around. So you're really going to feel the effects of debuffing your own board here with this, because the trades you set up for the rest of the game potentially are going to be significantly worse because of what you've done to your own board here. And it's not going to be able to reliably kill things, as most tokens actually have more than 4 attack once they've taken their lord effects.
Funny, having play tested with this, I agree with you, like it seems scary. What I found it most useful with was in Corrupted Forest, of all things, a card that didn't see play forever, because it mitigates some of your own attack loss and kind of extends the range this kills.
Yeah, like if you stacked it up with Rakharl and Corrupted Forest, you could have some
like
nice
building
plays,
a deck around it. It was actually okay. It was like a solid casual deck. Maybe somebody will make me my words and throw it at me in a ranked game, but it seemed like a solid casual deck that you could build around it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
We'll go on to the next card. So this is one we've already shown off, so we'll just be quick and brief with it. This is Broken Discipline, an Exile's ability card. Choose the Assault, Defense, or Support zone. Your opponent sacrifices a random character in that zone. chaos, randomness, RNG, everything Exiles wants, and it's showcasing a very fun, very important lore moment. So, yeah, really cool card. Any comments, Ruben?
Yeah, well, notably, it's not like as in it's controlled chaos, right? As in it's okay. I think they're gonna only gonna have a attack with a single thing or block with a single thing, so I can use this at the right time. It's a bit of a skill testing card. It's probably a little weaker than some of the other things like spontaneous combustion, but is a single purity, so it can be used, and sacrifice gets through a lot of different defenses. So going to be an interesting niche, and it's a common to kind of give a little bit more variety of the way Exiles do their removal, especially in upcoming riff runs. And yeah, as you said, a big lore moment with the Sage of Discipline getting kind of wrecked by Visir here.
I really like this card. It rewards really high level play. It counters a few things like weird stuff like log or charge units that if you've predicted perfectly, The
thing is, it's actually not a great log counter, because log almost always has things in the assault zone with it, so it takes the game down to slots. I actually really hate this card because it's going to take the game down to luck quite often. As well, it cuts through a lot of resistances, as Ruben noted, and there's already a big problem with the game with the high-end durable creatures who are paying for these durability effects not getting value out of them, because there's a significant amount of removal like this that just cuts through it.
And it was the one thing I was gonna say. My one issue with this card is that it's in 1 Exiles again, and there's becoming a pretty growing list of removal, odd removal in there that's giving them a removal package that starts to compete with things like Kov.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on all this stuff, especially as we do the QA and stuff over the next time. And obviously we've chosen to go with the ability to balance cards out in the past that have been there, and so we'll do the same with these. If we're finding if it's getting too much utility in the Exiles, we can always put more into it. But yeah, I personally like the ability to sprinkle Exiles, but thanks to the rework, we can build some pretty solid decks around just the Exiles, so it might be worth increasing the purity on this.
As another note on the whole balance thing, we originally released Memorial to Heroes as an 8-cost location, and it's now a 10-cost location. It's been changed twice, so we are open to design by iteration, and if something proves to be too weak, too strong, too luck dependent and stuff, we do want to try and keep our eyes on that and make changes where appropriate. So, nothing is set in stone. Except for that one card set in stone, but we haven't revealed that one yet. Anyway, moving on. Next card. And let me just check. This is a card that we have not revealed yet. So, we get another new exclusive. This is Buried Below, which is personally a fantastic potential card in my opinion. 1 cost ability, create a Risen of Avarok in your graveyard, then put the top 2 cards of your deck into the graveyard. This feels like a slightly weaker Fill the Graves, but it does give you a guaranteed Risen of Avarok, so you get guaranteed value no matter what you manage to throw away. I think it's fantastic. It's everything that Sleepers of Avarok wants.
It's so much everything Sleepers of Avarok wants. I've refused to play them on live because I know this card's a thing, and they're just so much less fun without it.
This has ruined Sleepers for you?
This has ruined current Sleepers for me. I'm no, when Buried Below is back or available, I'll play them again. For now, you're retired.
It does actually have one big thing on Fill the Graves, and that is being 1 cost.
Yeah.
1 cost spells are so valuable because they allow you to pad out your curve safely. It's why Box is no longer a 3 of in a lot of decks, just because it's so awkward to play now as a 2 cost. Whereas before, as a 1 cost, it was fairly easy to just throw down when your curve wasn't quite lining up.
Absolutely. Coil, any comments?
Just that I'll be running this in all my sleepers decks.
Yeah,
So, yeah, I
it's a
already
3 of
like.
them.
Yeah, I already run Risens in all my decks almost as well, so this just makes it even more powerful. And yeah, I've also been looking for more cards to be able to fill the graveyard up, because that is exactly what it needs. Like you guys have been saying, it's exactly what it needs. And yeah, I think it's easy, instant in all my decks. And for all the reasons we just mentioned before, being able to pad out the curves and stuff is something that I look to do with 1-drops. So yeah, this will do it.
Alright, next up we've got a new card yet again. Make that go away. This is Carlotta's Arbitrator. 8 cost, 2 purity Overseers of Solace card. It has flying, and while Carlotta's Arbitrator is on the battlefield, characters entering the deployed area doesn't cause effects to trigger. So it's a huge cost card, but it just straight up shuts down everything that's a deploy effect. Huge potential control point for Overseers of Solace. It does have a huge cost to it, meaning that, you know, it's going to be very hard to get this off, but if you know your opponent is playing very specific, big deployment stuff, you can really just shut them down and kick them out of the game for that. But, as a note, it does need to be on the battlefield, which does mean that it's highly exposed to a lot of potential dangers and control spells as well. Is Ruben? Ruben's not here. Coil, your thoughts?
Yes. So actually, maybe if you want to rotate it around a bit, get other people's thoughts on this one. I'll chime in as needed.
Cool. What about you, Ray?
And maybe keep it to 1 or 2 comments so we can keep going through the cards.
It's pretty
as well.
expensive. Like I think it'll see some play in casual. It's a big flying angel. People like those and stuff. But outside of like sideboard for like I don't know what, like turn 8's pretty late to be preventing them triggering stuff. They've probably already triggered it. This card doesn't scare me. It's just a big angel.
There's going to be 1 or 2 people who have the absolute ultimate favorite card of like that Demon of Death that just does a mass death when you deploy it, and now they're just looking at this and they're like, no.
Mart of Death is on Death Trigger. This would not prevent it. Carolita's Arbiter is actually just god awful. The body's bad for the cost because it doesn't have any immediate value, and its effect is fairly weak. It's very overcosted.
Yeah, so we might have to look at the cost and stuff, and obviously we have to balance out this process of creating a bunch of cool new cards and not having it just all be power creep on what was there before.
Well, Sleepers are looking like all power creep. And then you have stuff like Overseer's Songs, which are a pile. The faction favoritism's really strong this set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll certainly be balancing that out. We'll keep that all in mind, so thank you for bringing that up. Yeah.
Duelist mentions, clearly we need this to counter Corrupted Celestial Dragon. That's actually probably one of its more powerful edge cases. Definitely has some potential. Just counters Corrupted Hakim if you didn't manage to remove all their graveyard. I mean, if you've got 2 Overseers, then you've definitely got a fair few graveyard removal tools, but maybe you're just annoyed by having like 5 or 8 graveyard hate cards in your deck and you just can't be bothered. You maybe want to do this instead. That's fine. That's up to you.
This doesn't really do that because it's battlefield only. They can see that you have that creature in the support zone the turn you play it, so you can't play it in response to as a called shot essentially. And because they'll see it, they just won't play those deployment only effect creatures like Hakim or Aluka, and they'll simply remove your Kirli's Arbiter. With a body like that, at a cost like that, there's no faction that can't remove it effectively.
So we've got 3 cards coming up, all of which we've revealed already, so we'll just kind of skim through these as best we can, make sure we get a couple comments, but yeah, we want to try and really hone this in, because we're like almost an hour and a half in, and we've only covered like 20 cards so far, so...
We're at C, so yes, let's move through this quickly.
Let's try and speed run just a little bit. So this is Carrie's New Life, which is a 1 cost Warpath card that requires 2 Warpath, and I personally love seeing more Warpath 1 costs come into the game. It's always been like, the awkward thing of turn 1 Warpath, what do you play? I think this is a great thing. Sacrifice carries new life. If carries new life rolls on the battlefield, you gain 1 extra resource next turn. So it's got a fair bit of potential play with not only giving you an extra boost when you need it later on, but also with becoming a potential target for, I think it was the
Caretaker
card...
of the Young.
Sorry?
It's Caretaker of the Young.
Caretaker of the... That's exactly what I was thinking. Thank you.
This thing could have been it doesn't even need text, and it's going to be a 3 of in every Hermit deck. It fills out the curve, and that's the only thing that matters. The effect's terrible, but it doesn't matter. It's
Actually,
a really good card.
The effect is kind of scary. Just because of it lets you ramp on a weird curve.
It has the same issue as Gift of the Passing, except it's fragile yet, so the effect's not very good.
It's mainly because it lets you get like a turn 3 profit.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're playing it into the meta stuff with that and command, it's like, okay, cool, that's going to die if you don't have initiative.
Well, you wouldn't play Command, you'd play 3 of it main deck. It's just
yeah,
Hermit
absolutely.
targets, so that way you don't have to run Hulk and
I'm
Sniper
talking
Command.
about Red's ramping style for it.
Yeah.
Well, you just run passing gifts for that.
Also, welcome JD Snowboarder to the Discord chat. Next card, we're going to do 2 at once because the cards are very closely linked. I am going to be covering the chat just for a second, so those of you watching the VOD, sorry about that.
Castiel's Grave and Cassiel, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So first off, we have... hold on, let me click there. First off, we have Cassiel the Betrayed. Angel, unique character. It has Vigilance, and when Cassiel the Betrayed dies, create a Cassiel's Grave in your hand. This is Cassiel's Grave next to it. Angels you control have +1/+1. When a character enters the deployed area under your control, the next time it attacks, it gains flying until the end of turn. And it's another 5 cost. So both these cards have a fairly high cost to them. Not 100% sure how worth it they would be, but having a decently healthy character that has Vigilance with a 1 Purity Overseers, and generating anything in your hand, even if it's a garbage card that you had to mulligan away, I think it's got some value to it.
Yeah, at 5 cost, obviously it's a bit tricky to get good use out of it. I can think of a good meme deck where you could just have like 10, or not 10, but you could have like 6 Cassiel's Graves out by the end of it. But yeah, don't know.
I would only really play this in something that's like specifically looking to do like maybe a 2 Genesis 1 Overseers weird thing.
I
like
wouldn't
artifact
do it in
matters
there.
somewhere in there, because like
You
the
don't have
cost
enough
of 5 is too high to play that.
Yeah, Cassiel's Grave's overcharge fodder, but Cassiel the Betrayed herself is fine. Like, a 10-16 Vigilance is actually a pretty good stat line, as we've seen with Spirit Guard. And Overseer's Psalms can actually play fairly defensively at 1 and 2 P with DOD. It's not an A tier deck, but it is real, because you can do things with Lingbao and Melosia.
Yeah, something I'd like to
lots of
see.
new multi-purity cards, like 1 Overseers, might show up in a lot of decks that want just a body to defend them. So
Yeah. Or like back when you were playing Rome, Hero's Grave, you would have played Cassiel back in bad.
Yeah.
I think at
stall.
least having perhaps like it gets its cost reduced by 3 or something like that, just to make it kind of link a bit stronger. Yeah, I just don't see it working that well with the 5 costs. I could even not play out Cassiel's Grave for multiple turns. Whereas I'd like to see this kind of link a bit better. And perhaps, yeah, like I said, reduce the cost of Cassiel's Grave by 3 or something like that.
Yeah, that'd be
worth it.
great to see.
As a note, from what I currently understand from Ruben, and I could be wrong here, Cassiel's Grave is not a card that exists by itself in the deck builder and is only accessed by
correct.
Cassiel itself. I could be wrong there, but that is my current understanding. If Ruben was here, I would ask him for clarification, but he doesn't seem to be.
Yeah, sorry, he's popped out for a bit. But yeah, that's I'll talk with him about that anyway. But yeah, obviously that means it's 101 cards, right?
Something like that. Anyway,
Yeah,
yes,
we have
this
to
is
look
a-
at that because that makes me wonder if there's a card missing if we're not able to build with it in the deck. Like you're gonna get copies of it by
There
buying
is a card missing. I know the story on it. Don't worry about it.
it. Okay, cool. We got it. We got it under control. Cool.
Alright, yeah. Also, this is a very important lore moment. I'll explain it in another stream, though, because it's a whole complicated mess. Sol's a bad guy, kind of a dick. Cassiel gets dicked over by them. Moving on. Got a new card to show off, but before we do that, I gotta make a quick bring sound. Sorry about the bring. It came through the stream. Alright, here we go. This is Ceaseless Hunger. We have a Warpath and Exiles 5-cost ability. Target character you control on the battlefield and target enemy character each deal damage to each other equal to their power. If your character survives, fully heal it and it gains Bloodthirst 4. So this is fight, but a bit more on steroids, and it makes things a whole lot easier.
This one's kind of funky because it gives Warpath Exiles commander target, which is interesting.
Oh, it doesn't
effect
specify
isn't
target
the
enemy
worst
character on the
thing
battlefield.
ever. It's a much higher costed fight, but like this is pretty usable. I wouldn't ever play more than 2, and I would play those in pretty specific like spawn decks that would look to get out larger creatures to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and I like the comment from Darksbane around Bloodthirst on Unstoppable was also funky. Yeah, it will make it pretty interesting plays if you suddenly give something Bloodthirst that is like a 2020. But yeah,
Ceaseless is also a pretty reliable heal, as you will not suicide your creature obviously with it.
Yeah.
So
The
that
target
is
selection's
useful as well.
Really nice.
Yeah, it's honestly pretty solid. It's expensive
It's
removal,
like-
but it does a lot.
Yeah, if you drop a Skrar turn 7, and then you have this ready in hand turn 8, like that's your Skrar again with Bloodthirst, because your opponent's gonna have something somewhere that you can just kill.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
cheap,
it's
good heal as well. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's good.
adding Bloodthirst to Scar's good. Cool. Next card, Jace.
Next card. This is one we've already shown off, so we can just breeze through it relatively quickly. Celebration of Heroes. It's a 9-cost, 1 Purity Flamedawn card. All characters you control gain +3/0 and an additional life. Now, I wasn't necessarily too keen on this card when it first came out. I thought it was a bit overcosted, but I've been shown the light and shown some specific ideas that gives it a lot more potential power than I thought it was worth. Any quick comments before we move on?
I think this sees highest play paired with Warpath. 9 is a lot to pay for pretty much anybody else, and no guarantee that they have significant board presence to utilize it by the time that it rolls around.
I would agree with JG. It's mostly a Warpath card, but it does its role well. It's very hard to counter this without a Calamity, and if you are playing Warpath, you'll have at least a few turns to take advantage of all that.
The real shame is when you're playing 2 Warpath, 1 Flamedawn, you drop this turn 9, your opponent pumps, and then Calamity's your previous turn.
Well, you won't be playing at turn 9 with Warpath because
Yeah.
you'll have your Brings Life Path things, your etc.
Yeah.
There's like
If you're
turn
dropping
6
this
play.
earlier, like turn
7, turn 8,
yeah,
and you'll get a
8.
few turns safely to
If you're
use
lucky,
the
you can
lives.
pull it probably turn 6, but then you don't really have the board to
No,
utilize it fully.
that's absolutely right.
So here's a weird thing for Plopanope's answer. The answer is yes, everything made by Memorial of the Heroes does get a second life, but also they're removed from the game at the end of the turn, so them having 2 lives or 20 doesn't matter, they're just gone. So it does, but it also doesn't matter. Not in the way that you think it Alright,
I mean,
Next
if they had
card.
Unstoppable, it might matter.
they might. This is Chamber of the Convocation. 4 cost, 1 Purity Overseer's location card. When a unique character you control enters the deployed area, it and all other copies of that card you control permanently gain +2/+1. Now,
There's an absolutely hilarious Evely deck you can do with this.
yeah.
The
Yeah.
2 Overseers Tempest Evely deck is very funny.
The
Yeah.
thing is, it's so slow because at that point you already want to have all your Tempest out. And
Oh, absolutely.
So Chamber's just not doing anything for you.
Yeah, and it does take
Yeah.
up a whole location slot, so you got to bear that in mind as well.
It's
going to make it
pretty
harder
wretched.
Hmm. Interesting.
You also get like your standard flicker toys on your Tempest as well.
Ah.
Get repeatable buffs out of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't want to flicker your own Tempest so it can keep hitting face.
Yeah. Which is why it's a funny deck, and not a good deck.
Yeah, I think this is a card that'll show up in tons of casual matches and almost no high-ranked matches.
Yeah. Its value is very limited for actual competitive play.
Yep.
Alright.
Okay, then that'll be the case with a bunch of cards. But yeah, it's a bit of a question, obviously, as to what we do. And I was even just talking through before, like, what do we do with a lot of the sets? Do we like have them be a bit stronger and pull them back? Do we have them be a bit weaker and then buff them? It is a bit of a conversation to have, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know where to sit on that because there's 2 ways. There's a bunch of different ways you can look at it as to the impact of either trying to make these cards a bit stronger so that they have more utility versus making a whole OP deck and then everyone complains that we're just ramping and we're just not ramping but power creeping on our set.
Personally, I think the most frustrating is when something like what happened this set happens, where you see obvious favorites being played.
Oh, I don't know. Overseers has got at least one card that's. Oof.
Well, then there's Sleepers of Aviark who have at least 10 cards that are all questionably balanced.
Alright, so moving on to the next card, we have Channeled Storm. This is a 2 Purity Genesis card, an ability at 6 cost. If you play 2 or more artifacts and or abilities last turn, this costs 2 less. Deal 12 damage to target character on the battlefield and 4 damage to each adjacent character. So it's a bit of targeted damage for battlefield specifically. Genesis is traditionally pretty low on this type of effect, so it's going to be interesting to see where it comes from, but it is highly costed if you don't manage to trigger the artifact/ability thing on the previous turn, which should be relatively easy for most decks if you're running things like Tinker, upgrades, jetpacks, whatever else.
You'd have to be running a lot of low-cost stuff to make this really useful. I think because it's already 6 and then goes down to 4. By the time you've played 2 other things, you won't necessarily have the 4 left. But yeah, the output is pretty awesome.
Well,
You
no,
can
it's 2 on the
build them.
previous turn. So, like, example, turn
true,
3,
last
you could play
turn,
a 2
yes.
and 1 cost and then just play this
yeah.
on turn 4.
Good point. So yeah, it might have a bit more utility. What do you guys think?
It's actually a pretty good turn 4 control spell, as Fred was saying. 2 cost, 1 cost combo. It's pretty common T3. And you could do something like kill Bromwich and clean out a Flame Dawn Assault, which
Yeah,
is
it's
very solid.
I personally appreciate that this is in 2 Purity, where Tinkerside has a harder time taking advantage of it without dipping into suboptimal purities for its general plan. Because I like GI having damage, but I dislike giving more tools to decks that are already significantly potent.
Yeah, it also played well with the Blood Core mecha. Like, I built a 2 GI, 1 Cov list, and like reducing all your abilities by 1 makes it both easier to play this and to play the 2 abilities.
Yeah, it's a good combo potential. Cool. Thanks, Jace. Next card. We're still on C.
This is Compiled Corpses. Warpath and Sleeper's 5-cost ability. Create an XX zombie beast with Unstoppable where X is the number of cards in your graveyard, and it has recall 6, meaning you play it from the graveyard for 6.
Yeah, I mean, number of cards in your graveyard is pretty epic. That it's going to build off everything that's getting put in there. So running this obviously with Fill the Graves and the new one drop as well. Yeah, I can see this pumping out some pretty cool things. It's not too expensive. It does have Unstoppable as well. So, and the fact that you can do it twice is pretty awesome.
This
So
paired with one of the other one purity warpath tools in the set kind of puts out a lot of pressure by the time that you would play it, but also it's kind of like an ancient egg in that sense. You don't ever want to cast it on the turn that you can use it, because late game its power is more significant than it would be at any other point.
And what are the one costs that you said it would work well with?
1 purity. Not sure if it's been revealed yet or not.
It hasn't. It's in K, I think.
Yeah, starts with
Cool.
a K.
Cool. All right, we'll get to that one. Awesome. Jace, I'll keep pressing us to move forward if there's.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Next, we have one of my favorite artworks of the entire set. I think Ruben really nailed the brief for this one, and it came out amazing. To the new, absolutely nailed it. Concordant Collective, which is a DoD Sleepers card, Undead Plant type, 4/16 stat line. While Concordant Collective is on the battlefield, prevent all damage dealt to other characters you control by sources you control. It also has pay 2, all other characters become poisoned, taking 1 damage at the end of each turn. The activation can only be used once per turn.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite arts from the set, I'd say, just because of the juxtaposition between the cherry blossom tree and the sidewalk zombies. Very cool. We've covered the card before, so we'll move past it pretty quickly. But yeah, it's obviously got a bunch of utility. Anyone want to say a particularly good combo you could use with it?
DoD in general facilitates just the absolute use of this card all the time. Because like if you get out, 1 chef, then its poison effect is completely negated. 2 chefs, and then you don't
it already
care
negates its
that
own poison
everything's
effect.
getting poisoned. Say again?
It already negates its own poison effect.
Yeah, but
That's
then
just
it's
inherent.
vulnerable on battlefield.
What? It's not invulnerable at all.
No, it becomes vulnerable on the battlefield if you're actually playing it out to utilize its damage negation.
Yes. Yeah, but 1 poison is slow.
Very much so.
In
Pair this
my
with,
brain, you would throw this into the assault zone and just assume that they're not going to defend with anything too beefy. Usually on the same turn that you'd play out like a Yuan-Shi's Wrath or something, just to get the most value out of it.
Nice. Cool. Next card.
Alright, moving on. This is...
It says all other characters, by the way. Patope or Nope. So it would target all characters, even commanders, right? So
Yeah, it just has all the same. It has the same issues as Acid Rain, only more extreme with the poison effect.
So here we have Contaminated Seraph. This is a 2 cost, and it's a Sleepers or Angel card. Flying and lives 2, but it can't block. What are your thoughts?
I like the amount of early game pressure it puts on just by being able to stay around a little bit. Obviously 2's quite low life, but it is flying already, so it's probably going to be doing a bunch of attacking, and yeah, some solid damage over time because you can't just get rid of it straight away with a cheap spell. So yeah, I do like that.
Every time I look at this, it's Mutating Dead, or it's just something I'm not really looking to use that much.
I think Sleepers
It's in a
Avatar
weird
get
spot.
quite a bit out of it.
Yeah, and I like the fact that obviously with the morale cost, you would think that it could be a bit scary, but it won't come off until it hits the graveyard. So with the 2 lives, you won't see the morale. You won't lose 8 morale for this 1 card, which would be pretty nasty.
I think the chat has already solved and figured out exactly where this card goes. They're all panicking about Mutating Dead getting a lot of keywords from this. Yeah, I absolutely think that it's got a whole lot of potential there, and could end up even being the main thing that it's used for, realistically.
I honestly wouldn't mind if Mutating Dead made it slightly more meta. It's kind of a fun deck.
I think it's really solid for 2 Sleepers of Avark in general. Because Sleepers of Avark actually do want to play aggro. They just don't have that many low-cost aggro cards. They're really good as an aggro deck when you can get those things, though.
And I do like that it's pretty powerful. I mean, probably might be a little too powerful, but it's like pretty powerful for either or factions.
It
So you
is
can play
not
it in
powerful
either
for
way.
Overseers.
For
Overseers have better options, and
Okay, cool.
it doesn't do any of the things they really want. And they can't use the lives effectively because it can't block.
True.
So
Okay, cool.
you're just playing a squishy, low damage creature. Truth Seeker and Grounded Angel would be a lot better for 2 Overseers.
Cool.
Moving on, shall we?
Yep.
Alright, we have a friend of yours, Coil. Crestmore. A 6-cost, 2 DoD Purity unique character with 12 and 8. He has lives 2, and Crestmore deals more morale damage instead of fortress damage. He also has Deadly while in the assault zone. I think that this is a fantastic card. I think that Ruben's really made something interesting here with an alternative way to hit the opponent's morale, specifically by being aggressive and guaranteeing that if the attack goes through, they lose morale, and if it doesn't, because they block something, it kills it because it has Deadly and they lose morale. I think it's fantastic.
I use this. I'll comment on it. I used it in my match with Ruben, and it worked really well. Except it didn't actually buff my I think it was the Golem, because for whatever reason didn't count that particular type of damage. But it really helped in my game against Ruben. I won't reveal who won it though, but it definitely, it definitely helped the game overall. When I was playing it, and I mean the Deadly's awesome. Even just the lives 2 was really good to defend with. I found a decent amount of utility out of him, but perhaps his stats are a little lower than what they are. But I still found a lot of usefulness for him. Yep.
All right, we'll move on because this is a revealed one.
It's a reveal.
So are the next 1 or 2 cards, so we can speedrun this a little bit.
And we can feel free to put 2 up as well if you want. Just make it faster.
Yep, sure thing. So this is Crystalline Replication, which is a 3-cost ability that is Exiles and Genesis. Target character you control gains +5/+5. Create an exact copy of that character on top of your deck. So real good at making extra copies of stuff. Got some real interesting potential with both Exiles and Genesis because it creates an exact copy, so whatever buffs you've thrown onto something, those carry over to whatever you've got in your hand. And the other card that we're going to be showing off here as well, another one that we've already revealed, Cultural Exchange, which has cutest fucking artwork ever. A 2-cost DoD/Warpath card. It's an ability. At the start of the next turn, you may have an additional location in play this game. So it really opens up the floodgates and allowing you to have multiple locations in Warpath DoD, both of which have some pretty interesting locations.
Yeah.
Now you actually get to start thinking about, okay, if I have 2 locations, what 2 locations can I pair together in, to actually make some really interesting combos and stuff happen. My main question is, can the locations stack? Because instantly, I want to just have double wall of Jinhai going, and just, everything takes -4 damage, plus I have that character that takes -4 damage, and then I've just got a giant wall that they can't get past, and that's really fun.
The main thing that I think of when I look at this card is multiple untapped wilderness.
Corrupted Forest was fun.
Oh, you tried it with Corrupted Forest?
Yeah, I was running them in my in the list with Blunt the Assaults. You play like 3 Corrupted the Forests, and then like anything with 10 attack or unders, just rip.
Nice.
Yeah, I see a lot of good use for that. I like cards that do some very interesting things. So I'm a big fan of the idea of having multiple locations, which is something I've never had before. So obviously it's quite specific, but I think it's good.
Yeah. I think Culture Exchange is really exciting and opens up a lot of key combos, but I think Crystalline's probably problematic. The line
Crystalline's gross.
Crystalline's very scary.
Like hitting your turn 2 support drone, that's already an 11/11, and making yourself a 16/16 support drone for 1 in your hand next turn is not good for the game, most likely.
That's pretty
So
bonkers.
augmented ninja is a thing.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There's a lot of things that are going to be really out of control with that.
And of course, if you have multiple crystallines in hand, you can continuously stack their buff onto the same target on field if it continues living, and then
Yeah.
draw much more efficiently buffed things from your deck.
Yeah, Crystalline is definitely a card we have our eyes on, because we'll be having a balance patch about a week or maybe a week and a half after everyone gets their hands on the cards, and that'll just be affecting Revelation cards. But yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on how Crystalline Replication performs once everyone gets their hands on it.
And as Dravode asked in the chat, are unique locations going to become a thing now? Very likely, yes. I mean, we have
Maybe we'll see.
I'm
The
saying
card is as whether we need to make unique locations just because we have a single card that can kind of break that. We'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, bearing in mind they're already basically unique except for this card, so it's like, yeah, you're not gonna have that. All the locations are unique unless you're running this. So, yeah.
Right, we've got another card that we've already shown off before, DOG, Dimensional Ordnance Gatherer, which is a 1-cost GI/Overseer's card. When DOG enters the deployed area, it permanently gains +4/+4, then if it has 8 or greater attack, it gains flying. And if it has 12 or greater attack, you draw a card. Perfect
All I have to say is,
potential
"Aw."
target for flicker stuff, flicker effects, because the stat gain, is permanent. And it's super interesting. Oh my god, crystalline replication on this.
No, that's a lot worse than
It's
support.
worth a lot less than you think. I
Aw.
built that deck just because I immediately thought of the same reflexive meme, and then I tried it and was like, oh yeah, that's right, unique rule, duh.
Yeah, and that's why I was thinking it possibly could lose the unique tag. It doesn't have to have that.
That would be a bad idea.
But then, it might be too powerful at that point.
Evoli decks with these things are actually kind of very nasty.
Mm,
Yeah,
Yep.
we've already shown off dog, so we can move past
on?
it real quick.
Yep.
I think we've also shown
Also,
off...
shoutouts to Kevkis for making them play a guessing game with this thing, and they were trying to guess the text of dog with no prompts. I was sleepy as all get out. It was one of the funniest things to watch them just try like 208 questions to guess this text. Oh my god. Oh.
yeah.
I gave him that challenge, and I didn't think it would take as long as it did because I got DOG confused with another card. I thought it was going to be a simple one, and it's very complicated.
It was so funny.
Did we end up adding or taking away the pink trims on DOG?
The what?
There was like
taking
pink
away.
trims taking away. Cool.
No.
Yeah, because it was Lucas.
To make it
but-
look like Luca.
Yeah. Yeah, but we
I
took
think
them away.
those got
Didn't
removed.
match the card. Yeah, because it didn't match the card colors. But yeah, that's all right.
I'm looking at them in game as they're right now, but
Okay, maybe we added them.
Oh.
It could be that
I
it's
thought
just
it was
showing up
in
in the
reverse.
GIF because of the color loss on GIF compression. So,
Cool. Okay, next card.
right.
Can I get flying by turn 2? Was the question.
I don't
oh
think
yeah,
so.
I figured out a way to do that. It's complicated. It's like a puzzle. You can figure it out with all the cards. There's definitely a way to do it. I can't remember what it was. I think it involved a support drone.
Yeah.
So, this is Death in Heaven, another card we've already shown
Love
off.
it.
Overseers/Sleepers, and another important lore moment because
Exactly. If you haven't guessed it, they're pouring into heaven.
Yeah,
Solace.
that should not be possible. That has never happened before. What the hell is going on? You choose one, kill all deployed token characters, or kill all deployed non-token characters. Just a fun little, interesting thingamabob you can do. Huge potential board wipe, and pairs really well with whatever specific style you want to double down into. If you want to make a bunch of tokens, swarm your opponent with tokens, and then kill all non-token things on the field, it's got potential.
Yeah, and if you're filling both graveyards, you might as well, yeah, do it. Like, there's one way to do that. If you have a bunch of low stuff out, low cost things out, all the tokens, everything goes to the graveyard, which will then fill up your graveyard more, which makes you closer to the 20 graveyard cards for that other card we looked at before.
I am worried about the deployed being the specific
Yes.
keyword. It might end up getting changed to battlefield, but yeah, again, as we said, we're going to be keeping an eye on everything, getting a bunch of feedback from everybody once they get their hands on and actually get to play test with things. But yeah, so far this is what we've got. Shall we move on to the
Very
next
cool
card? 'Cause
animation. Yep, and I do love that animation. It's awesome. Yes, next card, thanks.
I'm actually not a huge fan of the animation. It's a great concept, but unfortunately the animation itself is a little bit poor, and we've got the person who's like completely still and unmoving, like they're all just like kind of moving their heads at a statue. This is probably one of my favorite artworks.
Fair enough. There's also some interesting blocking and going on there with that shot, but that's cool. Move on to the next shot.
Absolutely.
Next card.
We've got a brand new one, I believe. So this is Defend the Borders, which is a 7-cost ability, Flame Dawn and DoD. For each character in your defense zone, create an exact copy of it in the assault zone. It's a spirit in addition to its other subtypes, and at the end of the turn, remove those copies.
Oh my god, I love this card. I mean, it's in Dawn and Flame Dawn. It's a bad card by virtue of being there, but it does everything that Purity wants to do, despite the fact that you probably shouldn't want to play it.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic card as well. It does.
And that's exactly what I want to see personally. Like, I want to see us like create some things where it's like, oh, you wouldn't normally pair those two guys up, but what would happen if you did? And yeah, I think this falls really, really nicely into that sort of playstyle.
Yeah,
It
great.
makes me sad that it's 7 cost instead of 6, because then I can't do overlapping force defend the borders.
Yeah.
But also, it's probably healthier that it's there instead of lower.
Yeah,
cost.
exactly.
It's well worth what it's asking you to pay. It's just
Oh, absolutely.
Also,
An
God
awkward purity.
forbid that
My
somehow you manage to get this off after you've played out the Memorial to Heroes, because then you would create an entire copy of your defense zone in the assault zone and then copy that. Jesus, that's a dumb deck idea I'm going to try and make work.
I also
There's
like
a lot of
that
good combos.
if you copy Gohans, they then immediately run back to the defense zone. They're like, I don't have any business being here. What are you talking about?
This isn't where I'm supposed to be.
I would like to point out that you can't use this in combo with Memorial to Heroes, because non-spirit characters only.
Damn.
Yep.
Alright, fair enough. That Ruben beat me to it with his balancing. Screw you, Ruben.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on to the next card, shall we?
Yep.
Alright, I'm going to give a very minor seizure warning for this one, as it does contain a little bit of flashing lights, so if that's something you're sensitive to, feel free to just be careful, squint your eyes, look away for whatever reason.
Never play the card.
Or do whatever your doctor tells you to do in case of flashing lights. We are not medical professionals.
That's right.
So this is Defy Surveillance, which is a 2-cost ability for Genesis Industries. Preemptive, target character gains +2/+2 and untouchable this turn, and it has recall 4.
I like the card a fair bit, especially if you can predict that someone's going to do something this turn to that thing, which can be pretty easy to predict. You know, if you've got something big on the battlefield and you know it's going to get death rate, then the fact that it's preemptive and gives it untouchable is pretty awesome, and a double replay on it. I think this, some good use to it, provided you know what you're playing against and when it's going to be useful. Yeah.
People with epilepsy getting this card from a pack.
The main thing that I see this card getting used in a lot, like where it's potentially worrisome, is Tinkerside decks. Because the untouchable and counter matchups is real nice. At 2 cost, it's very playable. With a 3/3 on top of that.
It's a pretty classic Silver Bullet from GI. You definitely wouldn't want to main deck it, but when it's Silver Bullet, you're going to be happy to have it in sideboard.
It also helps a little if
permanent,
you're, for whatever reason, building a Go Tall deck. You know, you can maybe protect your Go Tall guy.
Is Ruben here at the moment?
It's not permanent, by the way. He's not there, but he's not here at the moment. But yeah, it's not permanent, so it's only this turn. Bear that in mind.
Tinkerside, welcome. We were just talking about
And that's
you
the
and
only
your
thing
deck.
you need it for.
Absolutely. So this is a fun one. Oh, I have to add this to the Discord. 1 moment.
Also, I'd love to play a Tinkerside deck if anyone's got a really good version of it.
Oh,
It's
there is
not
so
what it
much
was.
more potential and directions you can go with the Tinkerside deck, thanks to a lot of the cards in Revelations.
Yeah.
So you've got options. You've got plenty.
Cool. Next card.
Alright, let me check. Yep, this is another card.
Did someone call? Says Tinkerside.
Who's the OG?
I did. What is your favorite current version of Tinkerside? And I'll play with it with Revelations. If you want to paste it in chat, or just PM it to me. Cool.
This is Denouncer of Heaven, which is an Overseer's Exiles 3-cost Angel Demon. Has a stat line of 7 and 4 and flying. When Denouncer of Heaven dies, increase the cost of the top card of your opponent's deck by 3.
Seamew, Overseer's got love too. This thing is gross.
Yeah.
I play this thing constantly. 2 to 3 in every Exiles and Overseers. Like anything with a purity in either of those gets 2 to 3 of these guys. Just because you never really feel bad about playing them.
It's always going to generate some level of value, because yes, it's 3 cost, but so is the next card on top of their deck. It's just increased by 3 cost.
I personally am really curious as to Mew's opinion on this.
It's strong. It's strong. That's really that simple. It's a lot like Defiant Trickster. It's hard to get into a situation you lose tempo with it.
Yeah.
Alright. That was about how I felt. I was worried you were gonna say it's really grossly strong. So
No, it's strong. It's, well, like, hand destruction feels bad, but it's not that strong. But, you know, like, it's hand destruction. People don't like playing against it, but it
I like
can
the
be
idea
effective
of
without
this.
being
About
gross.
5 health. It'd be gross.
I
Yeah,
like
but
the
it does
idea
to a
of
commando.
this, and
Hold.
you pair it with, I think it's Denial of Reason is the Exiles one, where you steal a card from your opponent's hand, but you accidentally steal the overcosted buff by 3 card that they drew, so you end up just taking a really high cost card from your opponent.
So, what's going to happen a lot of the time with Denouncer of Heaven is they'll kill it for like 1 or 2, and then they'll have to overcharge your top card, because it's, if you increase a card's cost by 3, it's essentially dead. So it just turns into overcharge fodder. Which is, you know, it's not ideal, but it's also not uncounterable. And because it's a one-time effect, it's a lot more manageable than a Defiant Trickster.
Alright, we've done that one, done that one. Alright, we can move on to the next card. This is one that we talked about briefly earlier. This is Dragon Trainer, a 10-12 Flame Dawn or Warpath card. Pay 1, exhaust. Overcharge twice. If you do, create a random dragon in your hand.
This is my vote for worst card in the set. Now, is
This
Ruben
card
here?
is
I gotta
very
ask,
much
what was he
awful.
thinking when he made this?
Something about in draft you might want to throw 2 cards away for a dragon,
No.
and
Like-
something about 4 cost missing a slot for, I don't know. This
It's
is many people's not favorite card. It looks cute though. I like its art.
Yeah, art's good.
I'm just getting Ruben to jump in and comment on it. I'm going to try and make this card work because I love dragons. But
I think a
just
lot of
really
casual
bad.
players will enjoy this card. I will say
Yeah.
that. Like, I mean, get random dragons sounds like
Yeah.
a thing that if you're just playing for jokes, you
Also,
might
Yeah,
enjoy.
pair it
can
with,
I just
Testing,
quickly-
testing.
I just want
Hi,
to
Ruben.
quickly
Yeah.
make a
Yep.
note before Ruben
Yeah.
jumps in. Did everyone else hear the guy that has 8 cards that all turn into dragons say that he likes dragons? I was not expecting that. That came out.
didn't
of
see
nowhere.
that coming. I think he should also. I think she should also reduce. Oh, Beck should also reduce Age of Coil's dragon transformation because that was the original intention. And because Beck is actually used to be our admin person here, so that's her card.
So this card's primarily getting like not all aimed at constructed, aimed at people who want to get as many dragons in their deck as possible, or at draft specifically because it can be it's a hybrid purity, so it can go in. It's in a lot of different decks as a single hybrid, and basically, you often draft games will go longer, and flying is stronger in draft. This is still probably like not super weak, but it's this probably is still reasonably weak. And we're going to be looking at specifically maybe removing the exhaust and replace that with a once per turn, so you can still use the body. But the main thing is that it allows you to have high-end options in your deck without actually, if you didn't actually get to draft them, essentially.
If I had
I
creative
will
control
defend it
over
by
this
saying
card,
2 morale is kind of nice for a body that big.
if I had
That
creative
overcharge
control,
twice is just unacceptable.
Yeah, well, but I mean, the amount of cards you have to overcharge, if you don't have high cost cards in your that you drafted, you just weren't able to draft them, or it doesn't matter. Like you would overcharge in draft. You would overcharge, cards that are not useful at this stage of the game to get cards that are useful at that stage of the game.
That's not how draft plays, Ruben. Draft is almost as harsh as comp. It's just it tends to be more of a value grind, and going 0-2 for a card is not acceptable.
If you guys were to
Yeah.
if you guys were to balance this card, what would you change?
I would remove its ability to create little Aoshun, because that's just such a dud when you do want to activate something like this, and I'd change it to a single overcharge. Because that way it would actually fulfill that role of turning a low-end drop into a high-end drop. At still a significant opportunity cost, because you're wasting a 4-cost creature's turn to do that, and you're paying 1 and a card. It would still be bad, but it would at least somewhat fulfill the niche Ruben's proposing in a draft. Because if you said create a random dragon that cost 6 or more, so that way you can't get little Aoshun, and you aren't going 0-2 for cards.
Yeah,
but as it is now, it's a worse card. It might not be. It's in the running for worst card.
The way that I would handle this personally is leave the pay 1, leave the exhaust, change the overcharge twice to just once, and have the random dragon that it creates have its cost reduced by 1. So that way the 1 resource that you're investing does equal out, and the 1 card that you're overcharging turns into a dragon, and you get some sort of value from it, because that way it at least incentivizes you to do it. And if you do get the cute little mini Aoshun dragon, it's not going to be that much of a dud, because it's going to be a free card, and if you get the morale trigger once, that's 2 extra draws that you get basically for free, because you threw away a card that you didn't want anyway. Like that's how I would balance it out for the best of all worlds sort of thing.
Cool. Well, we'll consider that, and we'll do some change to it to make it a little bit more balanced, even for constructed. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Good notes, everyone. This is why we want to hear this stuff. Now, so that we can make these changes even before the launch of the set. So.
All right, we're gonna move on to the next card. This is Dramatic Escape. It's a 2 purity COV card. An ability. Target character you control gains when an enemy character is killed. This gains +2/+2. Then deal 2 damage to all enemy characters on the battlefield.
I think this is the strongest card in the set.
You reckon so?
Stacking up's pretty gross.
It's so gross. I just I groaned.
You could just pop it on your commander, and then every time something dies, you just hose the board.
Yeah. No.
Even without the stat buff, it's really strong.
Yeah, it's not the stat buff part. It's the cascading deal 2s. Because it's stuff like
that would just snowball. It would just snowball. Yeah.
I actually tested this card a bit back when I still had Div access. It was special. It was special.
Yeah, I think you guys might be misinterpreting the card. It says a target character gains that spell, that effect, and then after it gains that effect, you deal 2 damage to all enemy characters on the battlefield once. It's not I don't believe it's supposed to keep happening and keep doing the 2 damage. It's
There is also so part of my problem with this card and whether or not I haven't screamed about it as much as I should is because it's had a series. It's one of the 3 cards remaining that's still not working properly, and so I've never been 100% sure on how it's supposed to work because it's never worked properly at all. I think right now
okay,
it's
this
buffing
is-
the other side of the field.
Yeah,
and
the
it's-
deal's only once because it's in quotes. So yeah, it only happens. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
still like I don't know. It scares me.
Yeah.
Without the cascading damage anymore, it's nothing to be too scared of. It's a useful tool, but yeah,
If it's not supposed to do
That-
that, then
that's-
it's not too bad.
That's a
Yeah.
part of where like my confusion always came from with Red's dislike of this card was that I
There was a
read this
version with
as
the
2
cascading
separate
damage.
clauses, and it's just like
That may be my
it's
confusion.
not
I did
as
not realize
strong as
that
I
I'd
thought it
already
was.
I'd already won the war on my problem a long time ago. I think that's
Yeah.
I think that's been my problem with this card is I've been fighting a war that I won a long time ago.
Infinity
Yeah.
Wars players, Yu-Gi-Oh players, handshaking
Infinity
over.
War.
Do we read the cards? No.
No. But yeah, we'll put that on a different line. The then deal 2 damage. Yeah, so it's a bit clearer in its way to put it across.
yes, formatting.
Right. We've got 2 other cards that we've already revealed, so we're just going to quickly bring them both up. First one is Drayson's Revolutionaries. It's a unique, and just a character human and a 1 GI 6 cost. When you deploy
Yes,
Drayson's
it's a hood.
Revolutionaries, it deals damage to target enemy character on the battlefield equal to twice the number of cards you have removed and discarded from your hand this game. It is also a 15/5 stat line, so relatively weak on the health side. I'm not 100% sure where this card's power is. It's going to definitely pair well with like if you do like interdimensional phase bot or things like that where you're constantly blipping out huge things, so it's got a lot to it. That could work. I don't necessarily think it's the strongest thing that GI has, but we've given them another tool that if they want to follow that path, they can. The other card here is Drop Pod Battalion. It's a Flame Dawn Genesis 3-cost card, a human character. It has charge, and when Drop Pod Battalion enters the deployed area, adjacent characters gain +4/+4 until the end of turn.
Grayson's Revolutionaries might have a spot somewhere in the GI Exiles assembly of stuff.
I would agree with that.
personally look at that card and go, I don't think I'll ever play this.
I actually think Drayson's isn't that bad. Because if you're playing GI Exiles, you'll probably be able to fairly routinely deal 10 to 16 damage with it. And at which point, it's killed something. You have this body. It's actually kind of awkward to remove at that point too, because a 5-cost HP creature isn't super easy to kill for cheap. So it's probably going to 2-for-1 safely, which is nice.
Yeah,
Fair.
I found it was not worth building around, but nice in the decks that already enabled that sort of thing.
Absolutely. Few cards are worth being a build around.
Unending drone decks might actually use this.
Yeah.
Like the Vanash GI unending drone ones.
Yep. Things that are discarding a lot. CTA
Yeah.
and target.
Alright, we're going to move on to a new card now. I think I revealed this on the 3 AM stream, so if it does look a little bit familiar, that's why. This is Exalted Firebrand, a 2-purity Flame Dawn card with 2 cost. When Exalted Firebrand deals combat damage to a character, while attacking, that character becomes exhausted for 2 turns. I think this is...
So that's a good. Sorry, just before we go into that, yeah, there is a bit of a Ruben and I are a bit on 2 different minds about this one with the drop pod being artificial. I think it maybe should be artificial human, so it counts as both. But yeah, like it's a bit of a. But apparently, it becomes really strong if it becomes artificial. So. Yeah, we just want to do that from a balance perspective, but that's cool. Yeah, feel free to make any comments on that in the comments on the chat, guys. And then Exalted Firebrand. Combat damage to an attack character while attacking, that character becomes exhausted for 2 turns. That's cool.
So it's defense zone disruption, which is fantastic for what Flamedawn wants to do, because it wants to get aggressive high hitters in there. And this guy's great for, just taking out some small little chump, or if there's a big defender, making sure that they're at least decommissioned. It is a 4/6 as well, so it's not the easiest thing to clean up, especially for the low cost that it is, so it might not even be worth trying. And yeah, it's just going to help aggressive Flamedawn strategies. And, God forbid if this manages to survive the first attack that it gets, and you manage to exhaust multiple things at once, I think that's going to be really strong.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good. I think it's a good place being 2 purity, and it really does reinforce that idea of just like knocking out their characters, at the very least knocking them out, so that you can press forward with an attack. So I can see a lot of utility for it. And definitely in dual. Yeah.
There was a version of this card that was disgusting, but it's not anymore. It's really slow, and you're basically paying for distraction zone.
Previous iterations were very gross.
Yeah, the 3/1 cost charge was not acceptable, but this is just not playable.
This
You're
one's not
basically
playable,
paying-
you think?
No, you're paying 2 for a distraction draw.
Mm.
If it still had to charge, it would probably be playable, but it doesn't, so it isn't.
Slopenope saying Sans Undertale going crazy. Alright, we're going to move on from Exalted Firebrand. I'm just going to quickly...
Salty Firebrand.
He has every right to be sold. He was going to be a competitive staple.
Yes,
and make that narrative a knee.
We all know the pain of being dumped, but has anyone here been nerfed? F's in the chat. Oh my god.
Yeah, there you go.
Fuck. Okay. I hate this card. Well, to be more specific, I love this
There's
card.
There's an F for every Agent Coil that got nerfed, by the way.
They really had a rough go of things. Only half of them are competitive staples still.
I know, it's troubling me. I've got all the redesigns ready to go, but I don't want to do those things until we've got more of the game in a better place. But yeah.
I look forward to seeing them.
Right,
I finally want to bring the
card.
evolved keyword onto the back into the game. Yep.
That'd be great.
We're gonna get past this as soon as I can to get the artwork off the fucking screen. This
Yes,
is
go.
intrusion.
But I do want to note that that'd be great, Ruben. So we do want to bring Evolved back. Cool.
Fetid Intrusion, a 2-cost, 2 purity sleepers ability card. Kill target character on the battlefield that costs 2 or less and move it to your graveyard. You may cast that character from your graveyard next turn. I think this is some amazing hate for some very tricky 1 and 2 cost cards. The things that instantly come to mind are things like Claw and what's that 1 cost angel card? Not Raziel.
Tempest.
Which one?
Tempest.
Tempest, yeah. This is a fantastic card to really draw some hate and make people reconsider what they're going to be doing with those high-powered cards. So it's very fun. We're getting this off the screen because it's disgusting, and we're moving on. I hate it.
And yes, good point. We have to change the word from cast to play.
So I'm going to show another 2 cards at once because they're both cards that we've shown off. 1 sec. So we have Fickle Friendship, which is a 2 exiles 6-cost ability card. Your opponent gains control of target character on the battlefield you control. If they do, you gain control of target enemy character on the battlefield. So you basically get to play swapsies and swap one of your cards for one of their cards. And also, yes, this is Filthy Larry, who has become one of everyone's favorite cards so far. Filthy Larry is a factionless 7-cost unique human. When you deploy Filthy Larry, create 6 cold shots. Set their cost to 1, then put 1 in your hand and shuffle the rest into your deck. So, what do we think about these 2?
I think Fickle's a pretty strong remove. Sweet. Yeah. Fickle's a really strong removal option. Filthy Larry's just an awesome card. He's not very good, but he's awesome.
It is great. Everybody loves Filthy Larry. Also, I just want to quickly point out that I made sure specifically because the person who designed Filthy Larry made a note that it was important that he has a robot hand and doesn't use his robot hand to shoot his gun. He still uses his human hand. Would his robot hand have better targeting and stuff? Yes, very likely, very probably, but he still just uses his hand.
It's not the Filthy Larry way. It's not filthy
Have
enough.
to learn all over again, though.
But clearly he's right-handed.
That's right. He needs to throw some dirt on his robot hand so he can start using it. Cool.
Yeah.
Yep, let's move on. We've revealed this before, so yep.
Does that have another impact on the lore, the friendship card? Yes, indeed it does. We don't have time to deep dive into all of the lore stuff, but basically, Princess Hanekri is like, man, these exiles suck. They just want to win a war. I can't cause corruption to the world if the world is destroyed and corrupt. I'm going to help the DoD to purify the world so I can corrupt it again. And goes off and finds G and is like, hey, I want to help you. Why do you want to help me? I want to help you so I can beat you up later. And they're like, oh man, that's really crappy. But at the same time, this is a really crappy mission that we're on and we need all the help we can get. So I guess we don't really have much of a choice but to, you know, work with this person who wants to stab us in the back very plainly and openly because it's the best thing for us. Anyway, we'll move on. We've got a new card to reveal.
And it'll be interesting to see where their fickle friendship goes from here too.
Yeah. This is Grimalkin of Rot. This is an undead beast of Warpath and Sleepers. When you deploy Grimalkin of Rot, choose target character card in your deck. When Grimalkin of Rot dies, if the chosen card is still in your deck, move it to your graveyard. So this is essentially just a bit of a delay.
Just the card
sorry?
on the screen. Card on the screen. Oh, it's coming up now. Cool.
Yeah.
Yep. It's the delay. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a bit of a delayed berry that has a body attached to it, and that body is both undead and beast. So there's a whole lot of potential extra value and synergy you can get based on whatever tribal you're going with, or if you're choosing to. What do you think about this one, Red? Have you played with this one yet?
Yeah, it's cute. I mean, it's Undead Beast, which is a tribal that keeps wanting to try to do stuff, but like doesn't have enough undead beasts. Yeah, and it's like berry with a body. It's cute. Does lots of stuff you'd want to do with those purities. It's a reasonable body for its stat line. I don't think it's like really strong. I don't think it'll shape a meta around it, but it'll show up in decks.
I'd be more disturbed by this card if the eyes moved instead of the rest of the animation. We just stood there with a bunch of moving eyes. I feel like
I really like the art.
I really like
the art is good. I would just be more disturbed by the art if it was just all of the eyes moving.
It's good. It could be better. That's what you're thinking?
Not even necessarily better. It's just a very different kind of art.
Okay.
Yeah,
Tipperax
I think
is
Grimalkin's
asking,
biggest issue is unreliability.
Ruben, are you there at the moment? Because Tipperax is currently asking, does it have to be a specific card, for example, Unending Horde number 12, or does it just check, is there an Unending Horde still in the deck?
It has to be the specific card that you chose. Yeah.
Which I'll point out is one of the crippling points of this ability.
Indeed, very unreliable.
Trevoid says, I don't like how it forces you to run 3 different
funny,
premium
there's a
borders.
few
Pay to win
cards.
card.
There's a few cards in Sleeper and Warpath that actually promote you to have more than 40 cards in your deck. Like this, that would reduce the odds you drew the thing you targeted, right?
Don't
Like a
do
100
that.
card
Don't
deck.
do that, please.
No, please.
I mean,
Play the devil's
and it has-
advocate. Justify my 48 card decks. I need your help.
No, I'm talking like a full 100. Full 100.
We're going ham, baby.
Like Magic does actually have some good examples of that coming into play with the what's it called? The black spell with suspend. You know it. You play it with
You mean Living Death?
yes,
Living
Living
Ends?
Death.
Living
Living
Ends?
Death you
Yeah.
play over 60, which is
Yeah, like we have several cards
Yeah.
that say if you have 20 or more cards in your graveyard, we're starting to have things that throw away like 5 and 7 or 1 every turn and stuff. You can really bin your deck and benefit from it.
Well, but the main thing is that tokens in this game go into the graveyard, so that's kind of where a lot of the
It is a significant amount of fuel.
Cool. Next card.
Alright, we're showing off a card that we've already shown off before, so we can keep it quick.
And just a quick shout out. There's only 2 hours left in the Kickstarter. If anyone's watching and keen to get platinum cards before they're gone.
Oh yeah, let's quickly.
Have we posted the stretch goal arts?
No, we're not going to get to stretch goal.
Okay, we're not gonna. You don't think anyone's gonna, we'll get a couple more $1,000 for the stretch goals? Okay.
The stretch goal for everyone, probably
And
not.
you want to be a real Chad? There's some stretch goals out there. Feel free.
Wait, Quail?
Yeah, I'll let you choose the stretch goal if we get 3k extra.
Quail, let's get a confirmation now. 32k stretch goal. What artwork do we get alt art of? You get to pick right now, live. Let's go.
Oh gosh.
No, we have like 3 or 4. We have like 3 or 4 of them already made up.
Oh, okay. That's less interesting. I thought this would be fun to put Coil on the spot like this.
1 second. Let me pull up the.
Pull up the list. I'll pick one from the 5.
So if we get to 32k,
So we've got Bloodthirsty Dead, Yuanchi's Wrath, Everly, Z Who Wanders Far, and Soul Champion of Vengeance.
Ooh.
I really like the Everly art, so I wonder what the alternate would look like.
Yeah. So those are our 5 potential stretch goal alt arts. We will have if we don't get them, we'll find some other way to use them because they've already been commissioned. But
We already made Jason draw them in paint. They're amazing. We have to get them out there somehow.
I love Jason's cards.
So first person in chat to say one of those cards, that'll be the stretch goal.
Also, I'm just going to quickly go to the main screen here to show off. We are currently at 30,325 people with 169 backers, giggity. And if we get to 32,000, we will be getting, according to Mew28, an Everly alt art.
yeah, I can post that. I can post the alt art on if you want to put it on stream.
Throw it into the hashtag general in Discord, and I'll bring it up when you do it.
Okay.
Alright, back to the scene.
Things weren't going great. Sure.
Nope, that was the wrong one. Sorry about that. We're back. So this is a card we've already shown off before. Harvest Offerings, 3-cost DoD artifact. When a character deals damage to your fortress, its morale cost is increased by 3 until the end of the next turn. I think this is a real funky card. It does everything that DoD wants to do. Increases morale stuff, and
Well, DoD doesn't want to be hit, but
they don't want to be, but now you've got some interesting ways to get around that sort of stuff.
I honestly think Harvest Offer is pretty good.
Yeah.
One of the theoretical combos you can do with this is Retaliation, because that guarantees kill if they hit you last turn.
I was going to say a very good combo for it is Peaceful Garden, because that way you aren't taking full-on hits to your face, and you still get the effect. Peaceful Garden's
As
very
a note
good.
responding to something Drevo had said while we were in the other scene, by the way, we definitely did want to reveal everything with, less... Well, with more than 2 hours to remain in the actual thing. The idea was that we would reveal the entire set the moment that the Kickstarter goal was reached, and then we kind of just tapered off a little bit sooner than we thought we would. We had originally estimated and expected that we would be reaching the goal by, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday in the middle of the week last week, and then we'd have about 5 or 6 days to reveal the set and start working on the stretch goals, but we didn't necessarily fit that timing, and it felt weird to rebalance and reshift because we were still working on trying to reach that goal, and that became much more important than working on anything else, so we had to readjust our strategy from there. We would absolutely love to reveal the cards much more up front, and I think the slow dribble of content that we've been releasing, not only ourselves but through partners such as Platform, Frozen, Gravecrawler, everybody else that we've had work with us and stuff. I think that's been a great way to at least taper that out and get some of that excitement going. But yeah, we very much, fingers crossed, hope that we reach the next goal a lot faster and can just show off everything a lot quicker for the next set.
Couple of points there is we've got some Ruben, you please.
Oh, sorry.
Ruben has a really sensitive microphone. It's got very strong feelings. So yeah, it's look, the next Kickstarter goal will be reduced a bit because we've got some cost savings on the actual production of the set and stuff. So, and while still maintaining the quality, by the way. So that'll be good. So we'll have a lower goal next time anyway, and then there will be the riff runs launching. So that's going to be pretty big. Plus, we did get to that 75%, but unfortunately we got there a little bit too late for the marketing company to help us out. But they are definitely keen to help to work with us next time, plus another one. So there's two of the biggest Kickstarter marketing companies that will be supporting us, so we can certainly find one of them between now and the next one starting, and we'll be getting a lot of pre-marketing going as well before the next Kickstarter. So yeah, hopefully the next one will be a big one with a bunch of stretch goals unlocked. That's the intention, and we'll be doing a whole bunch of stuff in the background to make that happen. So yeah.
Alright, next card. We have Hellmouth Laborer, which is a 7-cost Exiles and Cult of Roar card. I actually really like the artwork on this one as well. While Hellmouth Laborer is deployed, other demons you control have cost reduced by 1. When Hellmouth Laborer attacks, the top demon in your deck gains +3/+3 and consume 3. So general buffing of demons and stuff, and does have, you know, a fairly fun little effect to, you know, really ramp into those demons.
This thing is not particularly good, but it's very fun to try and make a deck that exploits it as hard as possible. I've done really dumb stuff with Evely and with like Rainbow of Exiles Call of Warpath, just like trying to make this work and trying to cheat out that big demon as quickly as possible. And it's not good, but it's very funny.
What's that? I think it's Ra, the guy that, like, if you have 20 demons, you win? Have you had any cool Ra decks so far?
Oh, those things are everywhere.
And yeah, there's a good comment there. He doesn't look like a one morale demon. Even though he's quite beefy, his status is not that great. So he's just a slave laborer. So no one really notices when he's dead, even though there's a big chunky guy who suddenly isn't there anymore. Yeah, that's the thinking around the
Oh no, the slave died. What are we going to do? We will rebuild.
Something I do want to point out is, or Hellmouth Laborer is, he does actually somewhat safely generate some value for you, because you're going to get at least 1 turn of cost reduction.
Consume 3 is nuts.
Yeah. Well, even without the second line of text, just reducing your cost by 1 for a turn can potentially enable you to do something like vomit out a Rock Chucker, Alpha Demon, Dirty Devil, and something else. Which is a pretty big turn.
Slaves. Good one.
E.B. Fritz says there's a really fun Ra team that this would fit in.
Nice. Alright, we're going to move on. Another card that we've already shown off. I think it's got really cute little artwork to it. This is Henekri Circlet, which is a 2-cost unique artifact that is 1 Exiles. At the end of your turn, your opponent loses 3 life for each player with 1 or fewer cards in hand. It also has Exile 2, which means that you can just, you know, throw this away and then play it next turn anyway for the exact same cost to get an Exile play trigger. I think the artwork's real nice. This is, you know, Henekri is like, man, these Exile dudes kinda suck right now, and she just chucks a circlet away and goes off to go hang out with the DoD peoples. Friendship ended with Mudasir. Raj is now best friend.
Something interesting that you can do is you can kind of force activation on this with the Chalice of Madness, but it runs into the same problem that like crippling the opponent's hand has in Infinity Wars, which is Trading Post.
Circlet's actually pretty reliable burn, and it does a lot of damage for the cost. You can combine it, go a few ways about it actually. You can go 2 Flame Dawn and just play aggro and shred your own hand with running an exceptionally low curve. Or you can go with Overseers and have like Tyra and Box and really go that way.
It's
a good card. It's a really good card. It does a deceptive amount of damage.
So our next card is a Genesis Cultivar 3-cost ability called Illegal Magitech. Reveal the top 3 cards of your deck. Put all revealed abilities and artifacts that cost 5 or less into your hand, and the rest into graveyard.
This card wants to be really good, and somebody will probably find some use for it. I think my problem is like everything you want costs more than 5. You just end up like binning everything you wish you'd drawn, and then hating yourself for playing this instead of research.
Theoretically, there's a deck design where you don't care. You just use this to bin 3 cards. Like you're playing high recall, high, usability from graveyard kind of stuff, but it is in a bit of an awkward spot. There is some stuff that you can do with like very precise deck building and like low odds, but you're always going to feel bad when you dump characters for artifacts and abilities in GI Cov because like your characters are already pretty limited.
It is a bad card, plain and simple. It's a purity that does not want to put their stuff in the graveyard, and it does not get enough cards into your hand or graveyard.
You play this and you throw away a Varroa Kidnapper, a Mass Death, and a Calamity, and suddenly you're just like, man, why did I even do anything this turn?
I feel like
well,
this card
actually, yeah, that's where's the
research
Duffy.
exists.
Yeah, it's really bad.
How would you guys change or improve it?
I would drop it to 1 cost, or change the purity.
Yep.
If it was 1 cost, you could maybe justify it as, oh, I might get 3 cards for 1, but even that's unlikely, because it's so restrictive on what it can put in your hand. And once again, these purities just don't want cards in the graveyard.
The only thing they might want to bin is Malignant, and he got kind of beat up.
Malignant has to be deployed to trigger his effect now.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
They don't even want to bin him now.
No,
even,
like there's
really
with
beat
that,
up.
even with it going to 1 cost, it's still a really hard, like, let me do some percentage math on how much I might potentially just waste here.
At 1 cost, I'd consider it, because you could run it in like Tinker as an aggressive draw in a curve that's not even running Mass Deaths or Calamities.
Yeah.
But it's just not feasible at its current cost.
There's definitely a balance point in there somewhere. I don't think that 1
Unending
is the
drones.
answer, but neither is 3. We might
I
potentially
like
experiment
unending
with 2
drones.
costs for a
That's
bit.
the answer.
Unending drone. But then, yeah, even then, you're better off going Exiles or SOA. Run through the Graves proper.
Just do a rainbow, it's fine. It's like, well, nah.
Alright,
Cool,
I'm going
next
to
card.
drop this card in the Discord as well so people can see it. Next card we have already revealed, but it's also a card that a few people have talked about as being one of the more important cards of
Yep.
the set.
And it's also Unending Drone is a good point by Duelist. That would be a bit of fodder for the Unending Drone deck.
Alright, so this is Immolated Ghoul, a 1-cost Flame Dawn or Sleepers card. It has Flame Strike 2, and characters killed by Immolated Ghoul are removed. It is only a 1 attack 5 health guy, but with morale being at 1, cost being at 1, and its faction purity being flexible, I think that this is a fantastic card. I think it's, everything you could want in something that does, what it does.
I don't think you play this in any deck that's actually particularly aggressive with it. I think you play this in weird, like, 2 sleepers, 1 Flame Dawn pseudo rush decks that actually are looking more for like a late game setup on Infested Night or something similar to it. It's difficult to justify just playing this on its own because it's slow. So if you're playing it from deck, it's coming out onto the field turn 2, where its 5 HP matters much, much less, and its 2 Flame Strike is going to trade with something, but it's not crazy.
Yep. Cool, moving on. This is one we've seen before.
Another one that we've already seen before as well. This is Insight. I think this is one of the cards that Platform Disciple got to show off. 3 cost, 1 Purity Flame Dawn ability card. Target character on the battlefield permanently can't block, and it has Recall 5. Oh wait, no, this was one of the cards that I think we showed off in our game. Yeah, so
Yep, I believe
it
so.
effectively removes a blocker forever, which is exactly what Flame Dawn wants to do if they're throwing a lot of aggression down. And it does have Recall 5, so it also means that you can, play it a second time from your graveyard if you really wish to.
Yep. And Jace, just given the stream delay, do you mind just popping the cards up a little bit earlier, just so we can, when you start talking about the card, it's already up. But yeah, this really hurt me quite a number of times, especially because I was playing DoD, so it really didn't go well against me. Or it really did really well against me. So yeah, and the Recall 5 is pretty handy as well, so you can really stop, someone defending your constant assault. I think it's quite useful.
I think this card seems really strong until you end up in a race with other Flame Dawn and you realize it's a completely dead card to you.
This is very much a sideboard card.
Sideboard,
I feel.
Yeah.
It's very slow.
Yeah, it's a bit
Flame
expensive for core decks. Mm-hmm.
We've got another brand new card. Also, Coil, I just sent you the Dropbox link so you can follow along a little bit quicker. One moment.
Sure.
Sorry ahead of time for the little Windows sound that's going to come up on the stream.
Ding. Alright, we're about halfway through. That's good.
Alright, next
Infernal
card.
Summoner.
Yep. So, Infernal Summoner is a 2 purity COV character at 6 cost. When you deploy Infernal Summoner, return up to 2 target demons in your graveyard to your hand. Is also a 13/10. So this one does have some synergy with the demon card that we showed off earlier as well. To, get some demons out and then, or maybe even just throw them away with exile shenanigans, and then get them back to your hand for a cheaper cost and play them out again. I reckon it's got potential. 13/10, not a terrible stat line, but not exactly brag-worthy at 6 cost. This will definitely have its place there.
It really front loads value, which is always good. And getting back 2 demons is really nice because you can run a very aggressive curve with, say, exiles, and then drop this Infernal Summoner to get more gas so you can keep the push going.
If you do, it enables some pretty strong defensive stuff as well, because like if you discard Unstable Demon turn 4, play it turn 5, it dies defensive, you play Infernal Summoner turn 6, and then you have that right back to hand with haste.
I was also
There's some theoretical funky lines that you can do with it that are pretty decent.
Just grab back Adaptive Ritualist so you keep grabbing other cards.
Yeah, it's just solid, really solid.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute, guys. Just restart.
Yep. This is about the time where everybody goes for a lunch break, so I'm assuming that it's just going to be me for a little bit, but that's okay. I don't need to consume food.
Yeah, let's do one more cut. Well, and then I'll go for lunch.
Alright, cool. You can talk to us about Arael, Champion of Tenacity. This is a card we showed off the artwork for, but not the full card. It's a 2 purity Overseer's card, unique character, Champion Angel. When Arael, Champion of Tenacity, enters a deployed area or attacks, create a 2/2 Angel token with flying.
Oh, yeah. This is slightly old render because it's still got the champion tag, but yeah. So new version of Rail. Previous version made some tokens. 2/2 angels. This time they've got flying. The flying tokens can really stack up and be nasty. Though obviously she herself does not have flying, so can be pretty dangerous, but you always get your one angel for free as she's deployed, which does and it is enters the deployed area, so you can also use it with like flicker effects, etc. if you're going for a slower game plan. But overall, mostly just a aggressive curve piece. They didn't really have many unique characters. Yeah, there was a bit of a kind of miss at free drop a little bit, and having more of the flying tokens can help kind of that go wide strategy that the deck's like. Previous versions of it had like much higher stats that were kind of terrifying. We'll see if we've potentially overnerfed it as we see it play out. But yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on the card. Plays, overall, like the core of it, even if it needs tuning numbers wise, plays really nicely.
8
The tokens
morale,
it
2
generates
health
having
is a
flying
very
is-
scary prospect, I feel.
It's pretty bad.
What were you
Its
saying,
tokens
JJ?
having flying is a nice thing. It helps. Not so much in the fact that like it's going to die. Like as soon as it hits the field, something's gonna kill it, one way or another.
Flying would be a nice way to even it out, I think.
No, I
It
mean
only has
it's
one wing.
tokens having flying.
I'd actually say her tokens having flying is a bad thing. Because
Really?
Overseer's Assault really wants to keep their things like Iriel or Harahel alive. So being able to use your tokens to clear a path is very important, actually. So because the tokens innately have flying, they're actually weaker for what they should be doing. And Iriel's body's so bad.
She's another
is
thing
going
that
to
wants the
die.
path clear.
Oh my god. Sorry.
Oh dear. Alright, we're good. Sorry about that.
Send
Yeah.
him to the Shadow Realm.
Iriel's just... She's going to make 2 tokens probably die, and you're going to think, wow, that was a waste of 3 mana.
Yeah, overpriced Cornerstone. Very good.
Pretty much. That cost you 8 morale.
Alright, next card. I think this is one that we've shown off the artwork for, but not the actual card itself. I think we might have shown off the card itself, not sure. Let's pop it in. This is Jade Brute, which is COV/DOD 6 cost character. At the end of turn, if an opponent lost 8 or more morale this turn, Jade Brute gains +2/+2 and it also gains Barrier 1 until the end of next turn. Jade Brute deals morale damage instead of fortress damage.
Something I'm not super certain on with the function of this card is if the +2/+2 is meant to last more than 1 turn, or if it's just for that 1 turn. Because if it's meant to last for more than 1 turn, then this is a semi-decent commander.
It is meant to last more than 1 turn, right? It's permanent by the
Pretty
armor.
confident.
I'm very confident it's it's permanent because it'll have a comma there, so it also gains that until the end of next turn. But we might want to break that up with a full stop.
Yeah,
Sorry?
I think the barrier is temporary,
Yeah.
the buff is forever.
Yep, correct. So we may also just want to put that to a full stop and then put it at the next one as a new sentence. But yeah.
That's also
Cool.
how it works in testing. So
Yep, great. That is the intent.
Alright,
Intended design.
next card. This is another brand new one we get to reveal. It's also following up on someone who's becoming one of my favorite characters. Just because he's super fun to write. This is Kale's Restoration, which is a
the key
4-cost
card.
ability card for the Warpath. Put the top 7 cards of your deck into your graveyard, then put the most expensive character card in your graveyard into your hand. So this is a huge deck mill, and only on 1 Purity of Warpath, and it gives you a guaranteed draw of certain cards if they're already in your graveyard, or potentially gets you a better one. It's got a lot of potential use case to it, and it showcases Kale doing his Brewmaster magic shizzle to resurrect the Warpath, which is an ongoing effect. Or,
I don't know how well this would work, but I would love to put it into some sleepers decks. Like that's just,
Compiled
Yeah.
Corpses really loves this card.
into my
Shame of it.
100 card sleepers deck.
A shame of Kale's Restoration is that last line of text is anti-synergy, because you want to run it in
Yeah.
something like Reanimator, and you're taking your best Reanimator out.
Yep, true. Expensive character card into your hand. So yeah.
You're
I
paying
mean,
six.
if you're playing a multi-faction deck, you could just sort of put some really useful cards that aren't sleepers. Try and grab
I
those
mean, like
expensive ones out.
theoretically, you just play like a worthless high cost character.
You just put Hydras
You
in
just have a
there.
dragon or something.
Yeah.
Well, if you have dragons in VR, do you want to keep them in there so that way you can use stuff like Raise Dead?
Yeah, and you could even just cap it, like depending on how you're building your deck, you could maybe even just not have lots of expensive cards, and then you're drawing a 5-card cost potentially, which you could then play out at the same turn. But oh, not the same turn, the next turn. You have to do it next turn. But yeah, I see some good use for it in sleeper decks.
All right, I'm going to show you.
Yeah, his Kale is secretly a sleeper sympathizer, indeed.
I'm going to show off the next 2 cards at once because they're both things that we've seen before. Keening Deathwing is a 6-cost Exiles Demon Beast with Flying, Deadly, and Plunder 2. When Keening Deathwing attacks, discard the leftmost card in your hand, and he has Exile 5. So, fantastic way to mill through your own cards and set up for exile plays and such. Does have a lot of effects in the single card. It's going to be super interesting. And
Yeah,
while,
that,
yes,
I don't like how
Pokemon-
the plunder kind of almost goes against the exile strategy, but you can start milling through or like churning through your cards to try and find what you want to play. So yeah,
And
interesting.
the plunder
interesting
is very legitimate. Like, card draw is something that Exiles does need pretty badly if they're tossing multiple cards per turn.
Yeah, good point.
Which,
Yeah.
if you're doing lower cost Exile stuff, then you could very easily burn through a significant amount of your hand and then kind of just get left in the lurch.
Also, on the reverse of that, with a significant enough plunder, you can use it to bin more cards off the other end of your hand.
True. Cool. Next card. We've seen this one before.
This is Koro, Finder of Ways, which is a 1 purity Warpath card, 6 cost, 10 morale, 15-12 stat line. When you deploy Koro, Finder of Ways, fully heal target non-artificial character. You can also pay 2 and exhaust for 2 turns. All characters in your deck, hand, and graveyard permanently gain +1/+1. I think this card has a lot of potential in Warpath as a commander, because you'll be giving everything some big buffs, and then suddenly the brings life by passings that you have aren't just chump blockers when push comes to shove, and all of the other beasts that you've got in the beast tribal you've got going on, everything is just suddenly enhanced by this because you've been investing a little bit of resources here and there.
Yeah, I like it. I just don't like the fact that obviously you're not necessarily going to be using this for your tokens. I don't think you can use them for your tokens because they're generated cards, right? So yeah, one of the really good uses I can't see working on it with it, but just overall, and obviously waiting for 2 turns and paying 2 to just get +1/+1 is a lot. Decent stat line, and obviously there's that ability to heal, so I don't think it'd be game changing, but it's got some good utility.
Its heal and its body are the most significant parts of it, I think. When I've attempted to use its effect, it's just felt like I'm burning 2 resources and crippling my own tempo for such an incredibly small gain. Like, there's no immediate board effect, and the buff isn't significant enough in hand or deck to bother with using it multiple times. Because it's like, if you want even a 3/3 buff, you're using it over the course of 6 turns.
Yes.
Which Warpath is just gonna kill you before that matters.
Yep.
It's also, how many creatures do you really play from your hand? 5, 6, maybe 10 if you're going real long.
This card also used to be significantly worse in testing, but even at this, it's just hard to use. So far, the best use I found for it is the graveyard portion with like a sleepers deck, and the fact that it's permanently. If you can drag a game out really long, it can start to matter that all your like Risen of Avarax have like 3 or 4 on them.
You can do really funky, dumb stuff with this in rainbow decks, but it's not worth it in any other capacity, and even in those rainbow decks, it's not particularly strong.
It should probably hit the battlefield in command zone. Make itself a little bigger and protect your early brings life with passings.
Alright, next up, we have Lake Shrine Ranger. 2 purity, 2 cost DoD character. They have reach and vigilance. At the beginning of combat, if your max resources is 10 or more, they transform into a 10/10 spirit with flying. So this is a 2-cost 5/5 that you can throw out early to get, some value off, but you can also keep it in your hand and, get some real value from it later on in the game, depending on, what specifically you want to do. I like cards like this that have multiple uses and, iterations and stuff.
Lakeshrine Ranger is pretty nasty into stuff like Chlor. As like just from hand vigilance with 5 damage.
It's really good.
It has a great spot late game. Like, it's got value at both sides of things. It's very nice.
I'd say it goes so far as to turn.
This is a great card. Turn 8 it's a bit awkward, but oh well.
Turn 2 is really good. Like, it turns Overseers of Solace into a winning matchup for DoD because it will kill for Tempest and whatever else they've played.
And question of does Swarm of Lord limit the commander zone? I'd imagine you mean limited so that you have to have certain faction purities. So obviously it would do that because you have to, if you're putting it in the command zone, you will be forcing it to be factionless, and also obviously the effect of the only having insectoids in your deck. But maybe just clarify the question perhaps a little bit more based on my answer there, please, Tiprax. But yeah, cool, like it. Next card.
Alright, this is Lead by Example. Another Flame Dawn / Overseer's card. It's an ability for 5 cost. Until the end of turn, when a unique character you control attacks, characters you control gain +2/+1 until the end of the turn. So this is the type of card where you really want to be stacking up as many unique people you can at the front of the battlefield, and everything behind it gets wickedly large for the turn.
Yep, and I've got this in my testing deck, so I've got a whole bunch of unique characters. That's what I'm trying to build in my Flame Dawn Overseer's deck with it, and we'll see how it rolls out.
There are some funky combo things you can do with this. Flame Dawn Overseers is a great purity for low-cost, unique characters to be utilized in general.
Does have the Reformation downside though, if you typically want your unique characters like your Bromages, your Chlors, your Tempest, your Harahel, hang back to the back of the line, because both they are providing your buffs, and throwing them on the front of the line is very painful. As well, it does not buff the first few characters, and it is a very small buff for the cost unless you're getting at least 2 or 3 triggers on quite a few creatures. It's probably weaker than Warcry. Now, Warcry is a fairly strong card, deceptively so, but yeah.
Yeah, this was somewhere on my bottom 5. It wasn't Dragon Tamer weak, but it's
No,
not great.
it's definitely not as weak as Dragon Tamer, but it's not very
I struggle to think of any card currently in Infinity Wars weaker than Dragon Tamer, except for maybe Ultra Unit.
Oh, that's a tight one. That's a tight one.
I know there's something. I know there's something because I had this conversation with Kevkis. There is like an actual card that's the correct answer for worst right now. Oh, it's Assassinate. There we go.
Assassinate actually is somewhat played.
No, it's
Assassinate's
still
bugged.
it's still max resourcing you. So until that's fixed, it can take the cake as worst card.
Okay. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next card, we have Leaping Imp, a 2 purity, 2 cost exiles demon. When Leaping Imp enters the deployed area, discard the leftmost card in your hand. Leaping Imp can only be blocked by the last defending character, and it also has Exile 1.
Something that I've found confuses a lot of people when they look at this card is they think, well, what if there's only one defender? It's like that. Then that is the last defender in the defense zone. That's how that works.
I think the phrase is RTFC. Is that's relevant?
God.
Is it?
Yeah. You could copy paste that at people, sure.
Sure. And just for clarity, what's the issue with Assassinate?
It's bugged, so it does permanently reduces your max resources, so you don't regenerate them. Did Z ever get fixed? Because I know Z had the same bug for quite a while.
No, they're both like that.
Yeah, so you're supposed to regenerate up to your max. Like, if you use it on 10, for example, you go down to 9 with a Z, and then in the past you'd go back up to 10.
But
Right.
It's been reported again
And
recently.
right now it just goes to 9, stays at 9 forever, and unless you use the command post, you can't get back up to 10.
Got it.
Which
Okay,
is-
making a note, getting that fixed.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Alright, moving on. This is a card that we showed off on our TikTok page. Again, like us on TikTok, whatever. Lifeless Battlefield, which is a 2 purity 5 cost location for Sleepers of Avarok. When an enemy character enters the deployed area, it becomes poisoned, taking 3 damage at the end of turn.
I love this card, but I'm possibly reading it as being too powerful without actually testing it fully myself. But yeah, I think this would be super cool.
This card's pretty decent. It competes cost-wise with a lot of other things. Like, you generally want to be doing more on turn 5 than playing this, but you also need to get this out as early as possible to start generating value from it. And it also competes location-wise in 2 purity with Kyrillic, which is a bit of a rough sell. Infect on all your characters is really strong, and Poison 3 is much less so.
Lifeless does have... It's basically a better version of Acid Rain. Anything without haste and vigilance really suffers for it. And even those things do suffer, because they can't get that prolonged value a creature typically generates.
Yeah, it absolutely cripples the Flame Dawn matchup if you manage to get through turns 1 to 5.
Well, Sleepers very rarely die before then. More so
Yeah,
a condition
they can
of
play
what
it pretty
state they die
solidly.
by. Like, Sleepers actually have one of the best anti-aggro matchups. Bloodthirsty Dead,
Bloodthirst on
Fear,
Bloodthirsty.
Tome,
Oof.
all that.
Alright, we've got 2 more already revealed cards, so we'll reveal those at the same time. There's going to be another little blah, blah, blah. Sorry about the noise here. Alright. So first off, we have Ling Bao, Sage of Disorder. A unique character, human demon, that is Exiles and DoD. Pay 3, exhaust for 2 turns. Discard your hand, then draw that many cards, and both players lose that much morale. Exile 2. This has some funky setups for doing some mass exile plays on a following turn. It's got some crazy synergy with some other things that already exist. For example, there was the Symbiote card that got like super powerful and stuff when you played stuff from Exile. Yeah, a whole lot of stuff. We also have Logic Virus, and this is one that I've had people having very conflicting opinions about. Some people think it's cracked, some people think it's trash. This is a 11 cost Sleepers Genesis card. Take control of target character on the battlefield or an artifact, and it has recall 7. So you can play it from the graveyard for 7 instead of paying the 11 costs. Or you can just play it twice.
So, I think this card's kind of awful.
You don't like Logic Virus?
No, I think it's just like overpriced. I think if I was playing those purities, it would live in my side deck if I thought I'd see Omnitron, and otherwise I probably wouldn't play this.
Logic's powerful because it turns a couple winning matchups into a hard win, losing matchups into a hard win. Omnitron, 3DOD are typically things you really struggle with, and by stealing Omnitron or an avatar, it's easy street.
I don't think it can like ever steal an avatar. Like, it costs 11. I just Calamity.
You don't play it for 11.
And if
you draw it, it's
graveyard,
over
they
turn
can just
fodder.
dodge it. It's battlefield only. They just like they
Well,
can
if
see it in my
keep your avatar
graveyard.
in support forever, that's fine.
Yeah, I think maybe as like a ghost logic virus, maybe it's okay, but I don't know.
You don't have to play it from your graveyard if you think you're gonna dodge. Now I know what I'm saying, just read your opponent's moves, but like that is the solution. Hold back your logic virus if you see you're playing it. You steal their
my
avatar.
argument is also like they'll read your moves. That's why it's not good. So like,
I don't know. It's, how good are you at reading your opponent? In my case, that's very good. And,
yeah, that's why.
I hate that your literal solution is get good. It just makes me feel bad.
read your opponent's mind.
It's both
Just
why
be
this
better
card's
at the
good
game.
and
just
awful.
win more.
Yep.
Because I
The
assume
flip side-
somebody's way better than the other player.
The flip side of this reveal on Lingbao Sage of Disorder is that you can do some really, really funny, stupid stuff with Hungry Abomination.
Ooh.
Is you just set your hand on fire with 2 Hungry Abominations in command and go, okay, do you have tools to deal with this, or do I win the game?
It's also fun with like endless the sleepers unlimited guy, the endless hordes or whatever.
Unending
They're
Dead.
just
Endless
like,
Horde.
yeah, unending dead. That's the one where you're just like binning like 6 or 7 of them every turn.
Well,
It's a
Lingbao
card that
actually looks
makes me
pretty
want to
solid.
run like 100 cards in a deck sometimes, just because like you can really like throw your deck into the graveyard.
No, I think that might actually be the correct call with Lingbao Sage Disorder, because you're going to be
It's
shredding your
very
hit
funny.
deck so hard, and you're less.
Moving
Phil,
on to the next
all that.
card. This is Lost Identity, a 2-cost 1 Purity Exiles ability. Also, I don't know if this is a typo or not, so I'm going to have to get Ruben to double check this, but this is an ability that's also a demon.
I didn't notice
Yeah,
that.
that'd be a typo.
I'm assuming it's a typo, but we'll see. Transform target deployed character you control into a random character that costs 1 more, and then it becomes exhausted. You can also recall for 2. What do we think?
I'm very, very glad that this exhausts the character it transforms, because otherwise you would have even more Defiant Monk spammers.
Oh man, and I built a scramble deck recently that makes Defiant Monk look like bad RNG. And then if this didn't exhaust, it would have gone straight in there and been even worse. So
Oof.
I'm also glad it exhausts. It rains
The
this
art
card
on
in a
this
lot.
is absolutely fucking choice. It's amazing.
It's very random. Like, there's a lot of dud creatures at every cost.
It very
So-
much is playing scramble and watching things
Someone
like
put out
Grimish
a,
pop out of the deck, or just like, or Rancid popping out as a 9-cost 1/1 is just amazing.
Yeah, or you pull an Enya
I
on
believe-
7. You
I
pull
believe
a.
someone put together a table that showed the most efficient turns to stop using Defiant Monk, where anything that's turning into a 4, 5, or 6 cost, and then below that and above that you have a higher chance to get just bad characters.
PL3 Jim,
Yeah.
who's in the chat, made
Even
made
5
a
cost
chart
has
of,
quite
like
a
everything's
duds.
average health. That's really
Was that
handy
Jim?
when you're. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
Jim who made it.
That's awesome.
There's a lot of 5-cost 8/8s with effects. Or, like, yeah, it's just so random.
No. So, we've got this one. I think the next card is one that we've already shown off. Yes, it is. But yeah, speaking on the artwork itself, like, it's a beautiful animation. Like, some of Cat's art is a little bit hit or miss sometimes, but when it comes to things that are like demons or beasts, they just fucking nail it every time. It's beautiful. Alright, moving on to the next card. This is Made Mighty by Metal, which is Genesis and Warpath 9-cost Artificial Beast. Has Unstoppable. Made Mighty by Metal's cost is reduced by the number of characters you control with 15 or more attack. While made by I'll get this eventually. While Made Mighty by Metal is on the battlefield, if a character you control with 15 or more attack dies, it survives on 1 health instead. This can only trigger once per turn. And it's got a base stat line of 20 and 20, which is pretty damn good. This is comparable to a lot of the dragons that we see, and it's got some extra little juice and effects with it. What do
My
we think?
favorite part of this card is its nickname of Mastodon.
I think Made Mighty by Metal is quite powerful, actually. It's going to be pretty easy to play it for 5 or 6 cost on curve.
So strong. So
Because you can do things like GI Warpath Exiles or GI Warpath and have a board that supports it. And that's just going to be really good. It's good.
All of your
The protection's
huge
really strong, too.
characters survive mass death on 1 HP. I think that because it only triggers once per turn, the first big thing that you have that dies lives on 1 HP, and then the rest of them don't. And that would be based
I
on
mean, you
their
never
position.
play just one of these.
You play 50
You
main
layer
damage.
multiple, as many as possible.
Wouldn't they all trigger at once, though?
I believe they do.
Theoretically,
Maybe.
yes. In testing,
Currently makes a note to test.
it's been broken.
You ask question, we go, I believe so. Literally starts making note, like, test fucking does this.
Last time we tested it, it just broke the game in half.
It will,
and I was
it
like,
will
all right,
definitely
well,
work one way or the other on launch, I can say that.
Okay, that's something to look forward to. But yeah, it looks really solid.
Alright.
Easy to cheat out for cheap and good body.
We've got a few cards coming up, none of which have been revealed yet, so this is going to be fun. First off, this is Memories in Blood, which is an Exile's COV ability, 2 cost. Target ability in your graveyard that costs 5 or less gains Recall X, where the X is its cost, and it itself also has Recall 5.
So for me, this card lives with Magistrate in the same, I guess, rainbow deck that only wants 5 cost under abilities, but I don't know what those abilities are or why I would play that deck.
Crystalline Replication.
Yeah, maybe. Like, there's...
Ooh.
No, but yeah, maybe. But I don't know.
Because
This
you
card's like,
go GI
one of
Cobb
those that-
Exile.
somebody's gonna make it really good, but I haven't figured out what the combination to make it really good is.
Remember that this can only give recall to cards that cost 5 or less. There
No,
are some
indeed.
cards that can lower the cost of abilities. Notably, Bloodcore Mecha is one in Revelations that does that. So you could theoretically pull back Mass Death via that.
No, you couldn't.
Um,
Wrong purity. You need to go Rainbow for that and empties 2 COV.
oh yeah,
You
fair.
could do it
Never-
with
never mind. Good catch.
would Demon of Dark Bargain affect Graveyard?
Yeah, it does.
Uh,
Demon of Dark Bargain would do it. If the card
You-
retains its lowered cost after, I suppose Acolyte of the Altar could do it.
I think Acolyte of the Altar is a one-time reduction.
Yeah, either way, this has a whole lot of potential going with it.
Do it
so-
in Enya with something.
Oh yeah, maybe. Alright, moving on. I think this is a card that got revealed somewhere, but I don't 100% remember where. This is Micro Rift Research, which is Overseer's Genesis. Preemptive. Remove up to 2 target characters. At the end of turn, those characters return to play. It also has Recall 6. So this is a double blip for 3 cost that you can not only do preemptively, but also do it again with the recall, which I think for 3 cost is pretty amazing.
Yeah, Jason, that one's already in the Discord. I might have missed that one. That's my bad.
What was that, sorry?
That's already in the reveal channel. I think I didn't tag that one. That's
Oh,
my
okay.
fault.
Alright, no problem. Then we can just skip past this one. Basically a better box, yes, but no, in the way that you can do box like 5 times if you really wanted to. You can only do this twice. But
With
yes,
the
it
cost
does-
increase, box is not what it was.
Mm.
Micro Rift is extremely powerful.
Yeah.
Because
Really good.
you can't go wrong with Micro Rift. There's
Yeah.
never a bad time for it, because at worst it's Stumble to you guys, which alone is worth 3. It can also be used to flicker your own Luca, or flicker Luca. That's what you're gonna do.
If you're
Double
playing
flicker.
Genesis and Overseers, you're including this card. It's
Yeah, it's a 3 of.
basically an auto include.
Hello, everyone.
Hey Kev Cass. Alright. Next up, this is Nero's Experiments, which is a 3 cost Cultivar and Sleeper's ability. Raise target character in the enemy graveyard that costs 3 or less. It becomes undead and it gains, if this is in the graveyard for 3 consecutive turns, raise it. It also has Recall 6. I do also want to quickly specify that I believe that this raises your enemy's card to your support zone, not to theirs.
Yeah, it does.
yes.
It raises it to your own support zone, which it should have clarified on the text.
Yeah. We'll fix that text up. What do we think about this one?
I
This
want to
card
say
is
that the
weird.
raise got new text that specifies it goes to your support zone unless it says otherwise. Like if you held over that yellow raise, it would explain that.
I'm mousing over the GIF and it's not popping up with the tooltip, and I was
important
getting
correction.
confused.
Important correction that changes this card significantly is that currently the card says raise target character in the graveyard that costs 3 or less. Otherwise, the effect is the exact same. So this
can
is
it
now
target
able
any
to
graveyard, or-
target your own graveyard and the opponent's, like
Ooh.
Raise Dead can, which makes it significantly better. If it targets enemy only graveyard, it's worth quite a bit less. And
No, yeah,
becomes
that
a
has
very
been
much
changed in
sideboard
game.
only.
To not be enemy graveyard, because in testing that was less productive.
Hope they have a good free cost.
Yeah, it was like you hit something like 3 cough and you're just like, well, pity I put this in my deck. I wish he had creatures.
I got a
Yeah.
Rita's guard.
I gotta
Whereas-
read his card.
Whereas now, with it being raised target character in general, you can at least count on your own deck to have some sort of synergy with it.
I got a wealthy noble. I guess I'm gonna lose 10 morale multiple times.
Yay!
It's pretty slow.
It is
It's
very
not-
slow.
It's not like the greatest card, but I think like the same kind of decks that are currently running around with Nero because they like to see as many zombies pop out of their graveyard as they can will like this card.
Something I do think that's kind of shitty though is it doesn't even have good synergy with Nero.
Yeah.
My thought was it finally lets that zombie who gets 1/1 bigger in the graveyard every turn see play outside of the game.
Sleeper
Does it?
Laverack.
It's so slow. It's
Yeah,
slow.
it's such a slow card.
We are going to move on. Oh, I gotta post this in the Discord first. One moment.
Yeah, I've been saying lately that that card, Sleeper of Avarak, doesn't seem to get much love.
Well, we might see it have a bit more love now. Alright. Next card.
Sorry.
This is Omni Eye. This is a 3-cost, 1 Purity Genesis character, artificial with flying. When Omni Eye deals damage to the enemy fortress, reduce the cost of the cheapest artifact in your hand by 1 next turn. Fantastic thing, exactly what Genesis wants, unless of course you've got a Placebotron in your hand, in which case this sucks. But hopefully, if you have a Placebotron in your hand, you've already played it, because why wouldn't you at 0 cost?
Yeah, and just quickly, Jason, I'm gonna have a quick bit of lunch, but feel free, we can tag out for a bit after my lunch. So you can do yours.
I wanna
Thanks,
try and
guys. I'll see you all soon.
I want to try and get through all
Yeah,
the
go
reviews first, and then we can tag out.
Yep. Cool. All right. Thanks, guys.
Omni Eye is really strong. Mechanism's really good right now, ever since it got that minor rework to support the new artifact style.
I think it's definitely got some potential. We can move on to the next card
Uh,
though, because we've already
yeah.
seen that one. We got a new one that we haven't shown off before. This is Painful Lesson. 1-cost ability, COV. At the end of turn, if an enemy character died this turn, draw a card. It also has Recall 3. So I think this is a fantastic little card to just get a little bit of extra filtering and mill in your deck, so you can get to the things that you need more quickly. And also, if you're just low on options and you've got like a reliable death spell somewhere, the Recall 3 would mean that you actually go card positive if it triggered both times. I think it's a fun little card.
You can also use this in decks that are playing particularly aggressive fields that you know will trade into your opponent. Not necessarily having to like pair it with a Death Ray or a Lightning Blast or anything of that kind.
Is this what Read for Runes turned into?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thoughts on
Yeah,
it?
looks
Liam?
great now.
Yeah,
it looks
it's-
great now. It's actually hard to use and rewarding when you do use it. because
Thank you.
Reaper Ruins was a
We went
version
back
at
and
one.
forth on this one a lot.
We
There
worked
was
very
like
hard to
13
make this one happen.
bad designs before this design.
Yeah, Reaper Ruins was playing with. It was playing with a bomb. And yeah. So
Yeah, well, we turned it into a nuke somewhere between fixing it and this, but it's okay now.
Does
It used to be a
COV want
1-for-1 draw.
Absolutely, it does. There's so many things that trigger on when spells are cast, and there's so many things that trigger on if, like, your second spell for a turn. Like, Painful Lesson has its place, and it's definitely going to see some use.
This is what I felt too close to, and we revealed it. I just held my breath. Like, I just want to see somebody else tell me if we've still ruined the game or not.
The only thing that makes me sad about this card is I don't think any deck winds up playing it for its recall cost.
I could actually play it for the recall cost at times. Because if you're on like 9, you're popping a mass death and your hand's not huge. You can
Yeah,
do it.
I guess.
Its recall cost became like an extra trading post option I sometimes considered.
Like, if you're I'd only do it if I'm playing empty that turn, but you know,
Yeah,
sometimes you need extra cards. It happens.
Alright, next up, this is a card that we revealed on our 5 AM surprise stream, but for those of you who weren't there for it, it's going to be a brand new one for you. This is Philosophic Android, which is a Genesis and DoD 5-cost artificial card. While Philosophic Android is deployed, when another deployed character you control becomes targeted by an ability you control that only targets that character, it gains Barrier 1. I think this has got some absolutely bonkers potential with, I think it's Augmented Ninja.
Yeah, this is another card that makes me think they're all fine, and Augmented Ninja is becoming increasingly a problem.
Yeah.
Nothing's good with just Tinker.
Yeah,
Just
I mean
Tinker's
that's
really
like
strong
its
with that.
optimal use. Anything that can lower its cost below 5 as well, would love to play it that way. Mostly because just paying 5 for a 4/8 artificial, in particular, really hurts.
It is a support zone lord, and that's okay. It considers
It
support
can't
zone.
give itself barrier either, which makes it vulnerable to the control counter matchup.
Yeah, it eats dice blast, but once again, you can just be a support lord, which keeps you out of most removal way.
You can't
Dot
play
has a lot of
multiple
ways
of
to give
these
something
and then
one
start
defense.
doing memes like that as well. 'Cause it's not
I definitely
unique.
wouldn't run a command.
Oh, good God, no.
Yeah, it's pretty strong with Tinker. Can also make instant value too that way if you play it on 6 with Tinker.
True.
I gotta say, I love the symbolism of a philosophic android contemplating a humanoid face.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, does this have value? Is this a soul?
I mean, there is something to it.
Alright, next card. This is one we've already revealed, and I've got the wrong artwork for it, so we're just going to be really quickly. Prass, Flame of Vengeance, a Flame Dawn COV card. This is the poster card of the set, but this is the wrong artwork, so don't get too caught up on that. Has Flame Strike 1, and Prass, Flame of Vengeance's Flame Strike can immolate the opponent's fortress. When the enemy fortress is dealt damage, if Prass is on the battlefield, increase that damage by 1. So that Flame Strike can actually add up over time, and his +1 increase on that does also apply as well. This has a whole lot of different things you can do with it for both Flame Dawn and COV. COV having direct damage spells, and Flame Dawn just having 50 dudes with charge. So yeah, it's a fantastic card, but we're going to move on because we've got a new one that we're revealing. This is Prass's Demonstration, an 11 cost ability of COV and Flame Dawn. Deal 10 damage to the enemy fortress. That fortress becomes immolated, taking 5 damage at the end of the turn. This is a permanent burn on your opponent's health as an ability. Very high cost, but my god, it just puts your opponent on an inevitable countdown.
Demonstration is quite nasty.
I play probably more D-Blast than anyone, and I maybe run this inside. I don't think I ever run it in the main deck.
It's so slow.
It's so
Oh,
slow.
yeah,
Like
it's very slow.
It's really nice for like triple Dodd that's playing like all the healing stuff.
Yeah.
This is trying to like outlast you forever. This becomes like the best sideboard card in the world. Otherwise,
Mind
it's
you, a Fortress
eh.
of Xinghao will outlast it forever.
Well,
Oh,
'cause
yeah.
these- the burn stats.
And then they
you
play
put,
a
like,
second
3 of
one, and
these.
you
They're
go,
like
"Oh,
burning
okay."
for 15 every turn.
True
it starts
enough.
to get kind of nice.
Plus,
It gets
each
very
of those
difficult to
burns
recover
is
from
going
a
to
deck that's
also
running
trigger
multiple.
with Prass if he's in the battlefield as well. So instead of 5 damage, it'll be 6. Plus, if he's got the Flame Dawn, the Flame Strike that he's done and they've got 1 attack through, that's going to be another 2 damage. Like, you know, it does stack up.
Jason,
I've never
that
seen
deck is
Cross
gonna get
manage
played.
to get through the fortress.
That deck's gonna get played at like casual level. Like Jason and all of your peers, you guys are gonna build that deck 100 times, and you're gonna
Yeah.
enjoy it. But it's never gonna show up in like top of constructed. Like
Look-
Prass
Oh,
with
yeah,
Prass's
no.
demonstration is not.
If we
never
never
gonna be
see
meta.
Prass's demonstration in like a top 8 top cut somewhere, that's okay. As long as I get to play it and I get to stomp on somebody at some point who's also playing a jank deck, I'll be happy.
I think it lives in the sideboard of a top 5 deck. So
Nice.
Yeah,
Alright, so that's Prass's demonstration.
Heck.
We have another 3 cards here that we've revealed all of them already, so I'm just going to mass import them and we'll just breeze through it. We are running low on time, and also I haven't eaten today, so I really want to finish this up quicker if we can.
Next card, then, Jason. Next card.
I'm going to do next 3 cards, how's that? So first off, Quarantine Break, which is the ability we were talking about earlier. It's a 6 cost, 1 sleeper card. Create 8 2/2 undead characters. They become exhausted for 2 turns. It also has Recall 5. You just make yourself a huge board, and it's very hard to deal with.
yeah.
Next stretch goal, Jason.
Please
gets to
Ingbo me.
eat.
Just please eat my morale, Dodd. Please.
Next up, we've got Prepare for Conflict. I hope you've all seen the video we did of this one. We gave the furries guns. Why did we give the furries guns? Anyway, Prepare for Conflict is a 1-cost ability, Flame Dawn and Warpath. The top 2 characters in your deck gain +4/0, and it has Recall 3, so you can play it multiple times if you want to. Have you guys had any thoughts about Prepare for Conflict and how you're going to make it work?
I like it with
Leave it in
Vesco.
the deck builder.
Inconsistent.
But also, I'm
Like,
not
it's
building
neat.
good decks, so.
I wanna. Okay, I know where I want to run it, but it's dumb. I've been trying to build a deck that one-shots you with a Shady Bunny from hand, and this really likes that I can buff the Shady Bunnies before I draw them. But
Oh,
in a good
man.
deck, no, I don't have a good use for this.
Yeah.
Noted. And the final card here, another one we've already shown off, Project Hellfire, a Flame Dawn Exiles card. When Project Hellfire deals combat damage to a character while attacking, excess damage will be dealt to the next defender. Also, when you deploy Project Hellfire, create an exact copy of it in the assault zone, and at the end of the turn, remove it.
I love this card. This is my standard crystalline replication target in testing. This is so fun in a GI Flame Dawn Exiles Rainbow.
I would like for it to have more than 1 morale.
Yeah, I think it might need a morale increase, but yeah.
You
Have
can
you
do that, and
had
I'd
a
still play
Project
that.
Hellfire combined
Oh, yeah.
with Memorial to Heroes yet?
No, I haven't gone that route. I think
Mostly
there's one in
'cause
the
the
deck,
deck
but it
kills
always
you
wins
before the memorial
long
happens.
before that, so I don't
Right.
think there's a need for it. It either like wins or runs out of steam long before it thinks about Memorial to the Heroes.
When you take into consideration its overwhelm sort of damage, and then its copying capability, dropping these from command becomes very nasty.
So those are those 3 cards. We've got a new one to reveal now. This is another card that I showed off on the stream last night, and this is from an artist that we've been working with for a bunch of stuff behind the scenes. I think this is one of the first card artworks and animations they've done. and I love it. I think they've definitely got a lot of potential, and I'm excited to see everything else they make with this as well in the future. This is... Oh, nope, that didn't work. Why didn't that work? There we go. This is Rebel Peacekeeper, a 2-cost, 1 purity Overseer's character. When your fortress or a deployed character you control is healed, Rebel Peacekeeper gains +2/+2. And with all of the lifelink stuff that's been coming out in the latest set, you're going to have a lot of opportunities to do just that. And the artwork is beautiful.
Very long stream delay.
Sorry, I have no idea why that's happening.
Fix the internet, Jason.
I am posting the actual cards in Revelation Reveals at the same time, by the way, so if you want to bypass the stream delay and just check out what the actual card is there, you will be able to open that up via Discord.
Make bytes go faster.
Rebel Peacekeeper's kind of cute. Someone will build a heal deck with it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It starts out really tiny, but you kind of get it growing pretty hard, pretty fast if you're running Cassio, who
Like, I think if you
has the
built
issue
it
of you're
for it-
running Cassio.
Also, what's that new thing that came out in Intrigue? The artifact for Overseers.
Empath Battery.
Empath
Battery was
yeah.
preemptively nerfed. It was, it's end of turn only now, 1 trigger.
True, but it still heals, right?
Yeah, but it's only 1 trigger.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's still, once per turn, almost guaranteed. Heal.
No, it's not
So
almost
there is
guaranteed because you have to play 2 creatures. Empath Battery's unplayable now.
that. Oh, okay.
It has been nerfed into the ground.
Yeah, I abused it a little too hard, and people were like, "Whoa, shit!"
Fair
I
enough.
think, and it was mostly just Rebel Peacekeeper coming on.
Alright.
Drag it
Moving
down.
on, we have another
Mid.
card we've already shown off before. This is Remember the Giants. 7 cost, single warpath thing. Create a mountain giant. It's a spirit in addition to its other types. And you also have a recall 4. So create a big dude that has reach, decent defenders against anything with flying. And the fact that it has recall 4 means that, if you manage to discard this early on, it actually becomes a fantastic target to get like a really beefy boy onto the board at a relatively early turn.
I mean, my thoughts on this aren't great. Anyone else think anything about it?
I think it's really good. If you get it in the graveyard, Mountain Giants are fantastic creatures for the cost. And unlike Dragon Trainer, this actually is a draft card. This is the type of card a deck in draft loves, because Mountain Giant for 7 isn't terrible, but the next one for 4 totally makes up for that, and it's really easy on your cards.
Yeah, I was gonna say, in a draft environment, it makes a lot of sense.
If you
Yeah,
play this
and-
from
and
hand,
I
I'm
played it.
assuming I win the game.
Alright, we're going to move on to the next card because this is one we haven't shown off.
Yeah.
This is Repel, which is a
Ooh, I like this card.
single Overseer's card, 2 cost ability. Target character on the battlefield that costs 3 or less is returned to its controller's hand, and it has recall 5. So a bit of extra hand bounce for Overseers. Also, it doesn't specify enemies, so you can bounce something of your own if you really wish to. And the fact that it's got recall 5 means that it becomes a fantastic option to have later on in the game if you've played a couple. What do we think of Repel?
This card would be
Strong.
this card would be still stronger if they didn't already have a 3-cost way to bounce anything. But I
Well-
still think it sees use because it's got recall. It's 2 cost.
But 2
It just
cost
has
is what really
cost.
cements it, because you play the 4 cost bounce to hand over the 3 cost. I'd say Repel's closer to red tape than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if in triple overseers, probably in lots of other combinations, you just run the actual red tape or something. But it's not bad.
Hilariously, you see this absolutely obliterate Chlor.
Absolutely.
Hilarious to me.
It's not
It's
like my most
even
powerful
Gauhan.
cards in the set, but it's not a Dragon Tamer.
Yeah, if
No,
they
I-
do like Gauhan command, it's like okay, cool, bye bye.
No, I'd say Repel's actually one of the better cards for Overseers this set, which might be saying more something about the general Overseers cards, but
Yeah, they get some
It's
really nice
also-
bad purity ones with like micro riffs and Denouncer of Heaven's pretty crazy.
I wouldn't say Denouncer was crazy, but it was solid.
We'll move on to
Also,
next.
having one purity can see a bit more play in other decks than fight another day, for example.
1P Overseers has a very, very good removal suite.
Yeah, it's
It's
really
one of the best in
nice.
the game.
Sleepers really enjoys employing it to maximum potential.
Alright, next up, we're going to move on to the next card, which is Rift Stabilizer. A 3-cost artifact, Genesis Industries single purity. Pay 3, exhaust for 2 turns. Remove target character you control. It permanently gains +6/+6, and at the end of the turn, the character returns to play. So this is a blip on crack that is perfect for targeting your own characters specifically. It does exhaust itself for 2 turns though, meaning you can't go absolutely crazy on it. But with it being an artifact, you can have multiple of these in play and just activate one, then the next turn activate the other.
The main
Bigger
issue
box,
that
but
I
worse
see-
box. Yes.
Yeah, the main issue I see at this is like you're looking at box, but worse, and the buff it provides is literally 1-for-1. So you're paying 6 resources to use it once, and then it's giving you +6/+6, which is one of the worst buff ratios around, except for like Koro. Except even Koro is giving you more value because it's across your entire deck. But like, it's very difficult to find a place anywhere
You can't even
to play
flicker enemy
this.
creatures with this. It's really, really bad. You
This
pay
was
3,
the 5th of my
get
bottom
nothing.
5. It was
I-
this card makes I call it the box of wonder because it makes me wonder why I didn't just use the real box.
Well, yeah, the real box isn't that shit hot anymore since the nerfs, but
No, I know, but
this
I
is a good
still
step down.
Yeah, this is a good step down from that, or CTA, or upgrade, or many of the other
Micro
cards I
riffs?
would have run.
Micro Rift is
Yeah,
about a billion times better.
This card's like sits next to filing cabinet as I guess it reduces Omnitron's cost.
Yeah, but you don't need that many artifacts to play Omnitron anyway.
I'd run defense perimeter over this thing. And that's saying
Yeah,
something.
that's saying, yeah, it says a lot.
Next up, we have a 2-cost, 2 purity warpath snail character.
Saber-tooth snail.
This is Saber-tooth Snail. Unstoppable, and when Saber-tooth Snail enters the deployed area, it becomes exhausted for 2 turns. It has a body of 15 and 8.
This is my favorite card in the set. Reason is Snail. No
Yep.
further reasons.
This card is really good. It's also very spooky with Made Mighty by Metal. So you can do really funny, stupid things. Where you just drop a bunch of these on like turn 5. Just drop a couple of them, and then suddenly Made Mighty by Metal is very affordable.
This thing was really strong even back when it exhausted 3 turns.
Tipperax says made mighty by Snail. Dope,
Yeah,
dope.
but balance-wise, I think it might be too much. It's one of those cards, though, that if it is, the easy fix for it is just to start lowering its health.
So
like
Very aggressive.
We've already shown off Saber-tooth Snail, so we can move on relatively quickly. There's going to be another brain that comes up. Give me a sec. Sorry about that.
College report has to be coming up.
Alright, next up we have another 2 cards that we've shown both of them already, but they're still good and interesting. First off, we have Scepter of the Deep. It's an artifact, single COV, but it's a 7 cost. Demons you control have their morale cost reduced to 0, and at the end of the turn, create 2 0-cost 6/6 demon cards with flying, shuffle them into your deck. So, demon synergy out the wazoo for COV here. Though, with the cost, it's not like an auto-include, like, at all, even if you're making a demon-specific deck. Still juicy, though. What do we think, guys?
Its main use is that you're playing like a demon-focused deck, and you're getting absolutely clowned on by like a DoD morale deck. This will help soothe some of that pain, but losing 0 morale still triggers Ling Bao, so they'll kill you eventually anyway. And in the meantime, while you have this on the field, you're making it harder for you to access the rest of the tools in your deck that may or may not be able to help you with what you're doing. So it's kind of a weird card in that it does have a niche use, but it's quite bad.
I would be of a similar opinion. Scepter of the Deep's awful. Because it's the same issue with Filthy Larry. It ruins your deck, and COV cares about grooming their deck so much. It's why they're on 6 copies of Gather Thoughts and Recycle.
I felt like Scepter of the Deep was a card that I'd run in side deck if I was running Demon Tribal for some reason, just in case of morale decks, and pay and suffer its second half of the card.
Alright, so next up, another card we've already shown off, Security 5000, a 2 Purity Genesis card of 5 cost, 0 morale. When Security 5000 dies, create an exact copy of it in your hand. So, you know, if you chuck a bunch of buffs onto this boy because it's artificial and it dies, you create a copy of that, comes to your hand, and it keeps those buffs. So it is a very powerful point of recursion for Genesis Industries. And also a very safe one considering it's 0 morale.
Security 5000 would have been strong.
Slow.
It would have been strong 5 or 6 sets. It would have been strong 3 or 4 sets ago. But there's too much removal that gets rid of it without killing it now. It's actually very fragile, with terrible initial value.
Indeed.
It's just
still
super
good
easy
for
to get rid of.
memes, but
Yeah, it's
very easy to manage otherwise. Your Big Bunny deck
It's fair to
will
bully
love
new
that.
players.
Alright.
Big Bunny has a lot of fun with security.
Oh yeah, 100%. So this is a new card to show off. I'm going to quickly upload it to Discord so you all can see it here as well. This is Seek the Prophet, which is a single Purity Warpath 1 cost ability. Again, we're getting a bunch of new options for the turn 1 Warpath decks. Draw a beast, it permanently gains +2/+2, and when this dies, shuffle it into your deck and it permanently gains +2/+2.
I think the Prophet's weird. I like it, but it's also weird. Like the deck restriction that you wind up being placed under to make maximum possible use of it also winds up making using it kind of awkward in the first place. Because you're looking for something playable with haste to like get out onto the field and get it dead and then get it cycled back through your deck very quickly. But it's hard to do.
If you can get a Flamed on Hound, it's pretty strong, but otherwise it's pretty bad. And it also plays really poorly with a lot of Warpath staples like Rabid Rabbit. Because Rabid Rabbit, for example, will just eat the effect, transform, and then you
Never
wasted
be
your
useful
Seek
again.
the Prophet. And a lot of things like, say, Scar, he doesn't give a damn about the 2/2 buff, and it's very, very long until you see the value for turn 1.
I think the most effective thing I've done with this is going Rainbow, Kov Exile's Warpath, and then using Seek the Prophet and Hellmouth Laborer to, as well as Spawn, to make a Once Was Clean as disgusting as possible.
Alright, we can move on from now. This is another card we've already shown off. Insectoids are back, baby! Sentinel Swarmer. When another insectoid you control enters the deployed area, if Sentinel Swarmer is on the battlefield, draw a card. Now, this does mean that Skittering Tide draws you 3 cards if you get this trigger done, which may or may not be a great thing if you are very high in your hand size, which Quail himself experienced in our Community Spotlight game together. Because he played out Sentinel Swarmer, and because he just overstocked his hands because of how many cards that he played that turn, he ended up throwing away a lot of cards that would have helped him.
Fun testing. This originally worked from command, and you could really bin your whole deck by like turn 5.
I'm glad
There
it no
was
longer works
absolutely
from
some
hand.
hilarity with this thing. In all seriousness, I think in Swarmer decks, this doesn't see a whole ton of play. While it's nice to get the extra draw off, it's too easy to wind up in a situation where you dumping your hand gives you more problems than it solves.
Fair. Alright. Next card, another one we've already shown off, so we can be quick. Serpent of the Wind, which is DOD and Overseers of Solist. It's a 5-cost spirit with flying, and it's only 4/4, but while Serpent of the Western Winds is on the battlefield, other characters you control with flying gain +2/+2. So it is an AoE buff guy to anything with flying of a +2/+2 buff, which isn't necessarily huge, but if you've got like a token-based flying deck, for example, things that are made with Irael, for example, I think you're going to have a whole lot more potential and see a lot more value from it. What do we think?
The body makes it completely unplayable.
If they don't
got
kill it
over-nerfed.
and you play it from command, it's good. But yeah, it got like reflexively hit too hard at 4/4. It's pretty fragile, and it's not part of any tribals you can buff or.
It used to have both a bigger stat line and a lower cost. If I'm remembering correctly, its cost used to be 3 and its stat line was 6/6.
Well, if it kept the stat line, it could have. If it kept the cost, it could have stayed playable. But at 5 cost 4/4, you're begging to go -4.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a brick. I'd say this is actually rivaling Dragon Tamer.
Yeah, I forgot it. I keep forgetting when I look at it that it's 5 and not 4, and that it's not a 6/6, and go, oof, jeez, man, it really got slapped with a nerf bat overly hard, huh?
Yeah, like right now it could be a 10/10 and it would still be bad, but it's just so fragile, but such a narrow range.
It's a good candidate to have its stats reviewed at some point.
Next up, we have Shattered Reality, and I think that this is one of my potential favorite cards for this faction combo of Exiles and Overseers of Solace. Put target character on top of its owner's deck, then create a Madness on top of that player's deck. Now, it says target character, meaning that this can target the command zone. So you can put something on the top of their deck, and then put something on top of that, which they will be forced to throw away because no one wants to play Madness. And yeah, I think that's going to make this a whole lot more fun.
Thoughts, Mew?
The Hiniki deck is kind of dead between the box nerfs. Back when the Hiniki deck was alive, this would have been a useful tool, but
I still think it's a crazy tool. I think the Madness, like the fact that it's a Madness, is meh. Burying a creature like 2 onto their deck is really strong removal.
Especially given that it's like limitless targeted removal in the way that, doesn't matter what zone they're in. They want to move something to the support zone so it's safe. No, you don't get to do that. You got a commander who's chilling and doing its thing. No, you don't get to do that.
So the issue with Shattered Reality is it costs so expensively, and Overseers of Solace at 1p already have better removal. There's that 4-cost bounce. I can't think of the exact name of it. Is it Evict or?
Yeah, it's Evict.
Yeah, Evict is one of the strongest removal spells in the game because you can already effectively ruin an avatar.
You're running a deck that has like Kidnapped by Demons and Evict in it, and then you just also have a Shattered Reality. It's starting to feel like you could build a whole deck that just keeps bouncing things out of play.
You don't want to run that much single target removal because you'll be overrun by tokens, and Shattered Reality, for example, is just so fucking expensive. Like, I would say Evict does a better
You're spending
job.
7 to bounce a threat they already have.
You run like
They're
2
spending
exiles and
7 to
scramble
put another
deal with
threat on the
tokens.
field.
You just turn them all into like useless cows and random 1-drops and stuff.
So, but yeah, Shattered Reality is just too expensive for the effect. Denying them 2 cards is good, but unless you're denying so many cards they run out of cards, it doesn't matter.
I'm kind of glad to have you disagree with me. It's another one of like the 5 cards that I'm really concerned about. So if at least one person thinks it's meh, then it's at worst okay, and I don't care anymore.
It's actually on the weaker end of removal, especially in the factions it's in.
We gotta
It's
move
deeply
on.
annoying to get hit
Guys,
with.
guys, sorry, we gotta move on. We will have weeks to talk about all of these going forward, but we'll focus on the reveals for now. Spiritfire Disciple, 3-cost Flamedawn DoD card, has Vigilance, and at the start of combat, if Spiritfire Disciple is attacking alone, it fully heals and gains +8/+0 until the end of the turn. So the general play pattern with this is you throw it out to defend with something, and then move it into the assault zone by itself, and it manages to swing and do some actual damage, or just take out one of their defenders. What do we think about Spiritfire?
I love this card. It's again like in a terrible purity, and it's never going to be part of a good deck as a result. But it does everything that purity wants to do, and it also plays well with the other spirit card. I kind of like it.
I think it's doomed. Because
there's another card. I don't think we've revealed it yet. And between it, like Spiritfire, and the I can't remember, the Defenders of Borders that we revealed. Yeah, the Zihan Captain.
That has not been revealed yet. It's coming up.
Yeah.
But the issue with Spiritfire Disciple is Vigilance on a creature's body like this is actually a debuff, because it really wants to get to the assault zone, so it can be a 10/10. And a 3-cost 10/10 is good, but
it does. But there's actually a lot of things it can like survive at 10 health, and then it heals before it attacks.
The issue is it might survive a single hit from something like an Infected Devil, but it's going to die to the follow-up. And it won't survive to combat if it does eat an attack from an Infected Devil, because you'll eat a commando, you'll eat a blast, etc., etc.
I'm just going to quickly drop in with a quick little note, because I just saw this. The Kickstarter is officially ending in 37 minutes, so consider this one of your last warnings and your last chance to get in there, back the campaign while it's still up, get you some platinum cards, all that good stuff. If you haven't backed it already, that's okay. You've got 37 minutes left to go. Also, if you want to edit your backing to get some more plat packs or whatever else, you can also do that. You've only got 37 minutes left. Anyway, we're going to get back to...
Things weren't going great.
I swapped to the wrong scene again. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you can get some additional plat packs as add-ons.
Alright, where is the next... Okay, next up we have an interesting card. Subject 1/MN-Y. You can also just call it Subject Money if you really want to be shorthand about it.
And technically it's subject 1 of many.
Oh, there you go. So, when Subject 1/MNY enters the deployed area, draw a character with 15 or more attack. So, I like the actual effect. I'm not huge on the artwork.
The art's really bad. The card is really good.
Yeah.
GI is starved for cards actually a lot of the time, so being able to just straight up draw a card for 3 with a really good body is extremely powerful.
Yeah.
And Warpath doesn't mind to draw either.
Yeah, also it has the 2 best creature typings in the game. This thing should probably cost 4 in C play. It's yeah, it could cost 4 and play. It's going to be a 3-up staple in most decks that can run it.
This is what peak performance looks like. Yeah.
We're gonna be seeing this art a lot, Jason.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm hoping that if we can potentially get touch-ups for this, that would be great.
Yeah.
It doesn't look great at the moment, and because it's such a good card, we're going to be seeing it a bunch. Thanks for the follow.
This is the face of your game. I love that comment. This is what performance looks like.
Yeah, Duelist might have one top comment this whole video with that.
Alright. Next card. Boom. Whoop. Press the wrong button here. I'm just gonna check this here as well. Anyway, this is Symbiotic Excavation. It is a Sleeper's Exile card. Preemptive. Move up to 4 targets from the enemy graveyard into your graveyard. You may cast any characters targeted by this from your graveyard next turn. So you're stealing stuff from your opponent's graveyard and potentially resurrecting it as well.
This is the epitome of sideboard design. Don't think this ever gets main decked in anything.
Also, I'm upset.
Because like any instance where you want to use this, play Grave Rob instead. And
it does have a couple things over Graveyard because it generates value. Well, Graveyard simply the denial of value. Like, if you're playing against another Sleeper's Wrath or Arc Exiles deck and you steal Vera,
cool. It's in your
stuff.
sideboard.
Like, yeah, it's definitely a sideboard card. It's exactly the same issue as Graveyard, but yeah, it's a really good sideboard card for purity.
Like, for general purposes, Grave Rob has better value as more flexible.
I don't agree with Graveyard being more flexible. Because anything you want to pull out of a grave, except for spells for Oblivion, which bringing in Grave Robs against Oblivion is questionable anyways, you get a lot of value out of this. Because you're getting the 4 best cards.
Yeah,
hilariously,
half.
You can steal recall targets with this.
Yeah.
But also, you shouldn't main deck this, and if you do, I feel very bad.
I suppose
I meant more flexible in the sense that it costs half and it's factionless, so you can potentially put it in any deck.
Well, as long as you're not playing against free cop, the fact you can play the creatures next turn does mean you can potentially set yourself up for a nice turn without expending cards. If you're running a very low curve.
This card
I'd also argue that
theoretically worse, but it's almost playable now.
I'd also argue that, as JG said, this is more sideboard material, where Grave Rob, I don't know if it's main board, but it's kind of getting there.
I don't know if I would main board Grave Rob, even with Revelations.
But you do see my point, right?
It's getting there. Like, there's a slow advancement of reasons to hit Graveyard.
Right. We are going to move on for now. We have
my least favorite art.
another revealed card, Talich Accords.
Oh, this one is okay.
It's an ability, 8 cost, does require Genesis and Flamedawn. For the rest of the game, at the end of turn, characters in your hand gain +4/+4. So this is a very late game type card for Genesis and Flamedawn, but a huge potential ongoing buff for the rest of the game. And because it's an ability, unless it somehow gets counterspelled, there's no real counterplay to it. You can't burn the card in the graveyard or remove an artifact or anything like that. It's just for the rest of the game. It's just gonna keep going. Oh my god, you're still streaming. we got to reveal the whole set. No one tell weaponized autism they haven't eaten breakfast yet. They can't know this.
I would say this card is not particularly playable.
It's very expensive.
The buff is very small for the point in game where you're playing it. You've gone through a significant amount of your deck as well. Like
Also,
in these
something
purities, you're running plunder stuff. You're pushing out a lot of characters and abilities.
I think it's gonna have some
feels
power
bad.
in draft, realistically. And like, I enjoy playing dumb stuff, so I look at this card and I get excited because I can think of dumb things to do with it.
Oh yeah, this is
Realistically,
stupid.
again,
dumb
it's one
card.
of those cards that's not going to make a top cut deck realistically, but it still
Yeah.
seems like a fun card and a good potential draft thing as well.
Yeah, I got smashed by it, but obviously that was one game.
That was
Yeah.
because I built the entire deck around making that
Around the
specific
card.
work.
Yeah.
And also, you were playing something that was, a little bit suboptimal as well, and it just didn't have anything to bounce back after Calamity. Like, if you build a deck around this card, you have so many gaping weaknesses that people can exploit. I just, happened to be up against someone who couldn't exploit them quick enough. And that worked well for me.
Yep. Cool. Next card.
Jason is a meme through and through. It's how I work. It's how I do. It's why
Jason.
I'm here.
Commit to the bit.
Yeah,
That's
you're
your line.
Timmy. It's okay. Just own it.
Yeah. Look, it's like that line from what was that movie? Wreck-It Ralph. I'm not cringe, and that's based, and I'm not based, and that's not cringe, or whatever it is. All right. Anyway, I'm done.
Next card.
I'm done massacring quotes. Another one
Yep.
we've already seen. This is... someone's texting me. I don't know who's texting me. I'll deal with that later.
That's a long name for a card.
Tormented Eidolon. Fun little one-cost Warpath/COV card. I actually kind of like this artwork, but everyone else has been complaining about it, so I'm just going to believe them, and apparently I have bad taste for this one. But yeah, this is a one-cost Warpath COV. At the end of turn, if a character you control died this turn, Tormented Eidolon gains +2/+2, and if it's on the battlefield, you gain 1 extra resource next turn. Look at its face. It's just the jaw.
Tormented
Alright,
Eidolon
fair
is
enough.
weird in that I don't see it ever being played in a competitive setting because of how fragile it is.
Mhm.
And I don't think it's particularly well disposed towards for fun decks.
I think Tormented Eidolon is surprisingly strong, actually. It's
Really?
not that hard to keep it alive against the type of decks it's good against, which is Overseers, Flame Dawn, because it might eat a commando shot, and that's okay.
If
But
you're
a lot of the
drawing
time you
your
can toss it
opponent's
into the assault
aggro
or
and-
defense zone.
If you're drawing your opponent's aggro and removal to this, I think that in itself is a victory. I think that's a very okay use for the card in itself.
So you can put it in the zone they're not likely to contest, and then use a blast, and then have an extra resource in Cov, which is good. Hermit quite enjoys that.
Yeah,
And it only has to make that resource one time. One time, and you're pretty far ahead.
Yeah, I agree, and I've had a couple of games in testing with these where you get 2 or 3 of them alive, and they start getting big enough that you can just like use the front one to trade and trigger the back 2. And they're pretty strong for a 1-drop in a purity that had pretty crap 1-drops. Like Hermit was a great deck that had what, like Hulking Sniper. That's it.
Yeah, like Hulking Sniper was your best turn 1 play, or sometimes you'd have to use your Alita on Hermit turn 1.
Right. It's like
And
just
Hermit's up to 3 good 1-drop creatures from hand now, with this and the 2 Beast. Eidolon's going to be powerful. Yeah, it's just going to be powerful.
I think at minimum it definitely has potential. We're going to move on though. We have another card that was revealed at the 3 a.m. emergency stream, but hasn't been shown off anywhere else yet. Also, sorry about the Windows blip. My bad. Sorry about that, guys. Through this here.
Jason's just repeatedly getting tagged by sticky keys.
I have to keep the amount of sources in my OBS low, otherwise things start glitching out. So I have to remove all the cards that are supposed to be hidden. And I'm not removing each individual card because then it would blip every single time. Anyway, this is Traveling Medic, a 1-cost factionless human with lifelink 4 and a stat line of 2/2. A very basic card in itself that opens up a potential for a few different strategies and stuff depending on what you want to do.
Yeah, I think it's obviously being factionless, it's quite a bit weaker than most cards, but you know, if you had like a deck that particularly took damage to the face, like the Rebel Golem or what have you, it could be useful. But yeah,
back
it
when
working along.
lifelink was tied to the attack of a card, this thing was a nightmare. I'm glad that lifelink was forcibly changed prior to its release, so it's no longer a nightmare.
Mutating dead, looking kind of hungry right now. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Next card, I reckon there's not much to say about that one.
Yeah, it's a very, very basic, very vanilla, very safe card.
It's better than Soldiers of Fortune. There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, against
next up.
aggro, like they don't want to defend anyway, so you can just get some free health each turn.
True.
Or force them to do a block, which they don't probably want to do.
Yeah. Next up, we got Triumvirate of Power. This is a 12-cost ability for Cult of Varor. Choose 3 target cards in your deck. If they all have different names, put them in your hand and reduce their cost by 3. Now, at 12 costs, I think this might be a bit over the top. It signifies a very important lore moment, but the card itself is a bit meh at this stage. What do we think?
It's a hilarious meme if you get caught by it. Otherwise, it's what's going on? Why are you playing Triumvirate of Power? Who hurt you?
It gives you an OTK, but it 12 cost. So, you know.
How does it give you an OTK?
Well, you run the Varoria Magic Siphoner, Mass Death, and Ferocity, and Swift Strikes, and you just grab whichever one you haven't drawn yet and play all of them, and then you win the game.
I mean, alternatively, you just blast their face for 42 with Anger of Auroria, Dark Blast, and Death Blast. Because you have 12 resources, and that costs a total of 12, so you might as well just take 42.
There's the cost reduction. Don't forget.
Yeah, I know you could get to it other cheaper ways. I'm just saying, like, worst case, you can just always transfer to power and then 42 them next turn. But again, you got to get to 12 resources, and things probably happen to you.
Exactly, and you might want to play 3 cards that cost 7 normally. So if you have a deck full of really expensive cards, but then again, why would you do that in competitive? So yeah, could be just a little fun card to
I appreciate it being in 1 purity for Kov, because it does allow some really goofy stuff, and I'm always a fan of jank.
It is a fun combo piece. It's not good, it's fun. And as someone who values fun above everything, I love it.
Yeah, I wonder if this would be more useful as like an 8 cost, which reduces the cost by 2 or something like that.
Likely it would cause problems then.
Yeah,
so
that's what I think at that point.
It's
dude,
strong.
I've got a plan. Get to 12, Triumvirate of Power, take a Mass Death and another Triumvirate of Power, so that next turn you can play another Triumvirate of Power and just Mass Death to make sure that they can't attack you. And then you've got 6 cards in your hand that are all like super low cost, and you just combo everything.
So, if you're serious about making Triumphant of Power work, what you do is run Acolyte of the Altar, and just keep using Acolyte on Triumphant. And then you would play your cheap Triumphant and pull up the OTK.
Well, it
You
has
could probably
potential.
do that by about turn 9 or 10.
So it has potential. Okay, cool. Anyway, we're going to move on to the next card. This is another one that was revealed over on the TikTok. I'm curious to see how far you think this actually goes. So this is Undying Dedication. It is a Sleepers / DoD card at 5 cost. Let me just put this here as well. It's an /ability. Deployed characters you control permanently gain the following. At the end of turn, if this is deployed or in the graveyard, this permanently gains +1/+1. I think at 5 costs, this might come out a little bit too late to have it start seeing actual value, but it does provide a lot of potential support to a lot of sleepers cards that
It is
want to come back.
It is notably impurities that excel at stalling and defending.
Yeah, I was just thinking I'm going to redo my 2 sleepers and one whatever I'm building right now.
It
Yeah,
does,
to
however,
try this
make
out.
It does make me deeply sad that it does not also affect the graveyard. Because usually if you have a significant board state enough to get value out of this over the next couple, 2-3 turns, then you've already won the game because you've already successfully defended and stabilized and are looking for your win con.
Yeah, true.
If this said deployed characters you control and characters in your graveyard, do you think that would be too bonkers, or do you think it's good enough?
Yes. You'd run it with
It would
shit like
likely
just
be
hit-
much too strong if it did that.
Okay.
Yeah, you just run it with Roots of Avarok and get them killed and then reliably
You do
hit them with
you
it.
do a Rainbow Nero deck and just absolutely destroy anybody.
Ooh.
Yep. Oh, I hit 6 Roots of Avarok. Guess I win.
Yeah, or Living Bow, the new one, you just like throw your whole deck in the graveyard and then go, haha.
Yeah.
So all in all, like, it's weaker than I want it to be. It shouldn't be stronger.
I think it's pretty playable as is.
Alright. Next card, we have one that was revealed by, I think, Platform Disciple. This is Vasir's Dread Knight. 5 cost Exiles card with a 14/8 stat line, who is a demon. When this deals combat damage to a character while attacking, excess damage will be dealt to the next defender. And when Vasir's Dread Knight kills a character, create a copy of that character in your hand and permanently reduce its cost by 1. So,
This is a weird card.
A decent demon card that does manage to stock your hand up a little bit. Whether you decide that you want to use that for throwaway triggers for exiles, or if you want to actually play out some of your opponent's cards, that's completely up to you. But yeah, fun little stat line and potential. Plus it's got the attack penetration thing as well, so real good way to apply some aggressive pressure.
It's very fragile for its effect. Likely it hits one thing and then dies. And it's like, yeah, you've gone 1 for 1 and maybe gotten something of your opponents for cheaper, but...
Well, that's not going 1 for 1 at that point, because you've generated a card. And it makes a cost reduction on it. You actually came out pretty ahead there. Might have even killed a second creature with the bleed damage.
Maybe?
True. There's some good possibilities there.
Times I've tested
Yeah.
this card, it's been disappointing.
If you can get it out with an Alpha Demon or anything.
Yeah, I think it's fine from
gets
Commander.
really good.
And any deck that can like make it bigger in any way.
Or
In
get it
draft,
out.
this thing is very useful.
Oh yeah.
I'd probably play this in 1 Flamed On, 2 Exiles. Or 2 Flamed On, 1 Exiles with Heralds of Flamed On. That way you could give a charge, and
There.
it would trade faster, more safely. And that effect's actually pretty good.
Yeah, if you're charging it out, I can see how it would get a lot of value.
Yeah, getting keyword trample requests in the chat. Obviously, we don't want to have too many keywords. We do have them on screen, but
Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah, I think we
Play
we,
them
I
as
think
per-
we
Yeah,
went over
so
this
we
a
are-
bunch, and you call it like Pierce.
Yeah, we are looking at it, and we want to see how it kind of goes as a mechanic.
I just got back. We are looking at potentially keywording this effect, but we wanted to basically try it on a few cards and, make sure that it was playing well, rather than keyword it too early and then be like, oh, we don't actually want to use this very much. But yes, if we do make it a keyword, we will apply it backwards, so it's not spelled out on other cards.
Alright, moving on to the next card that we have. This is Vessel of Harmony, a 1-cost DoD card. When Vessel of Harmony enters the deployed area, create a balance in your hand. It's also got the stat line of 0 attack, 8 health, so it itself is a perfect target for balance.
I like Vessel Harmony. It allows it to set up a lot of other things without necessarily having to put balance in your deck. Although, if you're running the kind of deck that likes Vessel, then you're already running balance anyway. It's cute. Very sturdy.
Yeah, having something with 8 health and only 1 cost, I think that's a fantastic place to start. Also, thank you so much, Central Attack, for the follow. Big appreciations. Welcome to the stream. Red,
It does
have you
play
played
some
much
interesting
with,
mind games with your opponent on turn 2 as to whether or not you're going to have an 8/8 blocker, or rather not an 8/8 blocker, but like the 4/4 body, or if you have something else coming out like a Lake Shrine Ranger or something.
Red, did you manage to play much with this one at all?
Yeah, I mean it's cute. I think it'll. I don't know if like it gets used competitively. It's nice to have an extra card for overcharge. I mean, like JG said, you can make it an 8/8 on turn 2, which is not terrible at all. Yeah, it's like the kind of card that makes sense to have in Dod. I don't think it'll like do anything too painful.
Alright, we can move on next. Another card that we've already revealed, but I think it's a really fun one. This is Vesta, Firebrand Commander. Has multi-strike 2 as a unique human. And also, when Vesta Firebrand Commander attacks, all characters in your deck and hand permanently gain +1/0.
I like
Vesta's
Vesta.
got the problem of hand buffs in general, where the targets you hit are really unreliable, and the value you see from it comes a lot later, in a purity that just can't afford to wait. It's really the opposite of a charge creature, and her own body's very bad.
True. But at the same time, Flamedawn has always been a faction that, like, by turn 6, the game is usually over, for better or worse.
Yeah, and
we've been
Vesta
seeing a lot
doesn't.
more cards being designed recently that give Flamedawn a lot more power, and more importantly, a lot more options in deck building to, give people these types of trades. And people might, see a Flamedawn deck and assume that they need to all-out defend against it for the first 6 turns. But when you've got this big ramp coming that they don't necessarily see coming, Vesta, you buff everything in your deck, maybe you've got Tarlich Accords or like a Memorial of the Heroes or something, and then the big aggression comes out much later than usual, they're going to have a harder time responding to that, potentially.
The game doesn't work that way. What will happen is you'll play Vesta on turn 5, and then Vesta's probably gonna die before even triggering her effect. If she does trigger her effect, it will do so little that you're gonna think, man, why the hell did I play that 5 cost 6/10? I could have played a 8/8/2 life.
Or duelist, or just a duelist, like 2 turns ago.
Yeah, like Vesta's just really bad. the body's bad and the effect is weak.
What would you do?
And the morale cost is
to
so bloated
balance
too.
Yeah, it is pretty loaded. It's pretty big morale cost. What would you guys adjust?
That's just awkward in a lot of spots. You could drop the cost so she could potentially use her buff earlier, so that hand buff might actually see play in a normal Flame Dawn deck. You could potentially give her charge and a higher cost even, with better body, so she could be a finisher, although that plays very badly with her hand buffs. Like,
she was at one point at 814, and she was troubling in just like clearing too many. She's traded too well.
Yeah, it's.
I think if it had charge and 614, for example, and keep the multi-strike as well, I think that might start to actually really be a competitive point, because, you know, charge is great, and you want it to be able to survive the first attack, and if it has 14 health, you're generally going to get at least 2 procs, which is a +2 buff to everything, and another +2 buff coming if they don't have a way to deal with it, or if it hasn't been cleaned up.
At that point, it would actually work for the thing you said, Jason, where if you're trying for like a turn 9 Flame Dawn deck, it might actually have generated enough triggers to be worth the slot in your deck. But yeah, so that would actually be a pretty functional redesign.
I would even be happy seeing its attack go down in exchange for more health. Like, if this was a 416 and it had charge, that would be great. Because like, its survivability is much more important than the actual damage that Vesta themselves can do.
I would absolutely agree. The problem with it when it had too high of a double strike was things like Siege Engineer and like a couple of buffs, and suddenly it was just like ripping out a whole fortress.
Yeah. That's not the design of the card. That's not what we want. So yeah.
But absolutely, Jason, your redesign would work perfect for it.
There was a point where Vesta even went down as like a 9-10 and then an 8-10, and it was still troublingly strong in terms of trading.
Dude, it had 10 attack.
How much Flame Dawn can just dub into you.
I think, yeah, maybe just leaning more into the making some functions so you give it a reason to actually attack, and then not necessarily making the attack itself too strong. But yeah, there is a good point of like its abilities kind of. You want it to multi-strike to get that buff, so I'd probably reduce the power and increase the attack. Sorry, increase the health. As for like, is Vesta going to become a themed card? Currently, it's not planned, but the way we've designed a lot of the arcs is that if a card suddenly becomes really popular, even in play, then you know if it's a unique character, we can bring it back a second time.
Where's our next new claw?
New claw, more claw. We all need more claw.
Vesta is a card that has like actual lore implications as well, so we can very easily bring them back in very important story beats, because they themselves are someone who's shrouded in a fair bit of mystery for the Flame Dawn, because the Firebrands are a special unit of the Flame Dawn that are specifically filled with people who have witnessed death so much they no longer fear it, which might sound a little bit familiar to some people. But this is less of a sect of the army and more of a specialist unit. And the one problem that they had with these people is sometimes you can't just control them and force them to do what you want via nationalism and, you know, indoctrination. You need them to be afraid of something. And it turns out that Vesta is something that they, or someone, that they are scared of. So if someone doesn't fear death, but they fear Vesta, what exactly is it that they are capable of? And that's the fun thing that I want to play with Vesta if we explore them in the future. But that is if we explore them in the future.
Cool. Almost to the end of the list, I believe.
Alright, this is another
final 3. Unless I can't count. That's entirely possible.
Yep, final 3 I believe is correct. Yeah, I like this next card. Again, I was on the receiving end of this one, but yeah.
This is Volcano Class Carrier, which is a 2 Purity Flame Dawn 3-cost card, an artificial, 4/8 stat line, pay 5. Create 2 Flame Dawn aspirants in the front of your assault zone. If Volcano Class Carrier is deployed, other characters in your assault zone you control have a +1/0 buff. So Coyle, you played against this card, what can you tell us?
Yeah, yeah, it's something I've been sort of wanting. Is a bit
Sorry to
more.
interrupt. Only
Oh, yeah.
6 minutes left on the Kickstarter.
Yes.
5 of them now. So if
Oh,
you're gonna go do that, do
Exactly.
it now.
Thanks for the shout out there. Yep,
Yep,
coming
back
ticking
the
down, guys.
Kickstarter now or miss out forever.
Quick, someone do $1,700. Won't unlock for everyone. But yeah, I've been wanting some more sort of generation. There is obviously a lot of generation, especially with Pyre. But yeah, I think this is pretty useful. Obviously, 5's a lot to pay for a couple of aspirants. I think it probably could be nerfed a little bit there, but you can do it over and over again. So it's basically a mass generation. So maybe late game, if you still happen to have it in your command zone for whatever reason, you can start pumping out extra characters. But yeah, obviously it needs to be balanced against the fact that it's also buffing characters in that zone as well.
Also, something to note that Volcano class carrier just needs to be deployed. Doesn't even need to be in the assault zone. So it's a much safer buff than things like Bromic, for example.
Yeah, true. And it does only cost 3 for that extra +1. So, and there's unlimited, so you can not unlimited. Sorry, there's you can use multiple. So.
I love the art on that, just because way back I pitched an APC just because I wanted to see more vehicles in the Flame Dawn for lore reasons. I was just really happy to see it show up.
Nice.
Yeah, it's actually pretty promising with that. The fact it's a deploy buff gives it
Indeed.
get a little bit of that
Drevo
all-important
excited.
instant value.
Drevo's also excited that it's an artificial of all things, so it does have some synergy with the Genesis stuffs.
Thanks. Their new Accord that they've done.
Oop,
Yeah.
I clicked on the wrong tab and ruined everything. Hold on, there we are. Alright. We only have 2 cards left. And also both of them are brand new. So let's finish this strong. 3 minutes to go on the Kickstarter. This actually ended up timed perfectly with the Kickstarter.
So it did.
Alright, this is Jahan Captain. It is a 5-cost, 1 purity DoD card. Has Barrier 1. At the start of combat, if Jahan Captain is deployed and you control exactly 1 character in your assault zone, that character gains +1/+1 for each character in your defense zone until the end of turn. There we go. This is one of the cards we were talking about earlier on as well.
Yeah, I really like this with the Spirit Fire Discipline, where he gets a +8 when he attacks alone, and then he gets bigger for all your guys, and they just play fun. Like, it's not a great deck, but it does like all the kind of things that Flame Dawn and Dodd want to do in a deck. And
The
he's
effect
useful
alone-
outside of Flame Dawn Dodd. Like, he's actually a good card that's in High Captain.
The effect alone is like cute, but not worth that much. And being a 5-cost 10/10 that guaranteed eats 1 thing with barrier is pretty nice. It's a very solid body, I feel.
I like that this pairs very well with... there's 2 cards that come to mind instantly for me. One of them being... does this trigger with Earn?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because if
That-
you
Yes.
don't start it, yeah, it will.
That's potentially super overwhelming. But also, Shady Bunny, which is one of my personal favorite cards. Just having unblockable
Had to
damage.
talk about the bunny.
Yeah, of course.
Jason, he's a core part of my terrible Flame Dawn Dodd strategy, because then you can like, you can whatchamacallit,
Unite the
strength and
borders or
unity and
whatever.
dump all your stats on the bunny.
Yeah, strength and unity is what I was thinking of.
Perfection. Alright, and the final reveal that we're going to be showing off, this is Zoe, Life Singer, which is a DoD and Warpath 4-cost unique character. It has Untouchable, and Zoe Life Singer gains +2/+2 for each other character you control. So if you're building a huge board, this gets big and it gets insane. Also, we are literally down to the seconds countdown on the Kickstarter as well. So if you're hearing this, you better be on the checkout page, otherwise you're missing out on your opportunity, very likely.
Indeed.
Another Untouchable for Mutating Dead. Oh jeez.
Nice timing on the reveal, man.
This was not planned. I've tried to get through this.
No, Jason, you have to say it was planned the second.
I planned it. I've been subtly manipulating Jason this whole time. I'm that high IQ. It's all me. I'll take full credit.
This is all what I've
Kickstarter,
read.
and I've been modifying the timer manually to make sure everything lines up.
Oh, he hacked the Kickstarter.
That's the spirit.
Alright.
I love this card, by the way. I love this card because Dodd and Warpath kind of want to play together. They have some cool stuff, but they've never had a really good deck or reason to play together. And she's a fun deck for them to play.
She's really win more. If you have enough creatures out, but she's cost effective. You're normally extremely far ahead.
I end up sitting her in command, and it's you play her when you've got the bodies, and she kind of protects them. She's she sort of win more, but she's sort of just like a take your win. She's win security sorta, because lots of times in the decks you want her in, you have so many frail bodies you don't actually want them trading.
No, obviously don't want your chef, so you brings life
4,
trading. But...
3, 2,
Let's
1.
go.
Yeah, we did it.
Congratulations, guys.
Oh, it's got fireworks.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, it's got fireworks. This is so cute.
It does. It does
Oh.
do
Oh,
fireworks.
wow.
Been doing that for a while.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we made it.
Oh,
I do believe.
The fireworks
We made it.
stopped. Oh.
Whoop, whoop. 169 backers pledged to 30k.
This all worked out perfectly.
GG, we'll have a re in a few months' time. Good stuff. Wow.
So,
Okay.
You can rest
Massive,
now.
massive. I could literally stop hitting
Yeah.
refresh in case someone was trying to troll us and put a 5k thing and just pulled it at the last second. But we're good.
Whoa.
We're good.
Yeah, that gasp was stress going out the body.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks everybody who's backed it. We really appreciate it. We know that you guys want more Infinity Wars as a result, so we're going to keep doing this thing, making this game as good as we can.
Also,
Speaking of which,
Good to
we're
hear.
going to have more and more content coming out on all of the platforms. We've got short form content, both educational and entertainment based on YouTube and TikTok. We're going to have more Spotlight games coming across now that we've found a format and a editing path that works really well for that. More and more people are asking for more lore-based stuff, whether it's the short stories or the audio dramas. We're hearing your demands. Also, the more and more people have been asking where Part 6 is for the Laura Bridged series, tackling Agent Coyle. So we might have to touch base with the artist that did all the amazing artwork for those and see if they're interested in coming back.
Yeah.
Oh God, an Agent Coyle story would
and
be
one
great.
of the other things we want to do as well is start getting some, like we said, get some more long form content out. But I'm also open to the idea of if there's people who have a couple of cool games that they want to, take a screen recording of and submit, and feel free to also submit a commentary or just submit it for us to do a commentary on it. It'd be good to sort of highlight some players' games that are particularly cool. And yeah, I mean, there's a few simple ways you could do that as well. So, once you've played a match and you're like, yes, I want to do this, you can just hit watch replay and then record your screen and submit it to us. Feel free to do that. And yeah, we'd love to feature you guys on the channel and also just have more content coming out. So I started doing it. Unfortunately, I had to make sure it was not in widescreen mode for the really good match that I had, but we might still put that up there because it was a really, really good match. But yeah, hopefully you guys want to see more games being played as well from the main channel. I know I want to see that content, so let us know if we're going in the wrong direction, if we should be putting our focus elsewhere. But I think that, just doing a game replay and talking over the top of it is pretty easy for us to do and low tech, and also provides a bit of value. So, let us know if you guys do want that or don't want that. But yeah, love to see more content coming out in the main channel of games being played. Anyone disagree with that idea? No? Good.
I think it's a pretty fun source of content. Something to
Yeah, a lot of
occupy your
fun.
time. Although, we are going to receive some negative backlash because we are not great at our own game. We are just good.
I had a lot of fun poking your entire game with a very sharp stick.
Thank you. I welcome that. That's how we're going to get better. Yeah.
I spent, I think it was like 2.5 hours just talking about all the potential decisions that you could have made in the game.
Have you got a stream of that?
Very
I'd love
much
to watch
highlighting. No, it's just here in the Discord, just chilling.
True.
Very much pointing out how you've got to drag down turn 1. They've got a flying commander. What? Huh? Wait, you mulliganed. You drew the drag down again. You still have it 4 turns later.
This is true. Good point. Duly noted. Speaking of doing games, shall we do a game, Jess?
I think we've got time. Also, just as a quick side note here, Coil on the Stairs. Do we get premium alt artwork for Coil on the Stairs at some point?
Perhaps. Actually, just maybe I'll just get a copy of that. That makes a nice profile picture.
Also, I need to quickly confess something here because I'm worried that you're going to find out about it through other means, and it's going to be less. It's going to mean something different when you hear it from somewhere else. But during the 5 a.m. stream, we were chatting with everybody, and I was getting a little bit lucid. And I brought up Coil on the stairs and showed it off, and someone's like, wait, hold on, is that Agent Coil like based off the actual person? And I said, yes, it is. People are always surprised because no one expects like the leader of a game design studio to be that sexy.
Nah.
And then, after I said it, I immediately went, why did I say that about my boss?
Jason, I almost clipped that and then sent it to Coil immediately, by the way.
Yeah.
I like literally hovered over the clip for that and was like, nah, it's 5 in the morning. I better let it slide.
I gotta ask.
I figure it was best that you hear this from me and not from
That's okay.
a clip.
Yeah. I started off, designing games when I was 7, and I decided to look max in my 20s. So, hence why I do look alright and still play games, a lot of them. So, someone was saying I gotta ask. What?
I gotta ask. What's your favorite Coil? Art Coil.
Art-wise?
Art-wise.
I would say the Divine Demonic alt art that we did, which is, I think, it should be available in the store. That was the best one. That was a really, really great character artist that we're testing for doing work with us. But he did an amazing sort of the Divine Demonic where you can see him sort of standing there and floating a bit. I'd say that's probably my favorite. That or Zomborg, just because it evolves and has 6 different arts.
Very cool card.
Yeah. I so want to get Evolve going. But let's do a game, Jace.
Yes. Alright, so, do I just play the same deck that I already played with you against, or should I make a new one?
I don't know, like, given timing, how about maybe just do when you've already played?
Let me send you a Revelations deck.
There we go, perfect. Great idea.
I don't think it's going to work because it doesn't allow card exports to include restricted cards.
Yeah, fair. That's
But if you still send in the list, you can pull the deck together in a few moments. If you've got the whole deck design ready to go. So you can just do it manually. Won't take long. And now that we've revealed all the cards, you can do that all on screen.
Then also, no guarantee all the cards in the deck work.
Yeah.
So that would be another solid reason to maybe not do that one. So feel free to pick the deck your heart desires, Jason.
Yeah.
I think I'm just going to quickly make one. Let's see what we got.
Pull it together with something other than Sleepers, Warpath, Flame Dawn, Overseers, or Cult of Aurora.
How many factions
That
do I have left?
doesn't leave you a lot. Make an Exiles Genesis deck, Jason.
Alright, I'll make an
And
Exiles
Factionless.
Genesis deck, Coil, thank you.
Exiles Genesis, and then maybe throw in, what else is there missing?
That was hilarious.
Gotta be more there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's still 2 more factions. So, yeah. Exiles, Genesis. Yeah, that was it. Exiles, Genesis. 6. Oh, there's one more faction. Five. There should be 3 more factions there. Yep.
Also, you better not be watching me build this
DOD.
deck on
You
stream.
can do a DOD as well. I'm not watching you build it.
Good.
And I've already made my decks, so I'm good.
That's a risky faction combination because crystalline and augmented are beckoning.
Mm-hmm. Definitely throw those in, Jace. And you are on. Oh, you're on the branch, right? The testing branch, Jace.
Yes. No, I'm not. I just have access to the cards. I should swap branches real quick.
Correctamundo.
Alright, also I'm going to swap to the main screen now as well. Get Filthy Larry out of the way. Because that cute little effect that was there, that's cool, but like, I don't want it to, you know, distract too much. So I'm quickly relaunching the game.
Yep. While you're doing that, yeah, I did get the alternate art coil deck going, so show that off sometime. What did you need that for, by the way?
Sorry?
You wanted all the agent coils turned into like mid-journey art?
Oh, that's for a secret thing. We're not talking about that here.
Okay, secret thing.
Secret thing.
Can I do reveals? I can do reveals with the alternate art. So.
I'm going to quickly throw to an ad for just 1 sec while the game is launching. So this stream is brought to you by us.
Are you tired of trying to play your games and being stuck waiting for an opponent to make their move? Are their turns taking so long that you can prepare a 3-course meal in the time that it takes for their turn to process? Well, luckily, the future scientific minds at Lightmare Studios have devised a great new system, Simultaneous Turns. Now, while your opponent is making their turn, you're making your turn at the same time, and everything resolves at once. Use this to outplay, outsmart, and outmaneuver your opponents. For more information and to get involved, check out InfinityWarsClassic.com. Are you tired of trying to play your...
Things weren't going great, sure. But then, he showed up.
Another Rich Runner falls to my blade. Prepare for the end.
Alright. So we're back,
Things weren't going.
but my game is still patching, so give me a moment. Everybody can hear us now though, so we're all good. Alright. Agent Coil should be the first character that you can choose to be any faction. Agent Coil. Jesus Christ.
Okay, are we back on?
Yep, we're back on. The game just hasn't launched yet. So
Oh
it's
my
just-
god, Agent Cowl. Yes.
It's Agent Coil.
Cowl. Cowley.
Oh what? I hate that I had to say
Cool.
that.
But yes,
I'm
a
still
promo
sad
card
that I
of
can't-
Agent Coil turning into a cow would be kind of cool.
I'm still sad I can't make people coil with genetic splicing.
We do need a card that does that.
I also just pitched a joke card at one point, Coilify, that just turns anything into a coil.
Into a coil, you get to choose.
The target, the card itself is just an ability that turns something into a coil and gives it the ability to turn into a dragon for 10 cost.
There you go.
Easy, we did it. We're game designers.
Mm-hmm. How's your decoration going?
I've finally launched up the game. I've got to
Yay.
build my deck.
While waiting, I am either going to play a Revelations Zombie Horde, or just some straight up Revelations cards on a rainbow deck. The Zombie Horde is 2 Sleepers and 1 Warpath, and the rainbow deck is Flame Dawn, Overseers, and Cult of Varor. What are you making, Jason?
I'm doing a double Genesis Single Exiles. I've got some
Cool.
ideas.
Okay. Oh, while we're doing that, what else can we do?
Instant
Actually,
include.
question for you, Coil. Do you have a favorite
Yeah.
card in the new set?
Yeah, the new set. Yeah, gotta be. My favorite card, to be clear, my favorite card in
In the game
Intrigue.
period?
Intrigue wasn't an Agent Coil. Actually, wait a minute, I'm thinking of Synergy, so he is an Agent Coil in the other deck. Yeah, just trying to think of my favorite card so far in Revelations. Have a look. What am I really liking? New deck. Have a deck name. We're just going to go Revelations. Turn off those filters. I would say, let's remind myself, I actually really do enjoy Talic Accords, even though it might be a lot weaker than I thought it was. And yeah, probably the other good one I enjoy is Crestmore, just because of the way it changes up DOD, so it's not just defend. You can actually do some morale damage on the way through. So I'd say they're two of my highest cards.
I like the version of Crestmore that ended up going out. Like there's a little bit of back and forth, and it got a couple of buffs. It looks a lot cleaner now. I think the original version didn't have Deadly or didn't have 2 lives, or I can't remember what we gave it, but it looks a lot better now.
I feel like Crestmore's suffering from the same thing as a lot of DoD cards, where the morale damage instead of fortress damage is somewhat overvalued.
You need to really build a deck around it.
Even when you do build around it, that effect's not worth that much at the end of the day, because DoD can go for fortress damage fairly effectively, and a lot of your better cards only can go for fortress damage. So going for the morale damage angle leaves you vulnerable, as you can't use the fortress damage cards anymore.
Yeah.
And the stuff like Spirit of the Wind, Serpent of the Winds, and Crestmore, or that Jade Golem that just came out, are very expensive for their bodies because they have the morale effect.
At least Crestmore has 2 lives of Deadly, which make him at least a little better than
Crestmore's
Spirit.
okay, just because his body's good.
The other card I'd really like. Yep, go ahead. Yeah. The other card. Yeah. Go ahead, you go. I go next.
Crestmore's good just because his body's good, and it's really hard to 1-for-1 him.
Sure. I also like Quarantine Break. I saw some really good use of Quarantine Break plus Saculus, the final hammer. That was nasty. 16 damage just from a Saculus from that one card. Was really cool, and just the fact that Saculus is getting some more replayability is really cool, because it was, for those who don't know, it was the guy's dying wish to be on an Infinity Wars card, and he literally got to see himself on a card on his deathbed. So, as kind of morbid as that is, it's also kind of really cool that he got to be immortalized.
That's dope as heck.
Saculus has been a staple for years. I've seen his face.
Good. I'm glad he's getting some play. But yes, hopefully get more play with this Quarantine Break, because that was almost. Yep. Anyway, won't say any more about that, because that happens on a dev game. How close are you to done, Jace? Do I need to?
I'm just picking up my final cards now.
Awesome.
Trying to decide what I want and what I think is good.
Does Pat have a card in the game? As
He
like
does.
a personal card?
He does. He is the monk, the demonic monk.
Oh, Tibble.
Tibble.
Yes.
Tibet. Trouble.
Nice. I didn't realize that was Pat's card.
It's funny, I learned that, and I can't remember when I learned that, but I learned it sometime in the last 2 years. Someone said that. Might have been
Because I knew Martian's card and Terminus's card and obviously your cards, but yeah, Pat's was one I'd never known.
Yeah, still trying to get Jason's card in the game.
Jason, when are you adding your card? Come on.
I don't know. I kind of like, because I do all of the lore stuff and I'm so close to the design team, they all kind of feel a little bit like my card in a way.
Yeah, but you need the cameo card.
Yeah, you need the cameo. We need to have like Jason, like, what do we call? I had it for a second there. It was Jolly Streamer. There you go. Just have a Genesis card with Jason streaming.
That'd be funny.
Calvalot, you shut up. I'm banning you. Get out of my chat. Alright.
Cavalier.
Oh my god, Calvalot is a great one.
I hate it.
Please do it. Just a cow farmer.
I'm hoping one day we'll get one more cow. We're so close.
I
So
know.
close.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Evoli cow deck, Mew?
Yeah, it's okay.
It's like so close that like
One
I'm
more
scared of
cow.
one more cow. I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm just saying I'm scared of the stampede.
If we were to have a cow to round out the cow meta, what would it be?
If I could make any cow, it'd be a 1-cost 1/1 with pay 1, heal your fortress 1, and call it Dairy Cow. In anything but a cow deck, it'd be pretty meh.
I mean, you could also call it Useful Cow. That would also be funny.
That would be very funny.
I've sent you an invite, by the way, Coil.
Yep. Oh, yep.
As a note, I've had a balanced chat with some people. I don't remember who, but we were talking about how powerful the factionless cow deck is, and like the fact that Cowmando triggers from the command zone is pretty bonkers. So
Why it's a playable deck.
what someone came up with as an idea is if we change Cowmando so that it only triggers while deployed, what if we make another cow that just makes all of your cows a whole lot cheaper so you get your Cowmandos out quicker, and thus the buffs?
That'd be a big nerf to the cow deck.
Yeah. Yeah, it would.
Like, the cow deck only functions because you can get those
Three
turn
commanders.
1 10/10s.
Cows are the lifeblood of this community. You can't hurt them. That's where the memes and dairy come from.
Yeah. We need like a useful cow that could like merge with 2 other cows to become a Cowmando.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Cow fusion. Cow fusion.
We really
Cow
are
drill
milking
sergeant.
this, aren't we?
He trains the useless cows into Cowmandos.
Yeah. Or you could even have multiple, so you could train 3 useless cows into a useful cow, and then you could trade 3 useful cows into a Cowmando.
That's such a good idea.
Thank you. What am I gonna do? Let's see. Well. Yep, let's go this way. Oh my god, it's a security deck again.
Again?
You're on a
You
move,
played
don't
one
you,
of
Coil?
these?
You did. You used bloody uses where you use Talak Accords to make them ridiculous.
I barely got to play those in that deck, but yes.
I like Jason's attitude. Oh, you haven't even seen the worst of what I'm gonna do to you with this guy.
All right, Jace, want to talk through your strategy on stream?
Oh yeah, I'll absolutely do that.
So he's really gonna plan to use those mass deaths to mess with Coil's head.
That's right. How did he get him in his deck? I think
Hacks.
it was
It's hacks.
Hold on.
Ooh, interesting.
Nash.
Okay.
I want to try and send
So
this
he's elected to play Thea Wolfborn, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah, I just thought I'd throw it in here to see how it goes, because I've got an idea. I'm going to get a buff from that, and I don't know what it's going to buff, but it's going to be...
See. Yes! It worked. Burn.
Okay, that kind of sucks. Alright, we buffed,
Yup.
not the mechanism.
Now I can just start pouring out dragons, right? That's how this works.
Pretty sure. Alright. Let's go... That's a 5-cost.
Interesting. Okay.
And what
I'm
we
ready.
want to do is mechanism. I don't imagine that this is going to trigger multiple times.
Four.
So crystalline replication.
Jason goes really quiet
on
while he
this.
makes his plans.
I'm
Did-
talking. I'm just not.
did
on,
work.
I'm on push to talk. So.
Hey, look, the Paragon thing's being useful.
Oh, that's
Absorb.
actually kind of smart. Alright, there's the 1818 security.
Alrighty. Ooh. It's handy.
Alright. Now we just keep playing these, and I'm going to start buffing them with everything until we just get a lot of security bots. We've also got Demon Waste, so we're going to use Vanash to start
Holy
throwing away
heck.
cards that we don't need.
Will there be a... Oh, I shouldn't say anything right now, because that'll give away what you're doing, right, Jace?
Well, I've already... Well, let me look in with my turn. Yeah, I'm talking. I'm just on push to talk, so I'm telling the stream what I'm doing and not you. Little spy bug.
Ah, I see.
Heck out of here. What? This is a very important impromptu game with very high non-existent stakes. You have to respect the competitive integrity of that.
Wait, you didn't tell me there was stakes on the line.
There is approximately 2 stakes on the line. Porterhouse, I believe.
Oh, those are nice.
Nice.
Like
Let's
that
see.
I'm
Yep, that's what I
burning
thought.
now.
Permanently get +1/+0. And that should be enough to kill security, but then it gets another one. God damn it. An exact copy. Is it going to be a 18 -2 now, Chase?
Not how that works, but yes.
Is it just a 10-10, or how does it work?
Oh, it doesn't.
Good. So you didn't get a copy in your hand. Awesome.
Uh-huh.
Bug.
No,
We'll
that's what he
go.
should be. What are you talking about?
No.
You get a copy on the top of your deck, not in your hand.
Throw that away. And I think we might throw away the loot.
Create an exact copy of it on your deck, in your hand.
You played it on the security, not the keening.
Oh, but I'm still at its own effect of when it dies to create a copy, I think.
Oh.
Is it just in the deck, not on top of the deck?
No, it should have been on top.
Yeah, I'd say this is bugs.
Yeah, I think
Could
so.
be
Yeah, I
bugs.
see what you mean. Yeah, security didn't work.
Ah.
Oh. Ah! Plunder me. Yeah. No! Don't. Okay, good. Alright. That's a lot of cards there, Chase.
That's okay. I'm just gonna keep throwing them away.
Uh-huh.
I don't actually need them. They're just there for display.
Yep. Hmm. What to do?
Then probably gonna block with this. Oh, they can't block. Interesting. Wait, unlock.
Three's not
These are in the wrong order.
much.
I need to put you here and you there. Perfect. Perfect. Whew, that was close. Eating Maltesers.
Oh, can't block. See, this is me doing that problem again where I start putting characters into the defense zone.
You read the
should go
card that time though.
Orange or something. Yeah.
That was crucial.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm just gonna shuffle a card, I suppose. Alright, those mechanisms are gonna be going off. Ouch.
There we go. So now we start getting
Deathwing
free
is really
block.
doing some good damage.
Alright, I want to make sure that this kills at least one thing. guarantee that, can we? Unless... Okay. Dragon Collar, we want to keep. Luca.
Is that 2 Dragon Tamers I see?
That is running full Dragon Tamer spec.
Why?
I
I had no further questions.
Just to show off the cards, guys. This is a Revelations reveal.
I do remember you saying that deck was like 92% new cards chosen for their newness. I built a deck at one point and when testing it, JG just destroyed me. He's like, "What's with that deck?" And I was like, "It turns out choosing cards based on their newness is not an optimal strategy."
It doesn't work that well. I'm not even having anything to burn my mana with either. But that's alright.
We throw away Thea? I think that's the best thing to throw away right now.
What do you got, Jace? Oh no! Attacking me with all the guys. Lucky I didn't attack.
I am still burning, by the way. My fortress is still on fire.
Good.
I do need to remember that, because I'm going to get complicit and I'm going to feel like I'm safer than I am. And then I'm just going to get bopped.
Speaking of bopped, ouch.
You need to find a way to deal with Keening Deathwing.
I know. Would help if I had some removal.
You were into colors. Best removal in the game.
No, I can't do that. I have to play that, and that, and that. Darn. I can't even continue to buff this, because it's probably broken. Damn. Alright. Let's buff that. Support drone can stay there. He's chill. Actually, I'll move him... No, I'll leave him here. Splitter Light can get the buff though. We want these to go off. Keening Deathwing can throw away one of my Lucas. I don't need 2 of them. Alright, cool. If Jason wins, we get a new Cal card. I don't know if that's binding, but sure.
Let's see if he wins with Celebration of Heroes coming out. That's a lot of characters too, so hopefully. Oof! There's a lot more characters for Scouting Mission.
I wasn't expecting the Celebration of Heroes, damn.
Remove that one from play.
That was a lot of damage. Rift Stay Alive.
Nice.
Okay, so Luca, Rift Stabilizer. We need to start defending.
Not much for a deck with unique characters.
Pay 1. Ooh, let's discard that. Got nothing here I can Dragon Collar. Don't need 2 Angelifiers. Pay that, throw away that. Consume. Yeah, you can go at the front because he's probably not going to move that. Support drone, little Timmy bot, Splitter Light. Boink, boink, boink. Did we do this? Yes, we did. And buff 1811. If we buff it once, it's going to be strong enough to survive one of these. But also, why don't we just block with the weak people? I wonder if he's going to remove his zone around. Yep, I'm good enough with that. Alright. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, I need some deadly or something. We'll deal with.
You have Death Rays, right?
That would be a smart thing to put in, but if it's since it's 95% new stuff,
Oh no.
no, there's no.
You have
praise.
dragon
Oh, no.
tamers. You don't need anything else.
That's all we need. Actually, it's a very, very good point. I just need to. That's a
put in
very,
Seeker
very,
of the
very good point.
Unpurged, but you didn't put in Death Ray? This is an intrigue card.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good point. Alright. Digging down. What's gonna happen here? Yep. So you better bring some stuff out. Ouch. Okay. Let's hope the I need to wait last what 15 turns to burn you to death. Well, hopefully I won't lose too many of them because I've got 2 lives, but we'll see.
Oh man. This is getting kind of
Ah.
crazy. Alright, another one of these. Don't need that. Throw it over there. Nothing I can Dragon Collar yet, but he has got a dragon in his hands now. I guarantee that. Throw you over here. Von Ash, gonna buff everything. Rift Stabilizer. On you. Mechanism. Split a light. Hold on. Small Nash. He's looking pretty beefy. He's doing good.
Oh, I'm losing track of which of Dragon Tame is who in this whole thing.
You have lives too? Yes, you do.
Ah, it's so tricky. So
Okay,
many Dragon
hold on.
Tamers.
I have to do this. I have to push for a tie, I think. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. Back here. You here.
Now.
Here. You in front. Boink. Verify that.
Ah.
No, I can't do that. That'll give it untouchable. You. Okay. I think this is a successful tie push. I think this is literally it. Oh no, 15 seconds left.
I know, I'm rushing. Tick, tick.
Are you at least going to play the dragon?
Which dragon?
I
don't
know
know
you
what
got
you're
a
talking
dragon.
about.
I don't know what it is.
Alright, looks like you got more damage there too. That might mean you might win it.
Yeah, I had to push for the tie here. I couldn't get to a point where I could keep defending everything.
Dang it.
Just had too much lives and too much everything.
Should put some defense in.
Negative
Something smart.
57.
Negative 57. Oh.
Negative 37. That's the tie. Alright, we successfully survived.
Tie. We need a draw screen. Or we just get rid of the tie rule, but unfortunately that's still very much attached to Infinity Wars 1, so... Won't be able to make any massive changes like that. Cool. GG.
Good game, well played. I feel like that game would have been a little bit more in my favor if my security bot worked. But unfortunately, when I realized he was broken, I had to change everything up. But oh well. Still very fun. Having a great old time.
Cool. I have one more deck to reveal if you want, or we can wrap it either way. Or we can do other games with the people, whatever you want.
Can I can just play the Revelations reveal deck that I already played if you like.
Yep, that's fine. We'll see how badly this goes.
Invite.
Thank you. Accept. And
Genesis is kind of my main thing to play, I've noticed.
Jolly streamer. Needs to happen, Jason.
Never skip leg ritual. Great. Ooh, interesting. I like it, I like it. Turn 1, buff. Very easy, turn 1.
Me too. I'm going to use Buried Below.
Hey!
Thank you.
Oh, good card, great.
Oh, it does have Recall 6, so I can actually play it out from the graveyard too, so that's cool. Oh, we're both going for 6 damage.
I have a feeling my damage is going to be more than his. Alright, that's piece 1. I'm just going to keep buffing.
Okay, more Buried Belows.
Ooh.
Burying a lot of cards into the deck. A lot of... There they are, they came back. How handy.
Do you have that 5-cost artifact? Because that's going to be... That's going to be your main thing. It's a fantastic...
I am kind of wondering where these 2 random Risen for Everax came from, but we'll see if it desyncs.
That was from your turn 1.
But there was only one that we put in.
It was one that was thrown away, and it created another one.
Oh, I actually happened to get one that was thrown away. Cool.
Yeah.
I thought it was compiled corpses that got thrown away. Okay. I don't like that I'm going to die to this damn scouting drone. When in doubt, make it burn.
What do you mean you're going to die to the scouting drone? You're telling me you don't have 3 hulking snipers in your deck?
Nah, unfortunately I don't. But I have got 6 Risens of Averox. Sorry, 4 going for him. Ouch.
Do you have any drag downs?
That would have been smart. But I only I was doing this whilst I was streaming. Well, we were streaming, so.
Do you have any fetid intrusions?
Quite possibly.
Do you have any fights?
Anything. Anything. Fetid intrusion. No fetid intrusions. No. I could probably. Actually, I do have a fetid intrusion. 1 fetid intrusion.
1.
I've just got to get that 1.
Good luck.
Jeez.
No. I gave him something to block, which hopefully he'll block.
We'll see.
Whoop, I accidentally pushed a talk that. Sorry.
Ah ha ha. Well, you didn't give me anything to block. What are you talking about, Willis? Ah, how did I get pushed back? Oh, the flag bearer. Damn it.
Yep.
Oof.
Another one of these. We don't need 2 of these. Or we could play 2 of them. Okay. So that's just going to keep going. I think that. Getting tinkered. And... do we just do this? It's gonna block.
We'll see how this goes. Yoink.
Yep, that's perfect. Ooh. I only got 2 from that, but that's okay. I have to, right? I think I have to push into.
So you got a flying charge unit, which you might have, Jace.
Flying charge is something I have access to at this faction purity.
True. Oof. Ouch.
Nah, I think he's got me here. No, that's a horrible thing to get right now.
He's still alive. Oof.
I think we have to play a handshake and just lose the game. I'm not seeing any good ways out of this. I don't think I've got it. He's got the board, he's got hand, he's got a letter. I've got a calamity I can't play. If I block with this, it's instantly taken out by Apathena and he cleans me up with everything else. Wait, hold on. Tinker that. And fodder.
No, not enough for a
I think this is all I've got.
board wipe. Oh, it might be enough for a new board wipe. You don't have that security. Oh, just.
And he gets me here. Exactly perfect amount. Well played.
Thank you, sir. GG.
Alrighty, it is almost 4 PM here in Australia, and we've been streaming for over 5 hours. I'd say that this was a very successful stream overall. What do you think, Coyle?
Indeed, very well done, Jason, for doing it for so long and bringing us home with the Kickstarter stream. So very cool. Thanks to everyone who's been on, especially if you've been on this whole time. Incredible props to you. Massive thanks to the elite players in the group chat in Discord.
Also,
and
mini shout out to What If Red. He was here before the stream started. I asked for his help with something, and he's still here now. You're a legend.
Yeah.
No problem. It's not like I have anything important to do. This is fun. I was so glad, I've seen him been working on these cards for a bit or testing them and stuff. It was nice to get, other people's feedback and see what they thought.
Mm.
So this was fun for me.
Absolutely. It's fun for all of us. So yeah, we're ending the stream here. This is going to be a VOD somewhere on YouTube and stuff. It's probably going to go on a Steam page as well. So
Steam. It will be the Steam
there'll be
VOD.
plenty of places that you're watching this. So if you are watching this at some point in the future, I hope you have a fantastic morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is. I hope it's a good one.
And before we close it up, just anyone who's on the stream who's a particular voice, let us know if there's any concerns with you being on the VOD. I don't imagine there would be, but yeah, do speak now, or
no worries.
Be on the Steam page for the next few weeks at least before we swap it out.
I deeply appreciate that my deck building choices roasting of you is now immortalized.
Yes,
totally immortalized, and new players will just be seeing that happen every time.
The CEO of this company is getting roasted by one of his players for being bad. Click here to find out more.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to know more? Mm. All right, thanks everyone. Have a great one.
Oh yeah, see you later.
Have a good time zone, says BL3Jip. That's a great way to end it. Everybody, have a good time zone.
Welcome to Revelations.
Yeah, I've reached out to Jason about that.
Things weren't going great, sure. But then, he showed up.
Another Rift Runner falls to my blade. Prepare for the end.